Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Welcome to another help desk ticketing system tutorial. In this case, we're dealing with audio issues. Has a very specific error and I'm very excited to talk about it. Before we do that, please take one moment to like or subscribe to this channel. I really appreciate it. Also consider joining this channel as a member. It's only $1.99 a month. The reason I'm saying that is because in the future I plan to release an additional video for members only. So if you're interested in that, you might want to consider that option as well. All right, guys, let's get into it. This is a Jira ticketing system, and if you're brand new to help desk and want to know how to use Jira ticketing system, please go to my channel, youtube.com/cobuman, and in the search box type in ticketing system. What you see there will be a lot of different tutorials using this exact same ticketing system, and also on how to use the ticketing system itself, meaning how to navigate, how to note, how to talk to the customers, and all that. All right, let's get into this ticket. It says here, my audio randomly stops working. And in the description, it says, recently, after computer update, my sound randomly stops working. So there was an update, and then suddenly now he has a randomly stopping audio. So he was just randomly stopped working. It says here, rebooting the PC will fix it, but will stop randomly. So and then it says see error attached. Let's look at this error real quick. It says audio render error, please restart your computer. Now this is an error that comes up on YouTube videos. So the reason you get this error typically is because of driver issues, and that is also hinted by the fact that the computer received an update. So every time you see this type of error, it says audio render error, that means that the player on YouTube failed to render audio, meaning it failed to use the driver to render the audio. So that's the best way to kind of think about it. Every time you see audio render issues, it has to do something with not able to initiate the driver or the device itself. In this case, it's most likely just a driver issue. All right, so first thing first, let's make sure we assign the ticket to ourselves before we do any action. But for this, we want to actually reply to the customer and say, hello, when would, say, it depends on the situation here, on how the business is set up, but you can also say when would be a good time to, when would be a good time to take a look at this issue. Depends on who this person is. This guy's name is Mike Moser, and we don't know. Mike might be a manager of some sort, or it could be just a regular user, or he could be a director. We don't know. We just want to make sure and kind of get an idea of who he is before we actually just say, I'm going to take control of your computer and we're going to fix it now. We can't stop this guy from working, especially if he's a director level. Can you imagine that? We got to work on his time and whenever he's available. So that type of thing usually would happen with tier 2 help desk and higher, but tier 1 not necessarily so much. All right, so it would be a good time to take a look at this issue. And of course, I'm only saying hello here because Mike Moser already knows me. So I'm just saying, he already knows me. I don't have to introduce myself. Otherwise, I would say, my name is Irvin with PC support. You know? So whenever he responds, we're going to actually take a look at his computer. Now, if there's a number to call, we would call him and talk to him and ask them, can I take control of your computer so that way we can take a look. Also, another thing you want to ask him is actually to make sure that you have his computer name, so that way you can get the so you can take control of his computer. But also, if it's set up differently, once you get his computer name, you can get his IP address, and with an IP address, you can also take control of his computer. And then at some point, you just want to make sure you get this information so that way you can do your job, basically. And let's assume he said, okay, I'm ready now. You can say, great. What is the name of your computer or your IP address? So that way we can take control of his computer. Now, if you're talking to him, this is the best way to just to talk to him. I mean, it just depends how you're communicating. In the end, you want to be able to take control of his computer. I mean, there are different ways of taking control of a computer. You can use a remote desktop software, like, for example, Dameware or some other ones. But you can also, nowadays, you can take control, just using WebEx or using, I don't know, what's some of the other meeting tools that people use nowadays. Any of those meeting tools, even just the chat applications, will have some kind of an option of sharing screen and also requesting to take control of their computer. All right, so once we take control of his computer, we're going to pretend like this is his computer, and then we're going to go to our sound setting. That's the first thing we're going to look at, and we're going to see what shows up there. Here's the thing though, when there are driver issues, the things will look normal, because when there are driver issues like that, and it's specific to this error here, audio render, please restart your computer. Although most people will be watching this video and say, well, that's my issue, YouTube is giving me this error. However, the thing is though, there are so many computers out there, and this issue, the fix for this issue will be specific to your computer. However, you might want to watch this whole thing to at least get an idea where to look and maybe try some of the things that I'm about to show you, because there are many different solutions for this. However, in my case, I will tell you what the solution was for this gentleman in real life. This actually happened at my job. It's just that of course it's a different person, but I will tell you exactly what happened in my situation. Okay, so the things look normal, whenever there are driver issues. In this case, because it happens randomly, remember, this person reboots and everything goes back to normal. So we have here just a Plantronics headset input for microphone, and everything looks fine. And of course, we got Realtek high definition audio, which is normal. This is something you would normally see. There are no other inputs because he's got the headset. And you can see here that there's Realtek, just regular speakers, The issue I actually worked on was specific to HP laptop. So it was an HP 840 G3, I believe. And the thing is, though, it actually had a different type of audio, the onboard audio. Typical onboard audio is Realtek high definition audio. This person had, I think it was called Connexent ISST, something like that, and it was showing up like so. Instead of Realtek, it had that Connexent ISST, which is very unusual. Most of the time, 99% of the time, I see Realtek, whether it's high-end computer or not. But in this case, HP decided to have that type of thing. So everything looks normal, but yet the issue happens. The person swears up and down that the issue is happening, and sure enough, there is an error, so we know that there is an issue. And again, we are suspecting audio issues. So for that, we're going to go to our device manager. So there are a couple different ways of getting to it. You can go through the manage part of the computer, but what I usually do, I just right-click this icon PC and just go to device manager. But then again, you can go through the computer management and get to the device manager as well. Okay, so from here, we're going to look audio inputs and outputs. The first thing that shows up here's our Plantronics USB headset that we've plugged in. We can tell that it's a microphone and that it also has a speaker. So this is the headset itself, normal, and then we got that Realtek high definition audio. In his issue, the problem was actually a conflict between the new driver and the other onboard driver that was happening on there. So the reason it stopped working for him is because an update actually came through. So the way you can roll back an update on a driver is simply to right click on the device itself, go to properties, go to driver tab, which is the second over, and then select rollback driver if available. And that should revert back to the old one. And chances are that in his case, instead of saying coaxiant, it said just regular high definition audio, just like the Realtek here. So that's one way to roll back the driver if it updated indeed. And of course, we can see that what the update driver date is. You can also try to update the driver, which can also fix the issue. So if we click update and click search automatically to search online for drivers, sometimes this fails. Sometimes it fails, but a lot of times we just say you have the correct driver. But if there is one available, it will go out there and look for it and possibly install it. And I don't want to blame this on Microsoft that it stops working or not. It's just, it depends. I've seen it fail and I've seen it succeed. So, so what can you do after that? I mean, you can go specifically, go to a website and look for the driver update for that. So we're just going to go and look for HP 840 G3 drivers, and you can do the same thing whatever the name of the computer is. And in this case, here it is. And once this loads, we're going to look at the available drivers. And of course, we're going to select driver audio here. And here it is, Connexent HD audio driver. And sure enough, looks like the most recent one is September 18th, 2020. And that's fine. We can download this, we can install it, given that you have administrative privileges and that it's allowed within your company. So this is one of those things you have to kind of make sure so you don't get fired for installing or downloading software installing on somebody's computer. Okay, so that's one step of it. However, with some research, and again, it's okay to do some research whenever you're troubleshooting issues, especially if you've never seen this issue. Chances are, if you're watching this specific video, that you did your research and you did your Google search or YouTube search, and this video came up. That's fine. As an IT professional, I like to resolve issues based off the knowledge that I have. That's the difference between somebody who's experienced and who's not. And I don't mean to sound mean when I say any of this stuff. Here's the thing. I get this sometimes where people just say, oh, anybody can do tech support. You just Google it and then you find an answer, this and that. No. Googling and finding answers is perfectly fine as a last resort. So right now I'm speaking to people who are watching my videos to be help desk guys or tech support guys. Please try to use your knowledge first to resolve issues on your own, given that you have enough time. If you really, really cannot figure it out on your own, it's okay to Google it or look at the knowledge base articles for your company on how to fix specific things. The reason I say that is because you will come across issues that you can't fix that are proprietary to the company that you're working for. So what if some kind of application or program stops working, or even piece of hardware that's specifically designed for your company? You think you're going to be able to find an answer on Google? Yeah, good luck with that. Again, I'm not trying to sound mean. There's nothing wrong with searching for an answer. In this case, I actually looked for an answer as well myself, and I actually found that there might be a conflict between that specific coaxial ISST hardware and Intel display audio, which runs over HDMI. So since this is not being used at all by anybody, literally nobody is using Intel R display audio, which is basically audio signal from HDMI. This is built into your computer, typically a laptop. I went ahead and just disabled it, just as a proactive thing, which could have resolved the issue as well, rather than just updating the driver. Okay, so updating, installing driver could resolve the issue, and in this video, and what I'm going to do is actually fast forward to this point so you guys can see. I'll put little marks on the bottom of the video so that way somebody can just click on the solution. And another thing to consider is I've seen issues or resolutions for it as well to be related to the fact that you can possibly update BIOS and this and that. But from my research, what really resolved the issue is either rolling back the drivers on your main audio, whichever that may be, or and or disabling this Intel R display audio. So hopefully that helps to those people who are just looking for a specific solution to this error. Otherwise, if you're watching these videos for my tech support part of it, I highly encourage that you watch some of my other videos on how to properly go about resolving any issues, not just something that you can Google to resolve, you know? All right, and then we're going to close the ticket. We're going to say updated audio drivers. By the way, what I did IRL for this manager actually fixed the issue, so there is that. Updated audio drivers for users, you know what, I'm just gonna say updated audio drivers and disabled Intel audio device. Okay, we're going to save it, and then we're going to close it complete. All right, guys, there you have it. Thank you so much for watching. Again, I really appreciate you guys liking, commenting, subscribing. If you have any more suggestions for different videos, specifically for help desk, I know some of you already suggested some specific things, like on Citrix and this and that. For those videos, I'll definitely have them on a back burner. I haven't forgotten about you or anything like that. It's just that I have to make a lot more time to actually make those type of videos, and they are very niche. They are very niche. Right now, what's carrying my channel is help desk type of tutorials and ticketing systems, you know, whether it's, you know, help desk, desktop support, system administration, anything like that that helps people get jobs. You know, Citrix, I'll try to see if I can make it into a ticket, and that would be the best way to go about it, because I've seen Citrix issues before, and anything that's like that, that is very niche and specific. If you can give me a scenario in which the error came up, if you can give me a specific error or a specific issue that you've resolved, I can even talk about that. It's really hard to come up with ideas and show them on how they're resolved in a way where it's useful, you know what I mean? And even this video is also kind of very specific to this audio error, but at least it gives you some ideas on where to go to update audio drivers and how to go about updating it. Of course, make sure you reboot the computer, and you would get a pop-up anyways to reboot the computer at the end of your update, the driver update anyways. So all right, guys, thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Welcome to another session for Help Desk Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Desktop Support Training. In this series that I'm creating, I have trouble tickets that come through the system, and we work them together, fix them, and I also go into extensive explanations on how to go about it. So it's not just a simple fix and move on, but also talk about proactive things that you can learn from and actually expand your knowledge on. So this is really good video for those especially who are looking to get into help desk for the first time as well. All right, guys, if you got 1 second, please click the like button, and if possible, share the video as well. I really appreciate it. It really means a lot to me. All right, let's get right into it, and we're going to work the first ticket here that says cannot add a printer, and it just says error ... And this issue is coming from our friend Mike Moser. If you're familiar with my video series, you know that Mike Moser has a lot of computer issues. So we're going to work his ticket again. And here says here, when I tried to add a printer, I get attached error. So let's see what this error is. And here we go. It's a big error. It says Windows can't open add printer. The local print spooler service is not running. Please restart the spooler or restart the machine. So I know that a lot of you who are watching this, who already know a lot of things about help desk, you probably learn about print spooler service. What that means usually is that you can't add a printer because the service has been stopped. And yes, you can simply enable the service. But why does this error come up to begin with? The reason for it usually is if a company decides to put restrictions on using the printer or adding the printer to certain users, to certain groups within the company. The reason for that is security. They don't want you to just necessarily add a printer and start to print secure stuff that belongs to the company. For example, account numbers, personal information, all of that stuff is a security risk unless you have a type of job within that company that requires you to do this. So printing is usually very restricted in a lot of organizations, and this is the error that you would get when you try to add a printer. So let's see what that looks like. Devices, printers and scanners, devices. Man, they have so many different ways of getting to this point within Windows 10. Before it used to be simple. You just go to add a new device or something like that. So here's our printers and scanners in Windows 10. So if we click add a printer, and it's gonna, what it does right now, it just kind of looks for a available printer that's available on the network or locally. If there is nothing there and if you're installing it for the first time, chances are nothing will come up. You may get a list of network printers that are available, but the chances are it may not be something that's right next to you. So let's say you work for a company that has, you know, two large buildings. Let's say it's just one building and there are 3 different floors, and all of those floors have altogether have 10 different printers. You will get a list of 10 different printers. And if they're not labeled correctly, you won't necessarily be able to add a correct printer. You don't want to add a printer when you work on first floor, but you add a printer that's on a 3rd floor. You know, it doesn't make sense. So what usually happens, and this time nothing came up because there are no network printers added or visible, at least. We have to click the printer that I want isn't listed, and this is what happens. Otherwise, you would get a classic Windows pop-up where it lets you add a printer, and this is what Mike is getting. Windows can't open add printer. So we know it's the print services or print spooler service that is not running. So we know that we have to go in and enable it, and that's perfectly fine. But there is something that I really want you to keep in mind. There are 2 different types of services. If you go to your task manager, the very last tab is services, right? These are the services. But there is another section here where it says open services, and this one is different from the services in Task Manager. It's completely different. So you're wondering, well, why? What do you mean? They're both named services. What's the difference? First difference that you visually see is you can see that there are things listed on the left side here and that are not listed on the right side, and vice versa. For example, on the Task Manager services, you can see there is AARSVC, and it's Agent Activation Runtime. And you can see that as a first thing that comes up here, it's not that. It's ActiveX Installer, and it's completely different. And you can see that I have it sorted by name, so that way you can see it here in an alphabetical order. So what's the difference here? So if I go into the services of the Task Manager, and I just look for print spooler, right? It's called print spooler. It's not there. But why is that? Look at this. There's print notify, there's print workflow, there's another print workflow, and there are no other print things. You can see clearly that we are sorted alphabetically, and there's no way we are missing when it comes to, there's no way that we're not finding it in here unless it's just completely gone. However, if we go to this other services, which is the system services, and we just type in print spooler, it comes up right away. And then again, if you compare here, you can see that there are missing things. It's not there. But why is that? Well, the Task Manager print services is print services specifically for the user that's logged into this computer. It's not system services at all. And these services do not require administrator privileges for you to start them or stop them or do whatever you want with them. This is all for the user that specifically log into this. not the administrator services. The administrator services is this one here, and that's the one you want to activate the print spooler system. And then of course you can just simply right click it and start it. You see how I was explaining to you this in a specific way to make sure that you don't waste your time looking for certain things, or for example in this case services, in the wrong place. We have two different things, completely two different things that are named exactly the same thing. That's very confusing in my point of view, especially for somebody who is new to computers. So keep that in mind. All of this stuff that's in Task Manager, it's only for the user that's logged in currently that has the privileges to do so, meaning people that don't have admin privileges. You can do whatever you want. But the system services, you need to have administrative privileges to do anything with that. All right, so if we go in here and then we click the printer that I wasn't listed, you will get normal pop-up where you can just literally add any printer, whether it's TCP/IP, local, or this and that. But the error was specific to service being stopped like this, not necessarily disabled. So in an environment where they really want you to make sure when they really want to make sure that the user is not allowed to print, period, unless specifically given the right to do so, or for example it goes to higher ups and they say you can, it's going to be like this. It won't be just stopped. In this case we can just start it because we don't know why it stopped to begin with, so we can just simply start it, no big deal, right? But in a business environment where it's disabled, you will go to properties for the print spooler like this, and it will be like this. It will be disabled permanently. It will not be able to start up on Windows startup at all. It would just simply be disabled, and they wouldn't be able to get anywhere with that. And for that you have to be very careful whether you are allowed to enable it or not. In our case it was just stopped, so all we did was just right click and start it. And by the way, you can start these services remotely. Let me show you something real quick. If we open services and we can ask Mike, Mike, hey, can you give me your computer name or your computer IP address? We can open services on our computer, on our own computer, and select action, connect to another computer, type in Mike's computer name, and then click OK. It's going to connect to it, and then you will basically get a same pop-up like this, and then you just go in and remotely start his service. Of course, he can try to reboot, and that might start it as well, because keep in mind it's just stopped, it's not disabled. But if it's disabled, he can reboot 1,000 times, it's not going to do anything. So now since we've enabled his service, we can say, hello Mike, I have enabled printing on your computer. Please try again and let me know if any issues. Irvin. Okay, so we're gonna click save. Now he can try again. He'll let us know if there are any issues, and that should resolve it. Hopefully we hear back from him. Sometimes you don't want to necessarily leave it open-ended like this. If you know that this guy is really good at getting back to you on things, that's fine, but you can reach out to him and say, hey, can you try again right now? And if he says it's okay, then we can just go to add internal note, printing now works fine, and then we're going to close ticket afterwards. But notice how I said enabled printing on your computer. I'm not going to tell him, hey, I have enabled print spooler system on your computer. Users don't necessarily need to know any of this stuff unless they specifically ask, because sometimes they're curious, maybe know a little bit about computers, so they want to know how you did it, you know. But otherwise you can just say, I've enabled printing on your computer, please try again. And then we're going to mark it as completed. All right. We have one other ticket that we're going to work in our queue, and this one says computer crashed, and it's very descriptive actually. It says here, this morning my computer crashed and I smell burning plastic. Uh-oh. And then it says it appears to be working now, but not sure if this needs to be looked at. So I get this comment a lot, or a question I should say, but it's a comment on my YouTube video, specifically this one here, where I was testing a bad power supply after burning smell and unexpected shutdown. And this is the reason why I created this ticket, because I got this idea, and also I had somebody else on Discord share their experience as well, and I'll show you some images of that. But I get this question on this specific video, and what happens is usually power supply, usually capacitor kind of blows, or something overheats within the power supply, and that happens sometimes due to the fact that power supply was overexerted, meaning that you, for example, added more stuff to it, for example, a GPU, or you overclocked your computer or something like that, and it just wasn't capable of handling that type of draw, type of wattage draw, and things start to blow. Another reason for that is that these capacitors, for example, this gentleman here shared his picture of his open power supply. These capacitors in here will basically, or not just the capacitors, but the electronics over time, when they're exposed to air and just environment, humidity, all of this stuff, they start to erode. Or corrode, I should say, not erode necessarily, corrode. And these capacitors can start to blow, which is the most common thing. Capacitors are kind of like batteries. They hold a charge in them, and if they can't hold charge properly over time because of the corrosion or whatever else, there might be a reason, they will start to bulge and they would start to leak. The example we're looking at here from this gentleman's these are perfectly fine capacitors. What you see, the white stuff here, this goop, the goopy stuff, that's normal. That's just adhesive. It's glue that's used for capacitors. They use this glue around the capacitors and underneath them to prevent them from moving, from expansion, from basically disconnecting, because they are, when you put something under that much, when you put something under the voltage and stuff like that, it tends to move, heat, and expand. They want to make sure they don't disconnect from the circuit board. That's the way I understand it. I'm not electrical engineer in any ways, but I know some of the basic stuff. These are perfectly normal capacitors. You can see they're not bulging, but what you usually see bulging is on top of the capacitor, and they would bulge out. They would also bulge down too, but it would bulge up, and it would basically be like sort of like an X over here. And of course, if they start to leak, they would leak from the top. There would be a leak on the top, be like usually like a circle of it. Anyways, these are normal capacitors. His issue was not power supply necessarily, but if you do get a power supply that it smells like burning plastic, look at you can, if you feel okay with this, you can open it up and see if there are any obvious issues. But generally speaking, if you smell something burning, you want to usually replace the power supply. In this case, it's actually very interesting. He had a wire that was actually burning up. Maybe it's some kind of a short or something. There's just bad wiring. To me, it looks like just bad wiring that was done here, some kind of a rigged thing that was burning and causing issues. And in the end, he just basically decided to see, this is how he had it. He was wondering if he should just try to solder it or whatnot, but in the end he just decided to get a replacement power supply. Although it's cheap, I usually recommend the name brands, but in his case this is what he can get. And I said in the end, well, might as well, it will be safer than trying to solder, use some kind of electrical tape like this or anything like that. So going back to our ticket, in this case, it's most likely just bad power supply. We would have it replaced. And then I'm going to reply to customer and say, if I am help desk, but if I am desktop support locally, or just a tech guy, I would look at it. And myself, I would take it and look at it and see if the power supply is bad and replace it. Otherwise, I would say, well, I would talk to them, hello, it sounds like you have a bad power supply. Please take your computer to local PC Tech to take a look. Now, I'm only saying this because I don't know the exact situation of this person. They might be working from home or whatnot, so I got to give them an option. But otherwise, I would look at it myself and replace the power supply, or if it's under warranty, I would contact the vendor and have them come out and have them replace the power supply. If it's a computer under warranty, this is what usually happens. You just call them and they do it. It's really easy to replace the power supply. Your computer may still work even if it blows up something, and that's the point of my video here, is that what happens is the power supply that I'm testing here is actually so it's the same thing that happened, but it actually still works. So I am testing it to check the voltage. And it's been 2 years since I made this, but I'm pretty sure I actually found that some of the voltage is not right on some of those pins. And that's exactly what happens. You still may have a working power supply, even if a capacitor goes bad or something like that, but you may be getting wrong voltage to the motherboard or any of your computer components, which can cause even more damage. So this is why it's better to might as well just go ahead and just get a replacement power supply, even if it's just something fairly cheap like this, no name. That's better than trying to risk it and cause more damage to your computer. All right, guys, I hope you like this video. Please let me know if you have any more suggestions when it comes to computer fixing ideas or issues that you want me to resolve. And yeah, I think that's it. Please take a moment to like. And yeah, I'll see you next time. You have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. In today's video, we're going to talk about top 20 help desk issues with solutions. So what this is going to be is a presentation video in which problem is presented or an issue is presented, and then solution will be provided with some kind of visual cues or visual graphic. At times I will also pause the video and expand on the solutions in order to provide more beneficial knowledge and education for those people who are into help desk. So if you like this type of stuff, please click the like button. It really helps push this video further, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I know you will enjoy this video. All right, let's take a look.
Number 1. Mouse is not working or it has sticky keys. Cause: dirty mouse or spilled drinks. Solution: replace the mouse.
So this type of thing can happen fairly often. I mean, people are using their computers, people will be eating at their desk, and people will be drinking at their desk. This type of stuff happens, and of course you can just simply have an old mouse that just needs to be replaced. Very simple one. Let's move on.
Number 2. Keyboard is not working or it has sticky keys. Cause: dirty keyboard or spilled drinks. Solution: replace the keyboard.
So just like with the mouse, the best thing to do here is just simply replace the keyboard. Companies don't have time to necessarily try to clean and repair keyboards or mice, so the best thing to do is just to replace them and move on, since they are really cheap and company can afford them usually.
Number 3. Monitor is not working. Cause: power button not pressed, loose power cable, loose video signal cable, wrong configuration display settings, or bad monitor. Solution: press the power button, check the cables, adjust display settings, or replace the monitor.
So yeah, in this case, monitor simply needs to be turned on. Either that or cables are loose. Those are very likely things that actually do happen in help desk. And of course, you can have a bad monitor. One of the indicators for that is that monitor is acting weird in the sense that the colors are off, there are lines going through, or simply just shutting off by itself. Those are all indicators of monitor going bad, and the best thing to do here is replace. Of course, make sure you do all make sure you check all the things on the computer first before you do, and before you do replace the monitor, because yes, a lot of times you can find display settings that are simply off. And an example of that is font changes, resolution changes, where things look bloated and larger than usual, but yet the picture kind of looks normal, except the fact that things look different. So those are the things you need to check when it comes to settings in order to resolve this issue if it's not a bad monitor. All right, let's move on.
Number 4, no internet connection. Cause, cable disconnected, modem turned off, router turned off, bad cable, or no signal from provider. Solution, connect the cable, turn on modem, turn on router, replace cable, or contact internet service provider.
So as something that would happen a lot of times to a home user or somebody working from home, their internet may go out. Sometimes users would call the internet the intranet as well, meaning that they would say my internet is out, but it's actually their intranet that is broken, or their network connection at the office. So they can be a little bit of confusion there when it comes to user reporting this issue, but either way, make sure you check all the settings and kind of go through the PC if possible. But the chances are, if you're not physically there to check the connection, this may be a little bit difficult to troubleshoot, because you can't use any remote desktop type of software if indeed there is no internet connection. But do your best, guide the user through all the things. Make sure the cables are checked, make sure they're plugged in, make sure the router is plugged in up to a point. But if it's a home user, chances are you may have to tell them to call their internet service provider to get their internet back online.
Please take a moment to like this video at this time. Doing this not only helps me, but others find this very useful video. Thank you very much. Number 5. A specific website is not working. Cause, website is down, website link has changed, website link is wrong or typoed. Solution, contact the webmaster, check the website link, check for typos in the link.
So this ties in from our previous issue where internet is not working. And yes, you can check that as well, but most of the time this issue is related to a wrong link, or the website is simply down. This is something we have to double check with the user, ask them if the internet link is correct, or if they can access other websites. That would be another indicator of whether it's just simply internet or network connection is down. So go through these steps with the user and help them as much as you can when it comes to this fairly simple issue.
Number 6. File missing on a computer. Cause, user deleted data, user forgot to save data, program removed, system crash, OS reinstalled, or bad broken storage. Solution, check recycle bin, check backup storage if any, restore folder files function, Windows restore point. Latter causes may have no solution, for example bad broken storage, OS install, or not saving files.
So there are actually many things that can cause this, starting from users simply deleting the file to corrupted local profile. And this is what I mean by user data is missing. This can happen sometimes where something goes wrong and then suddenly their local profile is damaged or corrupt and they've lost all kinds of things. Of course, there are other places you can look for backups, whether they have like a backup drive of some sort or anything that might be automated that you can look for a copy of it. But sometimes these files can be simply found in the root of C or anywhere else. So this is one of those things you will have to kind of talk to the user and ask them exactly where they kept this type of stuff. A lot of times you can restore them if there is system restore activated on the computer, or if it's a shared, for example, drive somewhere on the network that you can simply restore files on. These are some of the things you have to work with customer on or user on and kind of ask them in detail what is it that they're missing and where from.
Number 7. Cannot receive or send emails. Cause, inbox limit size reached, Windows password change, data corruption. Solution, delete old emails, delete old calendar items with large attachments, update password for email client, clear cache for internet email clients.
So inbox limit size it was something that was common in Outlook. Outlook server or Exchange server would limit the size of the inbox, and if you reach that limit, which back in the day used to be fairly low, people would reach that limit sometimes fairly quickly, and by that I mean maybe a couple of years. But in a, if you work for a company for 5 years, that's going to happen. So in that case, you have to make space or simply request for the inbox to be enlarged or to be, to be bigger. This is one of those things you can, I guess, reach out to the Exchange server support and ask them to do so. But the quick solution is to delete old files, old emails, and a lot of times calendars will have large attachments. Anything that has attachments, they will take up a lot of space and quickly add up in size. Nowadays, people are also switching over to web-based email clients, in which case emails can also be corrupted, and then in that case you would simply have to delete the cache for that browser, for example Chrome or IE. So you can just flush all of that stuff and then suddenly email may start working. Kind of a very important thing to kind of think about, but also a very common thing that happens in help desk.
Number 8. The printer is not working. Cause: printer not installed, wrong printer, no paper or ink, bad driver or configuration. Solution: install printer, change default printer, add paper or ink, use correct driver configuration, and adjust it.
So in this case, I actually left out one thing, is that jammed paper. That can happen sometimes too. But yeah, you can run out of ink. You can have simply just too many people trying to use the same printer. There could be like a queue, or a print spooler system, could be stuck and needs to be reset. Or a lot of times, if you have a secure print, which is, companies are kind of trying to use that nowadays a lot more, is that when you try to print, something requires your personal PIN. You type in the PIN, and then you have to go to the printer to actually, receive that print by typing in your code. That's called secure print. And yeah, any of these things can be a problem, including the bad driver and whatnot, in which case you would do all these things to kind of resolve. But the main thing to think about here is that there are many other things, or many things that are available here as a solution, that you should go through and kind of try any of those things to say if it'll fix it. Yeah, just because there's one issue doesn't mean that there's one solution either. So we have to kind of keep all these things in mind in order to resolve these issues quickly and kind of memorize them so we can be a good help desk employee.
Number 9. Headset or headphones are not working. Cause: sound configuration not set properly. Input and output cable connections are not connected properly, or it's a bad headset. Solution: configure playback and recording device, check input-output connections on the computer, replace headset if broken.
So another very common issue is sound issues. These type of things happen a lot, especially when people are using headsets that were kind of purchased on their own, which not necessarily a bad thing, but company usually, if it's like a call center, they will provide headsets that are all the same, so that way when you just plug it in and it just works, typically a USB. But a lot of times you come across headsets that have two jacks on them, for example, separate for a microphone and separate for the speaker. Those are the ones that are most commonly need to be configured, so keep that in mind. But either way, make sure that you go to into the sound control panel and check all these settings. Make sure that all the volumes are adjusted and microphone gain as well. And then, of course, test it with the user. But a lot of times, you just have to make sure that the default sound settings are set, and that should take care of it.
Number 10. Blue screen of death. Cause: bad hardware or drivers, or overclocking the CPU. Solution: check hardware, for example RAM, CPU, hard drive, GPU, check CPU clocks, and update drivers.
Most of the time, the issue here is hardware. So check all of these things. It could be as simple as an memory stick is going bad or not seated properly. It can be a bad hard drive or hard drive going out. make sure you do hardware tests on all of these things to kind of resolve this issue. And one thing that I actually haven't mentioned is that it could be CPU or PC, I should say, overheating. So the computer itself might be dirty and dusty, which may need cleaning. But most of the time, that would just kind of crash the computer, but wouldn't necessarily give you a blue screen of death. But generally speaking, from my personal experience, blue screen of death was always from bad hardware. Some piece of hardware on the computer is going bad. 99.9% chance. All right, let's move on.
Number 11. Computer is slow. Cause background processes, updates, or virus. Low RAM, low hard drive space, or a bad hard drive. Solution: wait for updates to finish, remove virus, add more RAM, make space on hard drive, replace hard drive.
So in a business type of environment, most of the time this issue is related to updates running in the background. Computer a lot of times is left turned off overnight, which users sometimes do that. At the end of the day, they click shutdown instead of rebooting the computer and letting it stay on so you can get updates overnight. So yeah, updates are a main cause of this, but it can be an issue with the user opening up 40 different windows. We all know that, for example, if you open up Chrome and you look at the processes, you can see that for some reason there are like 5 to 10 Chromes open, but yet you have 2 different windows that you can see visually. So programs can do this and can sometimes take up processing power, and of course, keep an eye out for viruses. Check all these things, but chances are in a business type of environment, it's just updates, or there are just way too many things going on, and computer maybe need more RAM or something like that, or maybe even more processing power. But for this, task manager and looking at the processes is the best way to figure this out.
Number 12. Computer restarts for no reason with message restarting. No reason is what user would say in PC support. Cause: Windows updates, software updates. Solution: finish updates, or you can force updates through Windows. Software updates should not restart more than once.
So exactly what I kind of mentioned earlier. Notice how all of these things are tied in, and that's done on purpose so it's easier to follow my videos. By the way, if you want a written copy of this, it is on my website. There is a link that's going to pop up right now. It's on cosmicnovo.com. But yes, updates are the main cause for random restarts. Program a lot of times to finish installing has to reboot the computer, and this sometimes happens in the middle of the day because update hasn't finished or didn't get a chance to update at all overnight when the computer was supposed to be turned on. But keep in mind, don't be rude to the customer or user and tell them this. Just kind of ask them about it. And also, sometimes computer just doesn't want to wake up. The computers will go to sleep as scheduled in order to save power and save company money from electricity. And it doesn't want to wake up. So of course it's not gonna get updates. So keep in mind on that.
Number 13. Computer shut down for no reason, no message or error. Computer goes silent, no beeps. Cause: bad power supply, bad GPU, bad CPU settings. Solution: test power supply unit or replace if needed. Test GPU by removing it. Check CPU and heatsink, replace it with new thermal paste.
So of course there's no indicator of what happens and the computer just shuts down. Boom, gone, it's dead, there's nothing, there's no error, nothing. So number one reason, power supply went out or the electricity went out. That's possible too. But there you wouldn't necessarily have a trouble ticket or be talking to somebody if the power just simply went out in their home or at the office. The computer would just turn back on afterwards. But also keep in mind, when I talk about this CPU and changing the thermal paste, this can also happen when the computer is overheating, which I haven't mentioned yet, but now you know. So yes, it could be overheating and maybe it just needs to be cleaning. But a lot of times CPU just not seated properly or any of these things. But keep in mind, bad power supply, overheating, computer just crashes. That's it. check those things and should be good to go.
Number 14, computer is not working as reported by the user, PC support situation. Cause, many things can cause this. More information is needed. Solution, refer to previous solutions to troubleshoot.
So this is presented as an issue because user reports it as an issue. This is why it's not computer specific. You would literally get a trouble ticket that says nothing is working. I don't know. That's what the user would say. I don't know what's going on. Nothing is working. Nothing is working. So this is why I say refer to all of the things that I mentioned, that was aforementioned or previously mentioned. Aforementioned. I'm not sure if I'm using that correctly. But anyways, refer to all the troubleshooting things we've learned so far in order to resolve their issues. So check all of those things, and of course there will be more issues that we're going to see in this video. So let's keep going.
Number 15, computer making loud fan noise. Cause, dust, overheating, or fan vibration. Solution, remove dust, replace CPU thermal paste, check for loose fans, vibration inside the PC.
So you guys probably seen this if you have or heard of a loud PC, just the fan is going crazy. Like as if you're turn on the space heater and then it's really, really loud. That's typical of overheating. Overheating, if it happens all the time. But it can happen when computer is on the full load. So for example, whenever I'm editing this video, and I tell it to encode the video, it uses 100% of my CPU, and then suddenly I can hear my fans kick on. That's normal. But if it's happening all the time, then there's something wrong with the computer itself. I mean, chances are maybe there is a virus in the background just kind of using all the processing power. Who knows? But check all these things, but chances are it's just overheating. I've also seen an issue where it's just a bad, weird motherboard issue, hardware related. So it's kind of hard to explain because it's not something that happens a lot. But basically what would happen is the computer would be turned on. It looks like it's turned on, but there's nothing going on except the power supply is going full blast. It's really loud, and that's a sign of a bad motherboard. It's pretty rare. This is why I haven't mentioned it, but just kind of keep an eye on that. It's kind of fun to know about.
Number 16, Wi-Fi is slow. Cause, distance from Wi-Fi, overcrowded use, bandwidth limit, signal interference with other devices. Solution, move closer to source of Wi-Fi, too many people using Wi-Fi, change bandwidth limit, change Wi-Fi signal channel.
So yeah, of course, we all know that bad Wi-Fi or slow Wi-Fi is signal related. A lot of times signal related, and especially it's obvious when you see that, it's only like 1 or 2 bars. And chances are, if you are working from home, that may not be the case, and that the issue is most likely related to some other computers, or maybe even your computer just taking up all the bandwidth. So yeah, we don't know. This is something though, one of those things we have to talk to the user about and ask him a little bit more details about it, what's going on. But before we send them off to calling their internet service provider if it's at home. If it's at Starbucks or, for example, any of those coffee shops or somewhere public, nothing we can do about that, But if it's like at home, ask them, hey, is there anybody else in the home that's using or watching Wi-Fi or watching TVs? Something that takes up a lot of bandwidth, which could be slowing them down. Yes, of course, you can look at the task processes and see if there's anything in the background process, and look at the network activity on through the task manager and see what's going on there. You can look at all these things and see if it's their computer or it's just simply slow. I mean, you can do a bandwidth test and see what kind of speed they're getting, and then look at the task manager and the networking activity, see if it's something going on their computer. Because they could also be getting updates, we don't know, because updates can sometimes take up a lot of not just processing power, but also bandwidth, especially if they're on Wi-Fi and it's limited, So check those things, and then it should help you get to the solution there.
Number 17, internet is slow. Cause, too many downloads, too many users, internet service provided data throttling, or a virus. Solution, limit downloads, limit users sharing connection, reset modem, this can help with throttling, and check for viruses.
So again, another thing that ties in with our issues with solutions. If the internet is slow, check all these things that are listed. Make sure that there is no limit cap on internet, stuff like that. But you can resolve that by changing all of these settings. But it just depends on what kind of help desk you do. If you're doing help desk for a business, just that supports everybody, not just at their offices or at a home, but if it's something that you can't fix, as in like this is ISP issue, their internet service provider should be able to look some of these things when it comes to data throttling, if that's the issue, or limiting bandwidth on the users that are on the network in order to have internet working properly. But anyways, use all these things that I've taught you so far to resolve this one, because it can be tricky. Just be patient with the user and kind of go through all these things to make sure that you can touch on everything and do everything you can to help them out if possible.
Number 18, can't log in to PC. Cause, password has changed, account is locked. Solution, reset password, unlock account.
So if you watched a lot of my videos, you can see that I've touched on this. This is one of the main things that happens on help desk: password resets. User can't log in. So yeah, simply assist them with their password, check their account, see if they're locked. If they're locked, unlock them. If they need password change, give them a temporary password. Assist them with that, and that should solve it. There are some odd issues that can happen when it comes to login, especially if it's VPN related. For this, I have a special video for that if you want to check it out. So I have a video specific to VPN password issues, and you're more than welcome to check them out. I'll have it pop up right above my head somewhere.
Number 19, can't log in after password change. Cause, not using the new password, typo, or locked account. Solution, reset password, carefully type password after account is unlocked.
So this can happen when user tries to change their password on their own. They would get that notification, hey, your password is going to expire today. So they change it, they lock their computer. It depends how they're set up. Sometimes they go through a website or something like that. It all depends. Anyways, they end up changing their password, but they suddenly can't log in. So yeah, do the same thing. Kind of go through and look at their account, see what they did. There should be a log of it or what they did. And then if needed, unlock them, change their password, and kind of participate with them in when it comes to logging and make sure that they're doing it correctly. It's a very common type of thing that you can expand on even further when it comes to help desk.
Number 20, nothing is working. This is usually reported to PC support. Cause, unknown, need more information. Solution, contact professional PC support for assistance.
So the reason I have this here like this is because users can sometimes panic and just literally call the help desk and say nothing is working. And then of course you have to be, number one, friendly with the user and use all of the things that you've learned so far and your own personal experience to help them resolve their issue as much as possible. If they're furious, they may not have patience with you, but as long as you have patience with them, you can resolve this. And I encourage you that you try. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Please share this video with your friends. If you have any questions or if you are interested in more of help desk stuff, I have a lots of that type of stuff and always will be. So don't forget to subscribe and check out my other videos. I have a lots of help desk stuff and I have a whole playlist with a lots of videos in it. Alright. Take care and have a good one. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we will learn how to use a ticketing system. This video is designed for new people to help desk tier 1 or tier 2. What we will learn in this video is how to create a ticket and how to work a ticket in a ticketing system. Here's an example of a ticketing system. This is called Jira. I got a recommendation for this from a fellow YouTuber named Kev Tech, if you want to check him out as well. And keep in mind there are many different ticketing systems out there available. and a lot of them are proprietary, meaning the company that you work for will have their own ticketing system, but lately or most recently they've all been web-based, just like this third-party ticketing system that I'm about to show you. And when it comes to navigation, working the tickets and this and that, it should be very much the same as you would do when you work for somebody else. So this is going to be very educational for people who are about to start working on a help desk or just tech support where they use a ticketing system. By the way, guys, if you got a second to like this video, I'd really appreciate it. For this, I'm not going to play an ad for you, so I won't bother you with that. But if you can take a moment just to click that like button, I'd really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. So let's get back to the first thing we need to do. We're going to create a ticket in this ticketing system, but we have to familiarize ourselves. Keep in mind, you are new at the company and you've never experienced this before. Chances are you don't know what to do, you don't know what to look for. Well, this is typically what it looks like. You have a system that's open like this, typically web-based, and then on the left hand side you got few different tabs that you can select. First one is the main queue, what you're looking at here, and when I click on all open, and what shows in the middle is all tickets that are open currently. These are tickets that come through. And then next one is assigned to me, and if we click on, you can see that you haven't been assigned any tickets whatsoever. And then if we click on unassigned issues, you can also see there. However, if you go back to the all open, that means they're all there. That means that they haven't been worked yet, even if it's been assigned. So, and then of course we have incidents down here, and this is going to be based off a type of ticket. And then we got service requests, changes, and problems. So these are all different categories for these tickets that are there. Now, not to confuse you or to lose you, let's go ahead and create a ticket because this will show you what the ticketing system is about. So let's say this reporter here, which is cobuman1, he's the user that reported all three of these issues. These are all issues that he has. So let's see how he did that. So he went to a system, and he's got a probably similar system that we see here, and then he clicked on create a ticket or submit a new ticket. And the first thing that they're going to do is select an issue type, which is right here. Don't ignore this part where it says project. This is just because I'm an admin to this, so ignore this. What they're going to look at first is issue type. This is what's going to ask you, and they're going to either have a drop down here, or they're going to be able to type in the type of issue that they have. So they can just type in report an incident, and if they select that, for example, that's what's going to be selected. So whatever it is that they have, chances are there's either an article on how to fix it themselves if it's like some kind of a minor software issue, but they in general they will have a way to search for their problem, and once they do, they will come across their problem, they would select it. So for example, if they would just type in get help, it's going to show up, and then they can select that. At the same time, if they type in, like for example, name of the website or a program, it's going to find that as well, and then they can select that, and that way it's going to be routed to the support team for that specific application, website, system, or software. See, that it's very self-explanatory. So, and the next thing, once they figure out what the problem is and select the correct issue type here, they can type in the title of it. And it's kind of confusing here where it says summary, but it's actually just a title. So let's go ahead and pretend that this is a test ticket, and we're just going to type in test, so that way we have so we can track it, so we can see how it shows up in the system. And then we're going to type in test again, because we're just learning how to create a ticket right here, and it's going to be very simple. If we scroll down, there will be other things you can put in there. For example, a user can attach a screenshot, and if they click here, they can just add it, browse it, this and that. Typical, they would upload a screenshot of the error if they have, and then they can select the component, and then if they're savvy enough, they'll be able to figure out, okay, well, what is the issue about, and they would select that. So let's say they, some kind of actor directory issue, they can just select that. And then assignment here, you can see that it's automatic. We can leave that. This is one of those admin issues, and this is not what a user would see. And then you can also create a ticket on behalf of somebody else. So I'm going to create a ticket on behalf of cobuman1, which is the same person that reported the previous issues. That way, if a user is not able to create a ticket for themselves, you can do it on their behalf as well. Another reason to create a ticket is to also keep track of internal things that you do, and you need a record of it. So, doing tickets just as an internal part of what you do is a good way to just have a record of some kind of change that you have done on a computer, PC, or whatever. And then next thing we have is priority. Well, actually, we do have approvers, but this is related to whether somebody needs to be approved, for example, to have an access to a specific server, whether they're approved to have email or instant messenger, or even if they're approved to get new software, or if they're approved to get new hardware, right? So, and then we have priority here. And priority is kind of self-explanatory. If a big website is down, chances are they're going to select the highest priority, or if it's affecting a lot of people, they can just select highest priority. But if it's nothing big, they can just select lowest priority or whatever. And then of course urgency is also kind of similar to that, which I don't know why they have it twice, but if it's a website down, it's going to be of course critical, and then it's going to impact a lot of people. Impact very important. If it's a lot of people, it's critical and it's the highest priority. It's going to be expensive, widespread. If it's just one user requesting something, it's going to be minor. So, and then pending reason, this is if you're working on a ticket and then you need a pending reason why it needs to be approved, this and that. Like for example, somebody's requesting something, that they would deal with that. Product categorization and this and that. This is usually automatically populated by the system itself. Users wouldn't typically deal with any of this. They would just put in a basics, ticket, and then you would have to figure this out if it needs to be, if it needs to be dealt with or categorized. There is a category here, optional categorization. We can just select connectivity in case we are working with, a big system downage. And then of course there are labels, and you can create your own labels, Okay, and then we're going to click create ticket. Now we can see on the right side that there's a notification that came up that's typical in a ticketing system. If you're working the system, if you have it open, you would get a notification that the ticket came through. So if we refresh this, if I click on all open, it's going to refresh it. It may take a second here, but it's going to populate with the new ticket we just submitted. It depends on how fast the cloud is or the storage where the ticketing system is at. It may take a moment to come up. Let me hit the refresh button here. And there it is. There's our test email. And at the same time, you and your group, including the user as well, will get an email notification that a ticket came through. And that would look something like this. Here's our 3 other tickets that are already in the system. The other one just came through as you saw. So you can see that there is a new ticket that came. So you get a desktop notification, and then you get email notification. All right. Now we learned how to create a ticket. That's very simple. Now let's go ahead and work a ticket. Here's a really good one we can pick. So once you're in the main queue, is what they call here, you can just pick any of the tickets and assign it to yourself if you're allowed to do so. Typically, that's what happens. You can pick up tickets, work them, or sometimes the manager assigns a ticket to you. But this time, we have the permission to assign tickets to ourselves, so we're going ahead and do that. We're going to select this middle one, and then we're going to assign it to ourselves. This is going to be slightly different, depending on the type of software you use. But typically, what you want to look for is something like this, where it says assignee. I want to click on that, and then I'm going to assign it to me. I'm going to click on that, and sometimes there's a save button or this and that. This particular system doesn't, and it's just going to assign it automatically. So let's go ahead and go back to our queue, which is click on all open here, and we can see now that it's assigned to me. And I'm going to go back to it, and then we're going to now work it. So how would you do this? There are a few ways of working a ticket. This is going to depend on preferred contact method that the user has. if we look at this ticket, it's not very detailed, right? And if we click on here, view request in portal, you know, a lot of times it would open it up and there will be more information here, but it kind of looks the same as the other one. So we're just going to go back here. The thing is though, a lot of systems would specify what type of preferred contact method they would have. For example, I prefer to be contacted with email, or there would be their email address there or something like that. I prefer to be contacted with IM, or do I prefer to be contacted via the phone? So user would typically specify that, and you know there would be more stuff, detailed information about them. This system unfortunately doesn't have that information. The only thing we have is ability to reply to customer directly here. So this is what we're going to do. It says here the issue is I have two monitors, both have the same picture. So that means that it's a configuration issue and we can help them deal with that. If they are outside of your company, let's say you're doing tech support, you know, for somebody else in a different state, you're not on site, you're not there to help them, you can simply say, if you've never worked with this person before, you can say, hello, my name is Irvin, with tech support at STL Missouri. So you know you want to tell them, hey, my name is Irvin, I'm with tech support or whatever your name may be, and I am at this location, so that way they know that you are you know, that person. It's an introduction, it's a simple introduction, and then you can say, I have your ticket about a monitor. Right? And it's simple. You tell them who you are, where you at, and that you have their ticket about a monitor. This is what you typically do if you're contacting them first time through email or through, like for example, instant messenger, or even if you call them. This is something you have to let them know who you are and why you're calling them, why you're contacting them. Since this is a message through the system, through the ticketing system, you don't necessarily have to introduce yourself because they know that the system that they submitted a ticket through, somebody's reaching out to them because of that, right? And then, you know, if you can help them, I mean, this is a remote type of thing. If you can take control of their PC and resolve this issue for them, that would be ideal. But if you don't, well, I mean, what can you do? Well, you can just at least suggest, have you tried, you know, what is it, expanding your desktop onto second monitor? That's usually the problem when it comes to this, right? And this is one of those things that you can ask the customer. If you can take control of their computer, that would be ideal. However, if you happen to be on site, that would be even better. So you can say, may I stop by to take a look? When would be good for you? So that way you can go there directly and just resolve the issue. And then now we're going to just click save. This should send an email to the customer, and you know, that should reach out to the customer in some way, whether it's they having to have the system up and they get a notification, or they would get an email from the system saying, hey, this tech guy, cobuman, is trying to reach out to you. This guy named Irvin actually is trying to reach out to you, or both. Usually it would be both. So they would get a communication from you. So the next thing you would do is add an internal note. Means that's a note for you and the people that work for you, or not the work for you or with you. If they want to know what's going on with that ticket, they can look up your ticket and see that you have reached out to user and awaiting feedback. Right? So you can be more detailed about this. This is just a basic navigation and notage of a ticket. So what we have done here is reached out to the customer. We have created an internal note so that everybody can see that what you've worked on and what kind of work you've done when it comes to this ticket. So let's say your manager is like, hey, what's going on with this ticket? They can look it up and see what you've done you know, and if it's something you can resolve on site, you can say configured dual monitor, and then click save. And now, since you've resolved the issue, we have configured the dual monitor. At this point, it's resolved. Now we can close the ticket, right? We can go ahead and close it. And in this case, we have to go over here on the right-hand side where it says waiting for support. If we click on that, it gives you a bunch of different options for the status of the ticket. You know, you can see that whether you escalated a ticket, you know, waiting for support, canceled, or completed. We're going to set it to completed. Sometimes it would say resolved or this and that. And now the ticket is completed and closed. And by the way, notice this little eyeball here. That's a watch option. That means how many people are actually viewing and watching this ticket. We can see that both of these guys are watching this ticket. So that means how many people are viewing it and working on it, which is kind of useful actually. So that way you can be like, hey, you know, ping them or, you know, send them a message. Hey, are you working on this too? You know, this and that. And all right, let's move on to another ticket that we can look at. And then if we click on all open tickets here, it's going to bring us back to the queue. We can see now that the other ticket is gone. It's simply gone. It's closed and you'll no longer see it in the queue. But we do have other tickets we can work on. So let's do one more, which is a bit different. And this is a website down ticket. So this is kind of important. Our website is down. We can't access our main website. And then we can see that the urgency is critical. So of course, we're going to have to prioritize these critical tickets. Now, let me see. Does this system actually say in the queue anywhere that it's a critical? It doesn't. So the only indicator you have here is on the left hand side. It's kind of these icons. And, you know, this is kind of unfortunate that I couldn't show you that you know, there might be some other indicator that it's a critical issue. All you got to do is, the only thing you can do is go by whatever the summary is or whatever the title of the ticket is. So you kind of have to use your own judgment. In our case, I wouldn't have worked the first ticket first at all. I would have worked this one first. So you got to prioritize that. It's very important. But once we click on it now, we can see that it's critical. So of course we're going to contact them again. But before we do that, since this is a critical, we may want to do something else real quick. And this is going to depend on your business, whether you're the only one working there or whether you actually want other people involved. So there are options for that as well. And if you look on the right hand side here, we can add participants. If we click here and add participants, if your manager, for example, is Joe Schmo, Schmo, did I spell that? Joe Schmo? Let's do that. Joe Schmo, we're going to add him, and then he can watch. Or even if we have Bob, it's a boy, you know, as a co-worker, and he's working with you as well, we can add them as participants so they can follow what's going on, right? So that's pretty cool here as well. And then we can have, let's go ahead and work this ticket real quick. I'm going to reply. And again, there are no other way to contact them. So I have to contact them through the system. Otherwise, I would have called them, messaged them, and this and that. And then what I would do here in this case, and this is just an example so we can work the ticket, but there are many things that you might want to ask when it's a big issue like this. The first thing usually I would say is how many, I would say people are impacted. You don't want to say users. Usually that's something that IT would use within itself. You would want to say how many people are impacted. And then when was the last time it worked? Are you using the correct link? You know, stuff like that would help you resolve this a big of an issue, right? And then later on, you know, if you do realize that it really is a big issue like this, support team for this specific website that they may be talking about may need more information. For example, host names, IP addresses, this and that. So I'm going to start with this. Typically, you would want more but you would have to know what the website is and this and that. And this is just going to be depending on the work environment that you're at. Here we are learning how to use the system, not necessarily resolve issues because we don't have enough information, right? So we're here learning how to use a ticketing system, and that's that. And then, of course, you add internal note right away and says contacted user with requesting more information. Now this is internal note, and this means that only you and the people that work the system can only see it. So you can say user this time because we are talking to IT people who might read this. This is for your own note, work note, internal note, and for the people that are IT. User cannot see this at all, so it's okay to say user. Okay, now that we're waiting on that, of course, is a priority. This is something you would actively work on, but we're just going to leave it like it is for now. Now, let's see. There are different issues. There are different options here for this ticket right now, and that's because the issue is literally selected as a problem. Now we have different things. Now this is going to, depend on the type of work environment that you're working at, and then you can see that now we have an option just to close it, but that's only if it's resolved, and then there's cancel, and then there's under review. I'm not sure why it would be under review. That's kind of a weird option to have in a ticketing system, but I guess it could be related to some kind of an access request for something, but the fact that it's just reported as a problem is kind of confusing. Anyways, now we know how to create tickets, how to work tickets, and how to assign them, which by the way we haven't done here, so we haven't assigned it to ourselves. Maybe that's why the option there was a bit different. Well, maybe not. Anyways, again, there are many different ticketing systems, many third-party systems, and you just have to kind of adjust to them accordingly. So let's go back and see what else is open. We can see that this one here is assigned to me, that I'm working on it. Let's see on the next tab, assigned to me, it says 0 now, but now it shows up as 1 because it took a little bit to refresh. And then we got other tabs that you can get into, but these are the basics. These are the basics of working a ticketing system that you must know before going to work for a help desk of any sort. And of course, you can look at your own statistics here, and that option is not here, but I think if I click here, let me see if I can find it real quick for you guys. Queues, back to projects. Usually managers can only see reports, but then maybe we can view some reports here. Reports, workload, and yeah, so if you're a manager or sometimes even as just a tier 1 help desk, you may be able to see your own progress, and here it is. You can see that I have one issue that I've resolved. Any more detailed? So yeah, that just allows you to look up other people's tickets. Satisfactions. These are all statistics that managers only look at. Of course, you want to, SLA is also, those metrics of how fast you resolve issues, this and that. But what I taught you so far are the basics you need to work the system as an IT help desk tier 1. And of course, you can go through and pick up any of these other tickets, work them, close them, and that's how you do it, guys. I hope you'll like this video. Please share it with friends. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. I'll be glad to answer them. You have a wonderful day, all right? Bye-bye. Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I want to talk about a specific VPN issue that you will come across that can quickly go downhill unless you handle it in a proper way. What I'm talking about is simply somebody calls in and says, can you reset my Windows login password? You need to stop right away. If they're on VPN, you can't just reset their password because it can go quickly downhill from there. You can make a lot more problems for yourself unless you follow these exact steps. So this issue happens a lot when person's password expires. Their password expires and suddenly they cannot get onto VPN. They can typically log into their computer, but they can't get on their VPN because they don't get that prompt to change their password at all. And they can't just do Control Alt Delete. This is where you can usually click change password, or it would just force you to change the password. They can't do that because they're not on VPN yet. They are disconnected at this time. So the only thing they can do, as they typically do, is just call help desk and ask for a password reset. But we got to make sure that we don't just jump into resetting until we do a couple of things first. Let's have a look how I handle this call, and I hope you like my role playing. If you do, please take a second to like this video. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. So user decides that they need to change their passwords, or they need help with that. So what they do is they pick up the phone and call the help desk. And it goes something like this. Hi, my name is Bob. Can you reset my password? I'm having a lot of trouble logging in. Can you reset my password? Sure thing, sir. I can reset your password. So this is something you would normally say to anybody who calls in and asks for a password change or a reset. So what can you do with that? The thing is, though, you have to keep in mind that when he's on VPN, he will not be able to take that temporary password that you've given to him and change it to his permanent password. Well, why is that? He's not connected to the same domain that you're changing his password on. So the question we need to ask him first is, are you able, sir, are you able to get on VPN? No, I can't. No, I'm not on VPN. I can't log into VPN. That's why I need you to reset my password. Sure thing, sir, but keep in mind that unless you're on a VPN, me changing your password is not going to help you. Now, just to make sure, are you already logged in to the computer? No, not at the time. It's not at the moment. You want me to log in? Yes, please, sir. Please log into the computer and make sure you stay logged in. I can't give you a temporary password because the system is set up in such way where you can't change it to your permanent password until you're connected with your VPN first. And in order for you to connect to the VPN first, I got to give you a permanent password because it just won't work. You can't use your temporary password to log into the VPN. And once you are logged into VPN, you can go ahead and update all your other systems by simply locking your computer and then unlocking your computer with your new permanent password. Unfortunately, yet again, I can't give you a temporary password because of the current setup and the system setup situation that we have. And that's the only way I can help you with that. I hope that works out for you. No, that'll work out for me. I just, thanks for telling me that. I'm going to make sure that I use this permanent password, and then I just want to make sure I can get on right now. Thanks for your help. Sure thing, sir. I just wanted to make sure that you can get on VPN as a number one thing, so that way, you can get back to work or do whatever you need to do. But yeah, is there anything else you need help with? No, I'm okay. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Yeah, you have a nice day, all right? Thank you, sir, and you as well. Have a good one. Bye-bye. And there you have it, my friends. The only thing left to do here is show you footage from one of my videos on how to reset a password in Active Directory. Let me know if you like my puppeteering. I know you can probably see my mouse pointer moving the hands up and down. I hope this is something that people might find enjoyable. I just kind of overview of what we gone over. The number one thing to keep in mind here is that if somebody is trying to connect to VPN, they need to have a working permanent password. If their password has expired, they obviously can't change it when they're not connected to the VPN. Because remember, when you call help desk, you give them a temporary password, at which point they get a notification or forced to change it to a permanent password. That doesn't happen when you're trying to connect to the VPN. And if you're not on VPN, you're not going to be able to get that notification or that prompt at all. So you got to give them a permanent password, and if they decide to change it afterwards to something else, they can. So this is something you can mention as well. All right, thank you so much for watching, and again, here is my video on how to change passwords and Active Directory. All right, let's go ahead and open up Active Directory, and within Active Directory on the left hand side you can see a folder that's called users. If you select that, if you select users, you can see that a bunch of different users and groups show up in there. So you can scroll down and look for that login or the person's name. However, the easiest way to look somebody up is if you right click the users folder and select find. In here you can type in the name of the user, and he said Irvin underscore CAN. So let's go ahead and click find now, and here it is. We found the user. We can simply select it, double click it, and it should pull up user's account. So let's see what's going on with that. He said he can't log in, so the next thing we're going to look up is the password. So we're going to click on the account. If we suspect that user is locked, in the account tab here, we can simply click on the check mark like this where it says unlock account, select apply or OK, and this will unlock the user's account. Now we can get back to them and let them know to try again. Well, there you go, my friends. This is how you fully handle a help desk call in which you would unlock user accounts. Of course, there are other things you can look at. If you go to the account, you can make some changes to it when it related to password. If you want to change their password, you can change it here. If you select user must change password at the next logon, is something what I would highly recommend in a business environment. So this is a part of security. You want the user to have their own password. So I highly suggest that you check user must change their password at the next login, because after you change it, you give them a temporary password, they should be able to set their own. In order to change the password, we have to go back to the users folder and then find the user and then right click it and then select reset password. However, this is kind of counterpoint to what I said earlier, that if this is populated with thousands and thousands of users, it may not be easy to find. However, if you do right click on the users folder, select find, and do the thing I told you earlier, is to type in Irvin CAN so we can find this user. Here, since we found it already, we're going to have to dig through the Active Directory. A lot of people actually don't show this on their videos when they show how to reset the password, is that now, since you already found it, you don't have to dig and kind of like, your eyes are starting to dry out because you're trying to find this user. You can just find it here and then right click and reset password, and we're going to change the password to something temporarily. And then again, make sure this is checked. User must change the password at the next login. And then if their account is locked as well, you can check that as well. And then just click OK. And now it says the password for Irvin has been changed. All right, guys, I hope you find this video useful. Please share it with your friends. Let them know about me and ask them what they think. Are these videos useful to you? I think they are. I appreciate you watching. Have a good day, and don't forget to ask me any questions that you may have in the comments below. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we take a look at a call handling for help desk tier 1, in which case user has a slow computer. I will show you the call handling and I will show you what I did to resolve the issue as well. Friends, if you have a 1 second, please click the like button. I really appreciate it. This way I'm not going to bother you with any ads at this point. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. So let's get to it. I'm going to play the call, and at certain times I will pause the call itself and show you what I'm doing on the back end in order to help this user. This was going to be a fun video, guys. let's get into it right away. Thank you for calling Help Desk Tier 1 Support. My name is Irvin. How can I help you today?
Hi, my computer is running really slow. Is there something you can help me with this? For some reason, it's just so slow today that I can't do anything. No matter what I do, everything is really slow.
Sure thing. What's going on? When did you start having this issue?
It started happening this morning. It was fine yesterday, and then today, for some reason, it's just very sluggish. I can't do anything. I really need this to be fixed so I can do my job.
All right, no problem. I can have a look to see what's going on. Can you give me your PC name?
My PC name, uh,
Yeah, it should be under your PC information, or even there might be a sticker on your computer or something like that. It'll be either combinations of numbers or letters. If you can give me that, please, I'd appreciate it.
sure, I think I see it here. It says TM C3565830.
All right, thank you very much for that. Sir, do you mind if I take control over your computer just for a moment? I want to see what is going on and see if we can figure out what's causing this issue for you.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, let's pause the phone call just for a second here. So the user is talking about a slow computer. So it's a slow computer situation. So what is the major reason for a slow computer? In a business environment, most of the time when a computer is slow, it's because of an update. So let's get a look at the updates that we can look up here, and we're going to just type in updates and check for Windows updates. And sure enough, guys, we have some pending restarts for an update for a Windows 10 update. So what typically happens is that Windows tries to update, or the computer itself tries to update overnight, but for some reason it's not able to do so when the computer is not being used, meaning that it tries to do this in after hours when the computer is not being used. But chances are, if the computer was turned off, shut down, asleep, or any of those reasons, it probably couldn't install these updates. So now we got to get back to the user and let them know that this is what was the cause of this, and explain to them what we can do to resolve this issue. Of course, if your company has a specific tool that pushes updates to your computer, you would also check that to see if anything failed, because it's not just Windows updates that could be causing this, but updates for other software, and chances are there is a different way to control that within the company that you work for. It would be company specific, so you would have to check that as well. Other reasons for a slow computer is highly unlikely in a business environment. For example, like not enough RAM, this and that. That's not usually what happens in a business. That's something that home computers may have issues with. For a business type of computer, they're going to be up to spec, and the main reason for it to be in slow is updates. Of course, there's another reason, being a virus, but getting a virus in a business environment is so unlikely, it's unbelievable. So, updates, main thing. Let's get back to the customer and tell him about that. All right, sir. So what I found is that your computer was trying to get updates, but it's not able to. So at this time, we need to reboot your computer so you can finish Windows updates. This typically happens whenever your computer is either asleep and it can't get a chance to get its updates overnight. Usually, computers get updates overnight when people are not working during, after hours, where it's not a peak business hours or anything like that. So, but sometimes when the computer is asleep or turned off, or if it's shut down, it may not be able to get its updates. So what we got to do is just kind of wait for it to finish its updates. And I have a feeling once we reboot, it should be done. It'll probably be much faster. But yeah, that's what usually happens, and that should resolve your issue. So go ahead and reboot, and if that doesn't work, then we can help you further. See if that works.
All right, I'll give it a shot. All right, I'll go ahead and reboot now and then see what happens.
All right, great. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that.
Okay, looks like I can log in now.
All right, great. Go ahead and log in and we'll see how it goes. Now keep in mind, we just rebooted the computer, so it may be a little bit slow in the beginning, but it should be fine afterwards. Usually when we're rebooting the computer, it kind of clears the memory. So in that case, it may take a little bit just to log in, but afterwards it should be fine.
Okay. All right, I'm logged in.
Great. All right, let's see if it's running any better for you here.
All right, I'm checking. All right, so far so good. Tell you what, it's definitely faster than it was this morning. I don't. Okay, yeah, it seems to be fine now. So let me see if I can pull up my email and a couple other systems that I use just to make sure before I let you go.
Sure thing, no problem, sir. Take your time here.
Okay, okay. I think I'm good now. Thank you so much. It's I appreciate your help on this.
Hey, no problem, sir. Again, sometimes this just happens whenever computers shut down. The best advice I can give you is that whenever you're at the end of the day, whenever you're done using the computer, just go ahead and like reboot it or sign off, because sometimes the computer wouldn't even update properly, even if you're signed into the computer for some reason. But the best thing to do is just to reboot the computer, and that should kind of be a proactive thing we can do here to kind of prevent this type of thing from happening.
All right, will do. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
All right, no problem. Have a good day. Thank you for calling tech support. Bye-bye.
Well, there you have it, guys. That's how you handle this type of call. I hope you find this very useful. This is a real world example, guys, so I hope you really do find this useful, because this is exactly what's going to happen whenever you do start doing your help desk tier 1 tech support. And if you like this video, please take a moment to like it, share it with your friends. If you have any questions or just want to say hi, I'll be glad to entertain that in the comments below. Check out my channel. I have a lot more of this type of stuff. Check out my previous video, which is a different situation but presented in the same way, if you like this type of video. And I wish you a wonderful day. Alright guys, have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today we're talking about Outlook. Troubleshooting Outlook and some things we need to look at, especially if you're getting certain connection errors like so, right? These are some of the connection errors that you may receive when you use Outlook, and I'll explain to you how these can come about and the things you need to look at when it comes to connection issues within your Outlook. So let me go ahead and close this here, and in order for us to troubleshoot properly, we have to close Outlook and look at the certain settings that are within Outlook without actually having Outlook open. Because here's the thing, some things cannot be changed from within Outlook. For example, Exchange or email Exchange server settings. So let's say, for example, you have an Outlook and the first thing you get, it says cannot connect to the Exchange server. So what is Exchange server, right? Exchange server is an email server, right? So for those who are new to Outlook and want to learn more about this, whenever I say Exchange server, it means it's an email server that basically this is where your email account is, and this is where every time you log into your account through Outlook, all of your inbox data or emails, right? You can call them just emails, are located inside of Exchange server, right? So I like to explain things in a totally different way than most of the other guys that are on YouTube, or maybe even some other educational platforms, because I think that it's important to explain things in such manner that it's easy to understand, right? So moving on, now we know what Exchange server is, and we know that Exchange server has our inbox, has our emails, and if we can't connect to it, then obviously we can't use this email, nor can we access any of data that's on there, right? So let's have a look. Let's say you have Outlook and you cannot connect to it. The first thing that we need to do when it comes to troubleshooting is obviously close Outlook and then access Outlook settings through Control Panel. So while you're inside a Control Panel, by the way, first time you open up Control Panel, whether it's in Windows 7 or 10 or 8, this is how it's going to look like by default. It's gonna be sorted and viewed by category. I personally like to change this immediately, and I usually go for small icons, but large icons will give you the same icons, it's just a little bit larger. So what I'm looking for is actually an icon that's called Mail within Control Panel. What this does, whenever I click on it, which is what I just did, it opens up our mail setup for Outlook. If you don't have Outlook installed, or Microsoft Office, if you will, Outlook comes as part of the Office, this icon will not be present inside of control panel. But here we are at the right place. Now, when it comes to troubleshooting, server connection, in our case, Exchange server connections, we have to look at our email account settings, which is the very first thing we have here. So that makes it pretty easy. And I'll actually go back down here to kind of show you what these other things are as well. So let's look at email accounts. So right now I have set up what is basically called IMAP /SMTP server settings for a Gmail account that I'm using. But nonetheless, this is how it will look like in a business environment. You would have your email address here, and it would tell you what type of account you have set up. Now, let me show you. This is exactly what happens when a user logs into the computer for the first time and they've never opened up Outlook ever, right? This is the first thing they will get right here. So if someone logs into a computer for the first time ever and they try to open up Outlook, they go in here and they find Outlook, right? There's Outlook, and then you click on it. This is the first thing that will show up because an account has never been configured previously. Typically in a domain type of environment, so business environment, right? Your Exchange server settings, so your email settings for your domain account will be attached to itself, right? So that means that your domain login, so login for your computer, whenever you log into your computer, you see how I'm logged in right now, right? So if I sign out, right here, sign out, and then I log in with a different login, and it happens to be a domain login, it will have my email account information attached to it. So when I open up Outlook for the first time, this will automatically populate, of course, if set up correctly, but this is usually what happens. This will automatically populate, and it would be as in an example below, it would say something like this. For example, Alan Adams, this whole thing would be filled out. Alan at Contasso.com, and it would fill out your password automatically because it uses your login information to fill this out, and that way it automatically connects to the Exchange server, right? So once this is filled out, it will basically do it on, most of the time will do it on its own, and then you simply click next, and then it would go through this, and it's not going to connect now, obviously, but it would connect, and it would do its thing, and then you would simply click finish, and then you would get to your inbox. It will look just like this. Once we're done with that, you open up Outlook, and it will look like this, similar like this. It wouldn't have Gmail, but it would have inbox, and you'd have your emails in there and whatnot, right? So that's how it would look like the first time you log in to Outlook, right? And this one is broken, the Gmail connection, so and I left that like that on purpose so that we can have a look. Okay, so let me close this here. Okay, now if you are in a type of business environment where you have to set up things manually, some businesses, especially smaller businesses, even though they have a domain login for the user, they may not necessarily have Exchange server set up in such manner where it would populate these things automatically. This is usually the case with older operating systems like Windows XP. I remember doing this back in the day. For every time somebody launched Outlook, and they used Windows XP, I had to do it manually. I had to configure manual setup for the server types and this and that, right? So here's our options. If we select manual here and then go, click next, it gives us, a few options. The first thing is Microsoft Exchange Server or compatible device. So we already know what the Exchange Server is, right? So we want to connect to it because this is a business environment. We want to connect to it. If we click next here, we would manually type in the name of the server. For example, it would be email server at, I don't know, let's say outlook.com, right? Let's just say that that's the case, right? And if you click check name, it would find it and it would fill this out. And once it finds it, you would usually, replace this in a domain profile format. So whatever you have for your domain, it would replace it, and it would know automatically that you are part of this email server, or basically that you do have access to this email server. And after that, you can simply click next, and it would connect to it. Obviously, we can't do it because I'm not recording this at my work, right? That would be pretty bad if I actually did. So anyways, I'm going to click OK here, and I'm going to cancel. But this is what would happen. So if you're having... Okay, this one's being annoying, so I'm just going to leave it there for now. So if you're having email Exchange Server connection errors, this is where you would look if you are doing it manually, right? Chances are, if you are doing it manually, that this is where your mistake would be, right? But if you're doing it automatically, and then if it populates everything automatically for you, then you don't have to worry about it, because your domain login will have all this information attached to it. So you don't. So there's a high chance that that's not the issue. But when it comes to having a Exchange Server connection issue, this is where you would check if you are configured manually, right? However, if you're still experiencing issues, and this is supposed to be done automatically, this and that, and you know that this is done correctly, there are no actual configuration issues with Exchange Server. However, the main thing and the main reason why you cannot connect to an Exchange Server if it's automatically set up for you and you don't actually do it manually is the fact that you may not be connected to the same network or domain, right? So let's say you're working from home, and you're given a laptop, and then you use this laptop to access your work email. Well, if you're not connected to the work network, obviously you're not going to be connected to the Exchange Server. So that's something to keep in mind. In that case, you would start your VPN connection. You would create your VPN connection. And by the way, I will post a quick link here so you guys can see, learn a little bit more about VPN if you're interested in that. So you would start your VPN, and then once you connect to the VPN, then you'll be able to connect to that Exchange Server, right? Now, there are quite a few different things you can look at, which I can save for another video because I don't want to make this one too long. But there are a lot of other things you can do when it comes to dealing with Outlook. You can add shared mailboxes, many other things that are actually pretty cool when it comes to Outlook. So let me just go back here real quick and look at a couple of other options since I have this opened up. The second thing down here is basically data files. You get to it from the same place as if you open this up and you just select data files. This is where you would have. This usually has your archive files. So they're usually .pst format. So any archives that you create from within Outlook will be located here. I've made an Outlook archive video, and I will also link that at the end of this video if you're interested for when it comes to archives, so you can have a look at that. Now, if you are experiencing just weird issues with your Outlook, and what I mean by that is, let me go ahead and open up Outlook. This is another troubleshooting thing you can look at. Let's say a user reports some random issues, they don't receive emails, there are issues with it, and you suspect that at some point there is an issue with their configuration, and you simply can't figure out what is it. It's like, everything's set up correctly, the Exchange server set up correctly, they're connected, they're on the same network, but still they're having these weird issues. It may not even be a connection issue, but it's something that you really cannot explain. However, sometimes the best thing to do is to create a new email profile. If you look at the third bottom option here, it says profiles, right? If you click on show profiles, you will see the current profile that we are using for this account. And this one by default is called Outlook. So we know that since it's selected by default like this, always use this profile, we know that currently we are using that profile for this account. You can create multiple ones, and don't ever delete this one just in case. However, you can create a new one. So if you click add new, you can call it new profile or whatever you want, and then you can configure their profile again. This will create a brand new one. If you go to users local profile, so if you go to root of C, users, and I'm currently logged in under this username. So if you want to look at the Outlook data for this profile, you would go to app data, right? So it's users, user profile name, app data, and then you would look at local. And then from within local, you would go to Microsoft and then Outlook, right? And here's our profile, right? Here's our profile. We know that this is it, right? We looked at it so many times. You see? That's our profile for this. And this is local cached data for our inbox from the Exchange server. So every time you connect to the Exchange server, it downloads local cached version of the inbox, so that for faster access, you don't have to download it every time. And its extension is always going to be OST, right? Now you can also reset this by itself. So you close Outlook and you just right click delete. Now always rename it, just don't delete it, but you can rename it. And once you open up Outlook once more, here, let's do that actually. It will create a brand new one. And that's one way to at least flush the cached version of the inbox if you suspect some issues. So I'm just going to call it old, and I'm going to open up Outlook again, right? And let me go back here. You can see how it created a brand new one for this. And once you do that, it will have to re-download everything that's in your inbox. So if you have a huge inbox, it may take a long time to actually populate anything. So let's say you do this, and you're doing it to troubleshoot Outlook, and the user is like, well, it's not coming back. I don't see anything. It's still broke. You broke it. No. If you look down here, you can see that it's downloading. A little like a bar here, and you would see it downloading right down here, right? So that's how you reset just the OST file. However, that doesn't reset the whole profile. So if you want to reset the whole profile, again, you would do it as so. You create a new one. New profile. All right. And I'm just going to create one real quick, just a kind of a fake one, if you will, right? Just going to create a fake one here. This should create a new profile for us. Now, whatever I just did here, you can ignore. I'm just creating another profile so you can see how we can have another profile set up. It's struggling here because it's trying to connect to something that doesn't exist, right? Okay. Finish. And now we have another profile. So if you want to use this new profile, you have to go here and select new profile, right? Because you don't want to confuse the user, like what's going on. If you do this and it says prompt for a profile, this is what would happen, right? You open up Outlook and it says, well, which one do you want to use? And the user is like, well, I don't know. And they end up picking up the old one. And then it's still broken, right? We don't want that. So what we do is always use this one, new profile, okay. Outlook, right? And it's trying to connect to this broken one. Anyways, that's what would happen. It would load the new profile that you created. Obviously, this was not going to work because you saw what I did. The information was totally wrong just for the sake of creating a new profile. But again, if I go back to my old one, right? Let's see here, control panel, mail, You know, let's say you messed up that one, you want to go back to the old one, select the old one, boom. Okay. Now Outlook, and there you go. We're back to the old one, right? So there's one more thing that you can look at. For example, if you look at the inbox here, right? If you look at data property and look at the folder size, you can see the actual size of the folder. So let's say you're, you know that the limit of the Exchange server for the inbox is, I don't know, let's say 4 megabytes, right? So you would basically have a total size in here. So if you know the limit is 4 megabytes, which would show as 4,000 kilobytes, then if it's more than that, then you know that user may have an issue when it comes to the limit of how big of their inbox is. Now, usually user would just report issues with sending and receiving email. They would, for example, be able to send but not receive email. First thing you need to look at is the size of their inbox. See if it's full or not. If it's full, then they need to make space. They can do that by creating new archives or, you know, deleting some old emails. A lot of times they have stuff, they deleted stuff, but it's actually still in their deleted items folder, for example. You know what I mean? So we have to flush all that until we make enough space for the Exchange server have the ability to send and receive emails. So if you have more than, you know, in our case we used 4,000 kilobytes, then if a user has 5,000 total size, 5,000, then we won't be able to send nor receive. You know, it varies. It's kind of a weird thing, but that's one of the things we have to look at. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you liked this video. At the end of the video, I will have the link, or I guess the link to my other videos for the archives, and I will post it at the end of this video. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, like, leave a comment, and share it with your friends. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman, and today's video is about a ticket that came through our system, and it's going to be about email. Email is very important, and yes, a lot of businesses use Microsoft products for email, but a lot of businesses are actually switching over to web-based services like Gmail, which is pretty normal. And the issue I'm going to talk about is something that comes up a lot for me. I've seen it a lot of times, and this is something you're going to see a lot in help desk with any company that has switched over to using Gmail, for an example. But then again, if they're switched over to using some other web-based system, chances are that the issue could be resolved the same way as I'm going to show you in this video. Guys, please take 1 second to like this video. I really appreciate it. It really helps pushes the video forward. And just so you know, if you subscribe, pretty soon I will have a crash course about tickets. So this crash course is going to be a lot of examples with tickets, and I'm going to show you how to work those tickets, and it's going to be a really good video for you to watch. All right, let's get into this one. So here we are in our ticketing system. If you're not familiar on how to use ticketing systems, or just want to know how ticketing systems work, I have a specific video on that. I'll try to remember to put a pop-up up here so you can check it out, and at the end of the video as well. But in this case, we're using a Jira Service Desk ticketing system as an example. Keep in mind, every company is going to have a very similar system which they use in order to track tickets and work tickets. So here's our first ticket that we're seeing here. We're going to click on it. It's going to be related to exactly what I mentioned earlier. We can see it's from Mike Moser, and Mike said, my Gmail is not working. I can see my old emails, but no emails come through, nor can I send emails to people. We're going to definitely take a look at that, but first thing we got to do is assign the ticket to ourselves. So if we come over here, assign it to ourselves, that way we want to make sure we are actually spend time on it and and work it while we have it assigned to ourselves. We don't want to work a ticket that somebody else picks up. So that's very important. It says my Gmail is not working. I can see my old emails, but no emails come through, nor can I send emails to people. And there is a screenshot. We're going to click on the screenshot, and our screenshot literally says not connected, connecting in 1 second, or we can click try now. So the error is not connecting, and it's going to retry automatically. I've seen this quite a lot. So this is something you can definitely going to see a lot in a business type of environment that uses Gmail. And it says here, message could not be sent. Check your network and try again. Again, I want to kind of stress this real quick, is that a lot of businesses will be using a web-based email system nowadays. Yes, you can. A lot of businesses are going to be using Office product like Outlook, and I have videos on that as well. But a lot of businesses are switching over to using web-based system, and in this case, it's Gmail. It's perfectly normal for a large company to be using Gmail nowadays. So this is something you will expect. Now back to our screenshot that we see here. It says not connected, connecting in 1 second. So logically thinking, it's a connection issue, right? Because literally says connected. This is something that as somebody who does PC troubleshooting, computer troubleshooting, you look at the error specifically, and then you are kind of deducting from that what might be the issue. And it says here, message could not be sent. Remember, he said message could not be sent. Check your network and try again. Logically speaking, again, connection issue, network. So the first thing you would say to him or ask the customer, hey, do you have network connection? Do you have internet connection if they're working from home? Do you have network connection? And that's a logical way of going about this. However, I specifically know that this issue is not necessarily related to their local network connection. It's a connection issue related to connecting to Gmail server, or the email server in this case. So this is something that's resolved quite differently, and if you ask the user, or if you log into their computer, or let's say you remote desktop into their computer and you check their network settings and everything looks fine, then you're going to be confused. But I specifically know how to fix this one. So there are a couple of ways of going about this. If you're remoted in, or if you're using a remote desktop and you're inside of their computer, you can simply go to Google and go to Gmail, and then Gmail is going to load up, and sure enough, when it doesn't usually happen, that error usually doesn't pop up or like around here right away, but it does pop up whenever they try to send something. So everything is going to look fine. They're going to see their old emails in here, and then they can browse everything. They can click on something, and that's all great and fine, but they still get that error. So there are a couple of ways of doing this. There is a temporary solution, and the temporary solution to this error is actually to do this. If you go back or reload the page, so if I go to google.com, which I am already there, but I'm just going to do it again, google.com, and you can tell them click on Gmail, and then see in the bottom here it says load basic HTML. Click on that. See, I missed it because I wasn't quick enough, so let me go back here real quick. I'm going to click Gmail, and then I'm going to have to catch it. Load basic HTML. See, I missed it because it loads so fast. Chances are, in the business environment, it's not going to load that fast. Let me see if I can catch it this time. Come on. Load basic G. There it is. So once you load a basic HTML without all this fancy GUI action that you're seeing, it's going to work fine. But the user is going to be like, well, what's going on? It looks totally different. And then you can simply click switch to standard view. It's going to go back to the old one, and it's actually going to start working fine. But it's a temporary solution because this issue specifically is related to some kind of a cache data action that's going on in the background. So it's not, if we go back to here and look at this screenshot, it's not connecting, and it says check your network, and it keeps retrying and retrying, especially whenever he tries to send something. It's a configuration issue related to being able to connect to Gmail server. However, that configuration resides on our local computer. So what happens is when we clicked on load basic HTML earlier, it flushed that and it switched over to the different server that handles basic HTML version of it. So it temporarily fixes it like that when you switch back to normal one, but it's going to revert to using that old configuration information. So there are a couple of ways doing about it. If you have a single sign-on type of setup in a business environment, which means that users use their domain login typically for every system that they log in, you can simply reset that, or you can reset their Google or Chrome. If they're using Chrome, you can reset their Chrome profile. So if you see it here, if you right click on the little icon here, and then you can see that there is a Google profile right there, and you can turn on sync this and that. But if you click on sign out and create a new one, basically refresh it, this would also resolve the issue. I don't like to do it like that because I like to kind of get into it, like get my feet in there and exactly where this actual profile is. So this is what I'm going to show you now. If you open up your File Explorer, I'm going to minimize this here, and if you go to the root of C, and you go to the user's profile, user's folder, and you ask them, well, what is your login ID for your domain? And they tell you, my login ID is this and that. And then that will tell you what their local login ID profile name is. So let's say their login account is BUCO. He says, my login ID is BUCO. This is where we're going to concentrate on if you're, for example, accessing this over the network, or if you're on their PC, literally looking at their local profile. But you could do this over the network. I've shown this in my previous video if you want to check it out on how to do this without RDP at all. And then we're going to go into app data. If app data is not showing, you see how it kind of looks like as if it was a cut? Like if you right click and you cut the folder, that's how it looks like. It kind of looks faded folder. That's because it's usually a hidden folder. If you don't see it, you have to just select on show hidden folders, and then you can do that if you click on view or click hidden items right here. So if I do that, it goes away, and if I do that, it comes back. So if you can't see it, it's definitely there, or you can simply just type it in, app data, which is where we're going to. It's the same thing as if I was to click on it. So again, we're looking at this point, we're looking for configuration data for that Google Chrome email that we're working with here. So we're going to look to see where this email data and configuration data is located at, specifically for Chrome. That's going to be in local. So if we click on the local profile and then look for Google, and it's going to be right there, it says Google, we're going to click on that, and sure enough, here is our Chrome folder. We can click on our Chrome folder, and then it says user data. You see where I'm getting that? If we click on this, it's going to definitely have all the user data, all the cache, and all this other stuff that is related to everything that's going on with Chrome. All right, so for this to work, you're going to have to ask the user to close Chrome entirely. So I would have to close this window, and what I would normally do is I would click here, and then I would rename it, and I would just type it in, call it old. So keep in mind, whenever they open up again, it's going to create a new folder called Chrome as well. It's going to create a new one once you open up Chrome again. So, and this is how it's going to be. I'm going to right click Chrome, and I'm going to run it as a different user. So I'm going to type in BUCO. Let's see, I can't see both. And this is supposed to be a login and password ID. It's not showing up properly. There's some kind of weird corruption. But what I'm typing in is actually a login ID and a password, but you can't see it because there's some weird glitch there. And I'm going to click OK. BUCO, and there it is. Now you can see it. Let me see if I can remember the password for that. There it is. So now I've opened up Chrome browser as the user, and you can see that automatically created a new folder called Chrome. Okay. One thing to keep in mind when you're doing this is that you can see that once you log in, the user, this is exactly what they're going to see, as if they opened up Chrome for the first time. So they're going to have to log in to Chrome again using their single sign-on login. So if you can click here and you can click, sign in, that's fine. But what I usually do, I have them go to google.com, and then I tell them to click on Gmail. And what this does usually is triggers the sign in for the single sign on system. So you can tell them, you can click or tell them, click a sign on, and then here you just type in your email address, and then from there it's just going to work. Okay, now they're going to be back into their email, and they're going to, and then notice that if they had any bookmarks here, they're not, they're not there. So keep in mind, you may have to do this as well before you let them go. So the way you would restore bookmarks, if they have any, if you go back to the Chrome old folder, user data, default, and it's going to be called bookmarks. So this is a backup of it, but here's the bookmarks. So you would take that, copy, go back to Google folder, go back to new Chrome folder, user data, default, and paste it in there. Now their bookmarks or bookmarks or favorites are back in. Okay, and that would fix this issue that is present to us here. That's how you resolve this specific issue. It's a weird one because it's misleading, but that's how you fix it, and chances are that's how you fix any other web-based email issues. And then, of course, we're going to add internal note. Now, this is all assuming that we are talking to the customer on the phone or in some other way, like over instant messenger or something like that. So there's no reply to customer here because we're already talking to them in this role-playing scenario. But since we've resolved the issue, I'm just going to type in resolve issue by Chrome reset. I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to close the ticket. I'm going to mark it as complete. Alright guys, I hope you liked this video. If you have any questions, please let me know in the comments below. Again, I have quite a few more of these ticketing system videos, and very soon I'm going to combine all of them into one, a really long one that you can sit through and just kind of follow along, or just watch and learn from my actual work experience. Alright guys, thank you so much again, and take care. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video I will show you how to properly reset Chrome. If you are someone like me who works in PC support, desktop support, help desk, or anything similar of that nature, you may be realizing that your business or the company that you work for is slowly moving over to Google Chrome. And this is something that we are not used to dealing with, because in the past, Internet Explorer was the main browser for all businesses. Of course, if you're watching this as someone who needs to know how to fix Chrome for your personal computer, this might help you as well. So make sure you stick around, as I will show you how to properly reset Google Chrome, which could resolve all your issues. But before I do that, I just want to quickly talk about how Google Chrome functions, and when it comes to user experience, and what are some things to keep in mind, and why things work and why some things don't work, as opposed to in comparison to Internet Explorer, right? Main thing to compare, or to kind of realize, that Google Chrome has an ability to share its data across multiple computers. So what that means is that if you look on the right hand side here and you see the little person icon there, that means you can log in to Chrome with your Google login account. And what happens is, if you use that same login at another computer, it will transfer all of your data. That includes the cache data, all of your bookmarks, all your favorites, if you will, and everything else, even up to your history, your search history. So that's good if you don't mind Google, having access to your personal data. I personally do not do that, but it's up to you. Some businesses use their own version of Google services that also does this when it comes to mail service. So some businesses are switching over to Gmail for their email service. So this is what happens, except they are running on a separate server network that just maintains that type of login and access for that business only. Anyways, that's just a quick intro to Google Chrome, but when it comes to just regular users, that's what it does for you. If you sign into Chrome, and not just here where I'm at right now, let me go back real quick. If you go to google.com and click Gmail, this will let you, log into your Gmail account through the browser. This does not sign you into Chrome. If you want to log into Chrome, you have to go over here and then sign into Chrome. If you don't see a login button here, you can click Manage People and then add a person, or you can just double click and make changes here, and this will let you log into Google Chrome browser. So as you've noticed, Google Chrome is kind of turning more into an operating system. Hence, we have some laptops that are also known as Chromebooks. I hope that makes sense so far. So let's see. We are switching over from Internet Explorer to Google Chrome support because our business is suddenly using Google Chrome, probably because it's more affordable, and Google offers a lot of different products, including Google Docs, as you can see, Google Drive, all kinds of different things that are very useful for businesses, and it probably is a lot cheaper rather than running their own email exchange server. As promised, let's say you are experiencing some issues. Let's say you go to google.com or some other website and some things don't work, and then you realize that the best thing to do right now to hopefully resolve the issue that you're having, that you're having personally, or you are helping a user at your work. You're trying to help them resolve their issue. So the best thing to do is a typical thing that you do is to reset the browser itself, meaning that clear cookies, clearing their history, this and that. So how do you do that in Chrome? We know that in IE, you can simply just go in and just find your internet options, right? Internet options. You go to internet options, and if you want to clear cookies, you can certainly do that here, right here, browsing history, and that might have solved some issues. Or you can go over here and do a full restore of the advanced setting and do a full reset. You just select that, and it just does everything for you, and that's that. That's how you do it with IE, and then you're done, right? Unless you have to go back in and change the proxy settings, but that's different. You will know this according to your business environment. In Google Chrome, you have an option to reset it, but that actually doesn't do a full reset. This is why I was saying, if you're interested in fully resetting Google Chrome, you might want to stick around fully for this entire video in order for you to understand what I'm talking about. So let's see. If we go to here, if we go to little three dots here, next to our little icon here, if we select that, so we can open up this little menu right here, we just have to go down here to settings, right? We're going to open up settings, and in here there's definitely a way to reset Chrome per se, right? In quotation mark. And you can scroll down and look for it through the menus, blah blah blah, or you can just simply type in reset. So this is a great thing about Google Chrome. It lets you search for everything that you need to access, as long as you know what you're looking for. So here's the thing. Here's what you see. You get a couple different options. You get restore settings, and then you click on restore settings to their original defaults, and you do that. And what it says here, this will restore startup page, new tab page, search engine, pin tabs, and would also disable all extension clear temporary data like cookies. Your bookmarks, history, and save passwords will not be cleared. So it does all that, except it doesn't remove your bookmarks, and history and save passwords will not be cleared. So here's where it differs compared to Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer will do all of this here, except it will save your bookmarks in Internet Explorer, but that's about the only thing that's similar here. So if you want to do that, you can certainly click reset, and it will do all that stuff. Of course, it still retains all the configuration data that's embedded within Google Chrome, and it's also embedded within your profile. Remember that profile I talked to you about, that you log in here and then it lets you, sync all your data with multiple computers. That is still there. That is still not, removed. So what else do we have? This other thing that says clean up your computer is not related to this at all. So I have no idea why it came up whatsoever. So the only option we have here is to do this, and that actually does not resolve the issue. As I said, it still retains all the data that's specifically related to your profile for the Google Chrome login that's shared with multiple computers. And I apologize for repeating myself and kind of going a roundabout way to explain. It's just the way I teach. This is my style of teaching. So I hope you understand that. So I will show you how to fully do it. You can go in and it gives you an option to change to a different person. So if you go here, manage. So if you click on the little guy and then you click manage people, you can create another person and that will, reset it. However, you'll still have the other data conflicting. You can, select your icons or whatever. That's unrelated. But that's not what we want, because only one person is using this computer. We really want a full, clean, reset of Google Chrome. So in order for this to happen, and you can do this remotely while you're working with somebody. Let's say you're a help desk guy, or you're a tech support guy of some kind, and you're doing some kind of remote, or you have an option to do a remote support. You can just tell them, or whether you're talking to them on the phone or you're talking to them over some kind of a chat system, you can just tell them, okay, go ahead and close your Chrome. Make sure the Chrome is closed. And they will do that, and you will know whether they actually did it. You don't even have to watch their screen at all. But if you do have access to their screen, even better. Of course, if you do have a remote connection to their computer, just make sure that the Chrome is not running in the background as so in the processes. IE tends to do that. I've seen that quite a few times where it likes to hide in the background. So now that we know Chrome is closed, we're going to fully reset it. And the reason I had you reset is because the way we're going to do it is by simply removing all the data that is associated with that current user profile for Chrome specifically. That thing that I said where it shares data across multiple computers. So the way to do that is go to the root of C, go to local profiles for the users, which will be located under C, users, and then we're going to look at the current person's login, or we're going to basically look at their login local profile that is associated with their login to the PC. So in this case, we're using cobuman test account. So basically, this is what I used to log into this computer. I typed in cobuman test account and then my password. So this is what you need to figure out, and you'll be able to know who is using that computer at the time. Basically, if you look at the dates here, the most recent person that has logged into that is the current user. So here we can see that this was the last person that made changes to the account, which is that. So we know this is the user. We go in here, and then once we go inside of their local profile, we need to look for their app data folder. So here it's hidden by default, and we're just going to type in app data. And if you are not able to see this immediately, you can just go to view and click enable hidden items, and then it will show. So if I go back here, you can see that app data is there. So we go back there, and then we're going to go to local. So because we're looking for locally stored data. And then of course we're going to look at Google, right? This is the company that makes Chrome. We go to Google folder, and we're going to find our Chrome folder. So this is exactly what I was talking about. These are all the settings that are inside of the Chrome folder. Now let's go see what's inside of it before we actually reset it. We have user data. Once we go inside of this, we have a bunch of different folders. But the main one that we actually have to worry about right now is default. So if we go to default, this is the current settings for the user that is using this Google Chrome. These are the current settings. So the reason I went to the default folder is because inside of this, we will find are bookmarks. Because once we get rid of this folder, which you should not never delete, you should just rename it, and that specifically talking about is the Chrome folder. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Actually, you know what? Let me just go back here to give you a really good example of what I mean. Let me go back here and I'm going to create a bookmark real quick. Okay. And I'm just going to click done. The reason I did that is because I wanted to create a bookmarks file, which is going to be inside of Chrome, user data, default. Now, if you go back, you will see, if you scroll back in the video that you're watching right now, you can see that this wasn't there. This file wasn't there because we just literally just created it. You can see it says 1:10 p.m. and if you look right on the right hand side here, it says 1:10 p.m. So we literally just created this bookmark. So the reason I wanted you to know that there is a default folder here is because I don't want you to remove their bookmarks. I don't want you to delete them. This is why when we go inside a Google folder, all we want to do is just rename this to what I usually do is name it old. Right? And if the Chrome is open, it will not let you rename this whatsoever. It will not let you rename it. So that's how you will know whether the user still has Chrome open. Of course, you can do this over the network too. Let's say you're doing this. Okay, let me go ahead and close this real quick. Open the Windows Explorer again. And then if you're going to do this over the network, all you need to know is the PC name for the user that's on the same network. So you just type in // and then in my case, the name of this computer that I'm using right now is called tech support /C $ for shared. And as long as this is enabled on your business network, you should be able to basically backdoor into the user's computer. So you just need the name for the user's computer. That way you can backdoor into it and do this remotely without even watching their screen. And if you go in, you can see that we are at the same place. This is how you do it through the back door, and you can do it real quickly. And here it is. We go inside app data, local, and Google, and we can see that we've renamed our folder. So what happens is when user reopens Google, it's going to create a new folder. You can create a new folder called Chrome, and now we can see that it's fully reset. And as usual, you will get this typical welcome to Chrome screen, and then we're just going to click continue. And then here you can log back in or whatever it is that you need to do, sign into Chrome, and then your Google Chrome is now fully reset, which should resolve any issues. However, we're missing that bookmark, right? So how do we bring it back? Well, let's go to Chrome old. Go back to Chrome old, right? User data, default. We scroll down a little bit here. Here's our bookmark. And then we're going to copy pasta this. Go back, Chrome. This is the new one. Go back to user data, default. Control V. Paste it in there. Now when we go back into our Chrome, we can see that our bookmark is indeed inside of it. There it is. Google new tab. And then if we go to Bookmark Manager, we can also see that our new tab is also here. This is what we called it, right? We just saved the new tab and create a bookmark of it. All right, guys, I hope this help you with, if you have any Google Chrome issues at home, this is how you would reset it. And if you are someone who works for a company that's switching over to Google Chrome and Google products, which is totally understandable. If you have any questions, please ask them. This is what I'm here for. And just throwing this out there, I do have some merchandise available below the video description. Thank you so much. I wish you best of luck, and I hope you learned something from me today. Have a good day. Bye-bye. So let's get to it. This is from a question number 7. One day you come into work and you find the major systems are down. However, you also see the ticketing system has 50 or more unassigned tickets. What would you prioritize and how would you go about dealing with this problem? So here's the thing. If you're being interviewed and somebody asks you this, they want to know what you find as a biggest priority and what you should do when it comes to production impact. So this is incredibly important. The way I would explain this would be in 4 different steps. Be first, second, third, last. So that's how I would explain it. The reason for that is so that the potential employer can realize that I know what I'm talking about, that I have the basic knowledge, not to sound egotistic or anything. It's just that I have basic and even general knowledge on how to deal with a situation where you have to prioritize your work. So first, I would ask which systems are down and how many users are impacted. This will determine which issue is to be worked first. Tickets would be the last priority. So here's the thing. If a large number of users is impacted by a system that is down, then that's definitely something you would prioritize. So think about it. Let's say there's a company with 1,000 people and major system is down. That means we have 1,000 people that need to be they need to go back to work basically as soon as possible. So this is why we need to prioritize this. This is one of those common sense type of things, but yet potential employer wants to know this, and this is also good to know if you already are working help desk or some kind of desktop or tech support, right? It's definitely more people than 50, right? And then after you're done with that, tickets would be the last priority. Second, if multiple system issues are related, then I would handle this issue on my own if possible, depending on what the issue is. If issues are not related, and in this case I would recruit help from coworkers and possibly assign individually if manager is not present. So this is incredibly important. If users report that multiple systems are down, which is directly related to the question, then there is a correlation there. Chances are that all of these systems, if they went down at the same time, chances are that they are somehow related to either servers, databases, or whatever it is that they all have relation to. So chances are you might want to handle this issue on your own to make it a more proactive situation handling, because it's all related to one thing. So basically what would happen is you see that multiple systems are down, right? And then you realize, especially if you have the experience working for the company, chances are you will know right away, okay, yes, okay, what's wrong here? This website is down, this application is down, and this other thing is down. Are they any way related? Then if the answer is yes, then you can say that, okay, just let me know which ones, how many people are affected, how many users are affected, I should say, and then I will report this issue to the people that have access to these systems. Meaning, let's say database is down, chances are you doing tech support at the location or help desk that you won't have access to this database for a specific system. I mean, there could be hundreds of systems that are used by a company. You know what I mean? So you might as well handle all of this, or chances are you'll have a crisis bridge, or, well, this is what we call it at my company, but there is a bridge or a conference line that you would call, and the person on the other line would basically be the mediator, and they would handle the kind of logistics part of it, as in, they would ask you, well, how many systems are affected, which ones, and then you'd give them all this information, how many people, this and that, and then they would say, okay, all right, I'm going to start the bridge, and I'm going to start paging people, meaning that he's going to reach out to proper people that you may not know who they are. If issues are not related, in that case, I would recruit help from coworkers. Means that if it's not related, you cannot handle multiple issues, especially if it's a big issue, So you ask your coworker, hey, can you help me out with this? And chances are they will, because hopefully you work at a cool place like I do. Anyways, and possibly assign individually if manager is not present. So chances are a manager would handle assigning of this different situational issues to other coworkers. But if they aren't there, if it's a legit place, and I mean I shouldn't say it like that. If it's a cool place to work at, and then everybody is on equal terms, equal expertise, and this and that, chances are they will help you, and you can just ask them, can you help me with this? So it wouldn't necessarily be assigning individually because manager is not present, but you would basically recruit them to help you out, recruit their help to help you out deal with other issues, because you can't possibly handle multiple issues that are not related, right? I mean, that's what I would suggest, especially if it's a huge issue. Because think about it this way: if multiple systems are down and they're not related, how can you possibly acquire information that these application owners or database owners or server owners, how can you possibly give them the information to that? For example, let's say, okay, how many people are affected? And you say, I don't know, 1,000. Okay, give me some examples. So you have to handle this. You have to go to the users, and then you would have to ask them, okay, can you give me this information? Basically, you have to get a lot of information for a certain system in order to troubleshoot this properly. If they are not related, you can't possibly work with two different teams on two different issues efficiently. Third, I would proceed to troubleshoot the issue and get as much information as possible before reaching out to any other support groups that manages specific aspects of systems affected. So that kind of ties into what I was saying earlier. You want to have all the information ready because they will ask you, okay, how many people, which systems, give me example of IP addresses, which link they're using if it's a website, well, which application are you using, which version of the application are they using. All of this information you have to have ready if you want it to go smoothly. Yes, you can forget something. You can forget to get which version of the system it's being used, or whatever else. That's okay as long as you have the majority of things ready. That way it will mitigate the production impact. In this case, support teamwork is essential to resolve major system issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. So yeah, everything that I'm talking about here ties in to everything that I said previously. Support team is essential to resolve major system issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. After you reach out to all these people that support these different applications, you have to have a good teamwork with them in order to resolve this properly. Lastly, once issues with major systems are resolved and the bulk of users are back to work, then I would concentrate on resolving tickets unassigned. So yeah, I mean, of course, it goes without saying that during crisis issues, all the management would be notified of progress, solution, and root cause. So this is, very important. Once you come across an issue, you would want to report the statuses or give the status updates to all the management, including your own manager, but the management of the people that users report to, because they would want to know, why do we have 1,000 people not working? So you want to send them updates periodically. Usually, this is usually done with just email. You send a group email to all the management of the departments that are affected, and maybe some of the users, and that way everybody knows on which page you're at, or which page you're on, I should say. So that way they know that you're working on it, and usually every half hour you can send, this is going to depend on the place you work at and what your manager requires. But usually what I do is every half hour I send status updates. That seems like a good time frame to do so. So that way they know what's going on, and then once it's all resolved, you would provide a root cause to the management. Not necessarily the management of the users, but to your boss. And so that way your boss can follow up with these application owners and work on, making sure that this doesn't happen again. And then we can concentrate on resolving tickets that are unassigned. Of course, you just go back to work and work these 50 plus tickets. That's a lot of tickets if it's like just you to do. Good luck doing it all in one day. But hey, it's possible. I don't know. There might be some simple ones. So let's go ahead and look at question number 2 that is within this article. And the question is, a user has transferred to another department within the company, and their local profile is missing many files and desktop icons. What do you think the issue could be? So let's go to look at the first. I would ask the user if they move to another computer, which could mean that their files are stored at another machine. Right, so if somebody literally switches computers, of course that new computer is not going to have those files that are stored at the other machine. It could also mean that the new computer does not have the same software installed, and icons for those would not be present. So if the new computer does not have the same program, of course it's not going to have those icons. So let's have a look at an example of how that looks like. Here's a brand new login or brand new local profile created for this computer. And if I go inside my downloads, for example, it will be empty because it's a new computer. If I go inside of documents, it's going to be empty because I moved to a new computer. If I go to desktop, it's going to be empty because I moved to another computer. And this is just a shortcut to Microsoft Edge. What I'm talking about, missing files. So it's going to miss all those files that you created on the desktop. So let's say, let me show you here what I mean. So if I go here and create a, just a new file, it's going to show up on their desktop. So that's considered, new file. This here is just a shortcut to the file. So of course, you move to another computer. You haven't transferred any of your files. You haven't, moved them to another computer. Of course, it's going to be empty. So that's why I explained it in such a way. Second thing is, let's say you missing icons for the computer. Of course, you're just going to have whatever's installed on this computer. This computer just happens to have Audacity, Google Chrome, OBS Studio, OpenOffice, and etc. But if you happen to have, Microsoft Office, and you had a shortcut to Outlook, to Excel, to anything else on your desktop, of course it's not going to be there because this computer doesn't have that installed. Okay, now let's go to the second part of that answer. Okay, and second here it says, if user has not moved to another machine, I would check the Active Directory if any GPO or domain profile restrictions for users' new department are affecting the ability to create, view, or edit files. So let's have a look what I mean. If someone has been moved within Active Directory or their domain, chances are that their permissions to view, edit, or modify files have been changed, which could reflect on the way things look like on their computer. So if somebody moved to another department and that department has new restrictions in place where it doesn't allow them to view a lot of things which can be modified. For example, you would go in here and look at this PC, or previously known as my computer in Windows 7. Chances are they may not even be able to see this. They may not even be able to see local C, let alone any files that are within the hard drive, right? Because changes on the domain level or within Active Directory have suddenly, are suddenly preventing you or the new user to access, view, or edit any of these files. This sometimes happens. Some departments have more restrictions on their users or on their associates. They don't want them to do certain things. They don't want them to view certain things. So suddenly they got migrated to the new part of the Active Directory where they have more restrictions. This has replicated, and chances are whenever they go in here, they won't be able to see any of this. So by the way, one way, if you're missing, if you can't see local C drives or any of these drives listed here, you can just simply type in C. A lot of times that's actually open like that. So let's go ahead and have a look at our third part of this answer. User may have received a new domain login which inherently does not have access to previously used local profile which has the old login ID attached to it. So if somebody, moves to a new department and they decide to tell them, okay, now you're going to use this login. When they log in, it would be just like this. They log in and it would be just like this. Their new profile. This is their new profile that they got. Their new login is their new profile, right? And it will be empty. It will be empty just like this. So what is the reason for that? It's because their old profile has all the stuff. So let's look at root of C again and our users folder. Once we go inside of here, let's say, and this is the fact now, I am using this one, right? YT login. That's my login ID right now. If I previously used this one, everything that's inside of that, it's going to stay inside of that. So now I'm suddenly using this one. Of course, it's going to be empty. So in order to restore that, obviously you will go back inside of this, go into the, if you have the permissions, obviously, go inside and, copy paste all the data that's within their documents and everything else on their desktop and just restore it back here, into their new login. And that's the reason for that. Anytime you change login ID, it's going to, create everything brand new. And, all the old stuff is going to be located on the old profile, which you can transfer back. Okay, now let's have a look at my last thing that I would say as an answer to this question during an interview. Lastly, if any of the situations described apply, I would act accordingly to resolve the issue. If user files are located somewhere else and if permitted by the company policy, very important, I would transfer them back to the user. Same goes for any missing software. So what I'm saying here is that if it's a common practice for their company to create backups, I would restore all of their documents to them, and I would also transfer all the software that they used to have to the new computer if they happen to move to a new computer. Of course, this is all, depending on the company's policy. Their manager at the new department may say, nope, they don't need this. So of course you would double check that to make sure that that is allowed as well. So this is a very fun thing to think about because this happens a lot in desktop support where, suddenly everything's missing and they don't know what happened because users don't know. And, sometimes they'll panic and they would go and they're like, oh, I'm missing everything. Everything's missing. And sure enough, you go in, desktop is pretty much empty, documents are empty, everything's empty, but they don't know what happened. So hopefully you help them or you've been notified ahead of time. So if you're a local desktop support, hopefully you've been notified ahead of time that this person is moving to another department, and then you can help them, by creating, a backup of their local profile or simply moving it from one computer to another, which you can simply do over the network. You can simply go through the back door and just type in // 2 backslashes, name of the computer, name of the computer where they used to sit, and just type in C and $. This should be able to access their old computer. And once you do that, basically it will just, it will basically get you into the root of C like this. It would just say the name of the computer there rather than just C. And then it would say name of the computer with C, /C, and then in here you can just go, what is their old profile, and then you find it, and then usually what I do is, I go like this: desktop, documents. I would highlight all of this, usually their favorites. Then I would copy, and then access her or his or her computer remotely that they're using currently, go back here, find their new profile, whatever that may be, add the other computer, and then just paste it. Usually it didn't like that because I did it on the same login, but if I go into and find another login, it would simply just update the profile or the folders that are there. It's not going to create duplicates. That only did that because I did it on the same local profile. All right, so let's get to it. The question is, your office received a new printer, and now it needs to be configured for everyday use by a specific department in your building. So keep that in mind. It's for a specific department only. How would you go about installing this printer in a direct IP printing setup? The direct IP printing setup also being something to remember. And the way I would start to explain this, I would say, first, I would unpack the printer to make sure all parts and cables are there. Then I would connect and plug in the printer into the power and network port available at designated location. Also, designated location here is very important to keep in mind. So obviously, for when it comes to this, you get that giant box, and these are large printers for businesses. You unpack it, and then you make sure everything's there, right? You make sure it has all parts and cables, and then you put it together, plug it in, and plug it into printer into power network port at the designated location. Second, I would make sure that this new printer has a static IP address assigned to it, and that kind of goes back to our designated location. For this designated location where we have placed our new printer, we have to kind of take note of the port that is there for the network cable that is connected to, right? We would know, okay, well, this is the port number for this, for this location, and then we would talk to our network guy, or we would do it ourselves and make sure that we have a static IP address available and assigned to it. So let me show you what I mean. If you go to your network adapter properties and look at those settings there, you go to properties, right? And you would make sure that you have a static IP address available to you. So if you have a static IP address that you want to use for that port, this can be assigned through the switch itself, and that port would simply just use that and it would never change. And that's the whole point. It's static. We don't want it to change because we want users to connect to it every time. So when you go here into the Ethernet adapter properties and select Internet Protocol version 4, if your company is using IP version 4, you will go in here, and if you have to, you would specify the static IP address. So I'm just kind of showing it to you on the computer itself, but this is what you would do inside the printer. You would say use this IP address if this is something you have to do. This is just me explaining to you what a static IP address is and why you would need it for a printer, so that users can always connect to it and know where it's at. So that way they can install it on their computer afterwards, and I'll show you that as well. And also, I would acquire driver package for the specific model printer, unless the printer is set up to push the drivers automatically upon a request. So if printer for some reason doesn't come with driver package or software, obviously you would go to the manufacturer website, download all the drivers that you need. So let's say it's an HP printer, you would go to HP and specify model, get this information, and then the reason for that is, if needed, we would basically go to Active Directory and tell Active Directory to push this driver. But just kind of hold on to that thought, because most new printers automatically push the drivers. So if it's a brand new printer, it would automatically push the driver to the user that is trying to install it. And I will go back to the Active Directory part that I spoke about. Third, Active Directory needs to know of the printer added. So this is where that comes in. It needs to know that it's added, and it added to the domain itself, right? Active Directory, domain. So what happens is you would take a host name. You would create a host name for this printer. You would assign a host name, and then you would add it to the Active Directory. So that Active Directory knows that there is a printer connected to this domain. So that way it can control who can use this printer through GPO or a group policy. And what this does is it only allows certain users of that department to use the printer. So basically, once you have a group of people, a group of users for a specific department, you can literally just add all of those people into the permissions to use that printer that's been added to Active Directory. So Active Directory is a simple way to control who can use the printer and who cannot. And that kind of goes back to our part where it's kind of related to the driver package. If you have to specifically get the driver package, you can set up Active Directory to push the driver as somebody tries to install it. So, but again, new printers will just do this automatically on their own whenever somebody tries to add it. And that is done by the static IP address or the host name. And this is why I talked about it here. If driver has to be pushed separately, this can be configured as well and in Active Directory. Lastly, I would notify the users of the new printer and its IP address and assist accordingly. So of course, you would have to help them because that's your job. Remember how we talked about a static IP address here? Well, your printer with the static IP address that you assigned it to would be used by users, or you would do it for them. Let me just pull up my printers menu, and here we would add our printer. So the way we would do it, with printers menu, we would simply just select add printer. So now it's searching for the printers, but usually you saw how that popped up, this link, it usually doesn't find it right away. So you have to specifically tell it. So with the users, when it comes to users, you would simply give them the IP address and say, hey, this is the IP address for this printer. Just add it in there and it's going to automatically install it for you. But a lot of times you would do it for them. So you just click this printer that I want isn't listed because it's not going to find it most of the time. And that's okay. And now we have this menu that you may be familiar with. And remember how we talked about that IP address? Well, here it is. We can add the printer using TCP IP address or host name. So we can either use the IP address or the host name. Usually what I do, I just, go by the IP address because it's just the way I prefer it, but it really doesn't matter. So you have select that, and then we would select next, and it brings us to this menu. Here we would, for example, just type in the, IP address that we've assigned it, and we would, in my case, I'm just going to, come up with an IP address. Let's say it's 192.168.100.1. So let's just assume that that's where our printer is located and that's its IP address. And something to keep in mind when it comes to installing the drivers, if it's a newer printer, you'll be able to simply select the check mark here if not selected. By default it is, I believe. And what that does is queries the printer. It pings the printer and says, hey, do you have a driver? And the printer says, yes, I do. And it then automatically installs it on your computer. So that's pretty awesome. If you don't, you can later on specify the driver that you want to use, but this should be set up so it automatically does it. And then simply you will select next, and it's going to look for it, and then it's going to install it. Of course, I forget to mention the printer may have a port assigned to it as well, and you would simply type that in after the IP address that I showed you. Okay, let's see. Lastly, I would notify the users, the new printers, and the IP address. I said that already, and that was the last part of this. If you have any questions in regards to this, I know this is a little bit complicated, and that's the whole point. The title of this article is Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers, because you have to explain your steps on how to do this, and I wanted to make these type of videos so you guys can kind of learn from this and to at least make it as easy to understand as possible. All right, so let's get to it. Number 4, what is the best way to install operating system on 100 computers manually? Meaning you don't have an option to boot over the network or any automated system available. So typically in a large business, everything is automated. If you were to receive 100 computers, you can just connect them to the network. You would get host names for them, and you would assign them, which operating system to install, which programs need to be installed as well, and everything would just be done automatically. You just kind of sit back and relax and everything's done. This is why this is a difficult question. And this is how I would go about it. First, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on. And that will tie in a little bit later here. I'll explain that. Of course, if these are new computers and I have an option to image them before deploying, I would try to keep them in the same area for easy access. So since I don't have an option of automation, I would make sure that these computers are kind of gathered together preferably in the same room. I would connect them together, power them on, and everything like that. So that way they are there for easy access for me to, schedule a lot or start to reimage process on a lot of them. That's the point of that. Second, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to the domain. This is why I was saying, first, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on, so that afterwards, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to the domain. And for this to happen properly, all the computers need to be connected to the network and turned on. So this can be assigned through Active Directory, also known as domain controller. So you would go inside of the Active Directory and you would create 100 computer names, also known as the host names, and then you would assign them accordingly to all these computers that are being reimaged. And with them being connected to the network, makes it an easy process. Okay. Third, because booting over the network does not work, I would create multiple OS installed medias to use, CD or USB. So this kind of goes back to my trying to keep them in the same area for easy access, and that's exactly why, so that I can use installed media on them. Afterwards, I would manually boot to inserted media and execute OS imaging process. You see how everything kind of ties in. The way I would do things, it's kind of systematical, and everything kind of goes back to itself. This is a great way to tell your potential employer that you have a really good way of thinking on how to resolve these big issues, because trying to install operating system on 100 computers and doing it in an acceptable time frame, you got to know what you're doing and have a good plan. You know what I mean? So lastly, upon image completion, I would ensure that each computer has host names attached and is added to the domain or a work group. Work group usually is used, in a small type of business. So I wouldn't necessarily worry about that if you're interviewing at a big company. But, you got to make sure that is added to the domain and host name attached, meaning that associated with each computer. In addition, I would install any software required per department templates or requests. And that kind of goes back to the part of automation that I mentioned earlier. That normally happens is you select the type of software that you need and it would install it automatically. In this case, you would have to do it manually, install any software required per department templates or requests. So if somebody needs Microsoft Office professionally installed, this is what we would have to do manually for each computer. And, you would have to kind of get that information to make sure you don't spend too much time installing stuff that's unnecessary stuff. You know what I mean? Because you don't necessarily have to install same program on all of these computers. Because who knows? Doesn't mean that all these computers are going to the same department, so they may have different templates that you would use and go by. Anyway, let's get to it, guys. So this is question number 5. From a desktop support point of view and not Active Directory, how would you deal with user migration to a new domain? And how would you deal with users affected by this change? So it's a two-part question. And the starting of it says from a desktop support point of view, meaning you're just the guy that works tech support, right? So this is not for somebody who is interviewing for network administration, because when I say here not Active Directory, that would mean somebody who is a network admin. That's the part that they would deal with, and not necessarily somebody who does desktop support or tech support, if you will, right? And how would you deal with the users affected by this change? Incredibly important. The way I explain all of my answers is in 4-part format, where I go from first, second, third, and a last point or explanation that I give to the potential employer that might be asking me this type of question. The reason for that is so that they know that I know what I'm talking about, or that you know what you're talking about as well. So that's a good way to basically present your knowledge to them so they can see, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. Simple as that. All right, let's get to it. So first part of my answer would be, I would make sure that users and management is aware that the change is coming and how it will affect them. So I would let them know. I would go to the users and their management and let them know that this change is coming, and I would tell them how it will affect them. So the way I would do this is, there are a couple of ways you can do this. You can go to them directly and go to the management first and tell them, hey, we're going to do this. There's a big project coming. We are switching all the users. We're switching everybody to a new domain. You don't have to be too technical about it. You just kind of have to give them a gist of it, because they won't necessarily know the technical parts of any of this. Or you can just send an email to everybody that is being affected. But a lot of times management will say, okay, we will handle the part of letting the users know. So this is just something you would have to figure out. But the reason for that is, when you switch to a new domain, there are a couple of changes that could happen. Users could get new local profiles, and let me show you what I mean here. Depending how it's set up, depending how things are set up, I'm gonna wake up my remote computer is asleep. In case you didn't know this actually pings the computer to it will wake up as soon as you do it a couple of times. It takes like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then eventually it gets you to it. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. When it comes to switching to a new domain, if you look at somebody's local profile, in this case I'm using YT login, as you probably caught that earlier, and chances are pretty high that if I get switched over to a new domain, that I may get a new login, or it would be the same login but it would be a different domain. So chances are, what I'm trying to say is that a new profile might end up being created next time they log in, because they switched over to the new domain. So it might look something like this. So instead of just being called YT login, in my case, it could be called, and let me just create a new folder here just to show you a kind of fake profile, just to show you what might happen next time you log in. So it might say YT, I said YT login, and then it might be just something like this, dot new domain, or something like that. And it would specify that, you have now everything that's in this one, original one, is there, but this one is empty. You get it? So that's what might happen. However, in a perfect world, I want to say, I have everything set up so that I have to provide admin privileges to make any changes. So in a perfect setup, this would just basically move all the files to the new login or to the new profile that I just showed you. So all the files that they had in documents, favorites, all their stuff would be moved over, or they would have a different way of just making sure that everything is migrated properly. But you do have to let people know in case things go bad. They would, they would log in next day and they would, wow, where's my stuff? You know what I mean? That's what might happen. So you just got to let them know to be ready for that. Second, I would choose a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. This is, obviously, guys, very, very important. Every time you work on a project, you want to make sure that you have some testing done. And the way you do this, pick a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. Now, in this case, we are also assuming that computers themselves are also going to the new domain, right? That would perfectly make sense. Since users are going to the new domain, of course, all the computers will be going to a new domain as well. So this is something that has to be tested. And the way you would do that, you would just choose a few machines, and then you would communicate this with the network team. This is why I kind of said from a desktop support point of view and not Active Directory, because chances are you would be working with the network team on this, and they would deal with the Active Directory part of it. So you just tell them, okay, I have, I don't know, let's say 5 machines. Convert them to the new domain, and then you can log in and test it. Third, I would reach out to the department managers to coordinate the switch so that the production impact is minimized. This is kind of self-explanatory. You would basically just talk to the department managers or managers in general to kind of pick a good time to do this. So you don't want to do it during business hours or anything like that, because that would be a production impact. What if it doesn't work? Then you got a lot of people, potentially 1,000 people. Let's say you have 1,000 people at your location that you support. Then everybody might be down. But this is a huge, huge deal. So, we got to make sure we do that. And of course, with those 5 or few machines that you picked, you can have actual users, people to use them and test them. You can do testings yourself, but the best way to do it, in my opinion, is to have actual users dedicated that can test this for you. And you can talk to the managers and say, hey, I need 5 people to test this. And then you would test this over time. This would involve application and website access testing on the new domain before converting everyone else. And the reason you would, involve testing of applications and website access is because the firewall settings. If the new domain already has exclusions for the firewall, then that's fine. But if it doesn't have the same exclusions as the old domain, then chances are some of these websites and applications may not work because the firewall would be an issue. So just kind of keep that in mind. These are things you have to test before you proceed with converting everybody. You know what I mean? So the last thing we want to do is, once all the testing on a new domain is successful, a green light would be given to convert all other machines to the new domain as well as the users. So, once everything's working fine, there are no problems with the testing, you can, if you feel comfortable with it, you can convert everybody at once, or you can just, do, 50 at a time or something like that. This is something, you would kind of decide for yourself. And depending on, it's very situational. All the businesses are different. Some businesses may not be affected that much by it. There are so many factors, guys, that you would really have to kind of decide on your own as you're doing the testing. And this would come just from being familiar with the place you work at, Let's look at this first question that we are going to talk about today. And it's related to when using a remote desktop, you come to realize that the remote computer is not reachable by using a host name. So let's see what happens, what you normally try to connect to a remote desktop. I'm going to open up a remote desktop here, and I'm going to connect to my computer that's called Tech Support. this is a host name for this computer. Now, not to be confused with the IP address. You can also connect using an IP address to a remote computer. So instead of just typing in tech support, which you would normally do when it comes to a business environment, you can also type in, and let's see, ping tech support. You can also use its IP address. And in our case, this is a version 6 IP address, which we would use to connect to that computer. So in a business type of environment, chances are you would see a normal, standard type of IP address that's just, regular version 4. And that's perfectly fine. So instead of using the host name, you would type in that IP address in here, and it would connect the same way. But normally, all you would do is just type in the host name, click connect, and then you can type in your login ID, which I already have. It's called YT login. And then you would type in your password, and it would connect just like this. Just a moment, let me switch my picture here real quick. There it is. Okay. I almost needed to troubleshoot that first. So this is what happens when you connect to a remote computer. Now, you can pretty much do everything that you would normally do, and that's the whole point of remote desktop video. So this is normal. But let's see what happens when I know that a computer is turned on and we try to connect to it. So my other computer is just called cobuman, and on it I have the remote desktop is disabled. So when I try to connect to it now from this computer, it's going to fail. And we'll see what the errors are. You see, it says remote desktop can't connect to the remote computer for one of the reasons. Remote access to the server is not enabled. So what is that? What is that? Well, let's have a look. If I go to properties of this computer, so you go to properties of this computer, we can see, okay, I just want to make sure I have this. Okay, there it is. It says remote access to the server is not enabled. That means that when we go to advanced system settings here, okay, and it's asking me for admin privileges, so I can access this. If you go to the advanced system properties and go to the far right tab, which is called remote, this may be disabled like so, right? That might be the cause, and that's what that is talking about. I don't know if you saw that. It actually flashed it for a second. I thought I was going to disconnect it, although I didn't click apply or OK or anything like that. So, and the next thing that it says here, the remote computer the remote computer is turned off, which is not, or third, the remote computer is not available on the network. Right. So those are the key factors for a successful remote desktop session. However, if we go back to our question, it says here, keep in mind the remote computer is turned on and it's awake and it's on the same network. You see, it says keep in mind the remote computer is turned on, awake, and on the same physical network. So that's not the problem. So what would I do? What would I do? The way I would answer this question or troubleshoot this is, well, first of all, if this is an interview type of situation, I would, present them, few ways of going about it and what it may be. This is just to give the potential employer or a future employer an idea of how I troubleshoot things, and also that I am indeed knowledgeable and know what I'm talking about. So I would have first, second, third, and last example of what it could be, right? So my first idea would be, well, I would check to see if the remote computer's host name is part of the same domain. And the way you could check that is by going to the Active Directory. You see, you just see if if that host name is there. For example, we used here, cobuman as the name of the host. So I would go inside of Active Directory and say, hey, is cobuman, as in the name of the computer host name, is it in there or not? And then go from there. And then also I would check to see if the remote computer is enabled within the domain, even if it has been added. So of course, it could be part of the domain, but it could also be disabled. So once it's part of a domain or Active Directory, if you will, you can have a host name in there, but if it's disabled, then it's not usable, right? So second thing, I would try to ping the computer by using the host name. If an error comes up, if an error comes up, it would determine my next step. So we did a ping here for the tech support, and let's go ahead and do the same thing for the other one since we started doing that one. Let's ping cobuman here. CMD ping cobuman. See, there's another proof here that the computer is turned on. We just can't reach it. And this is a normal ping. It's a zero loss. Zero loss. That means the computer is turned on and everything's fine. There's connection there. We just cannot connect to it as we've demonstrated earlier. So what could be the problem? Let's go back to our answer for the second. For example, if the message says cannot resolve hostname, I would try pinging the computer using its IP address. So that kind of goes back to me connecting to a computer just by using an IP address. So, and that, my third part of that actually ties into that on what the reason for that is. If there is an issue with DNS, meaning that the main name service, I think I got that, DNS, the main name service, the main name system. I think that's what it actually stands for. Basically what that does is resolves, it basically takes the host name, in our case cobuman, and tells the server or other computers on the network what the IP address for that is. So cobuman, as the name of the computer, is basically just an alias, right? And the DNS basically takes that and it translates it and it forwards it to the correct IP address automatically. So if I can't connect to the cobuman by using a host name, but I can connect using the IP address like this, if I can if I can highlight it. All right, Control C. If I can connect to it just like that without any problems using the IP address, that means that there is an issue with the DNS. That means the DNS is not doing its job. It's not taking cobuman and translating it into the IP address, which it should be, right? So if that works, by using an IP address, then, that's fine for now, but there is an issue. Third, I would check for possible DNS issues if computer is reachable via IP address. And that's exactly what I talked about previously. If using IP address, I can connect to the remote computer or use remote desktop session, it would indicate a replication issue of the DNS server. So, right. So, another reason is, if the computer has, if there's an issue with the DNS, chances are it didn't replicate. So, maybe the computer just got added on there or it got moved or something like that. And the DNS server could not catch up with the change. It doesn't realize that it moved to another IP address. That could also be an issue. But generally speaking, if you cannot connect to the remote computer using just a host name, but you can with an IP address, that indicates just a DNS issue. And lastly, if I have physical access to the computer, I would check the DHCP settings or look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. So basically, if I go to the computer physically, if I have physical access to it, if I am at the location there working for some kind of tech support there, I would go to the computer, log into it, and look at the DHCP settings. So what is that? Dynamic host configuration protocol settings that are on your adapter. So I'm going to look up my adapter here and look at DHCP settings. I'm going to go in here, change adapter settings. Here is my local Ethernet 2. I'm going to look at the properties. And I'm going to look at the properties, and then I'm going to, let's see, where is it? Internet Protocol version 6. So we know we were using Internet Protocol version 6, so we're going to double check that, and then we're going to check at this. If this needs to be configured manually, we would have to do so. Otherwise, this should be just set to automatic, and this is usually what you would see in this type of DHCP setting. Now, not to be confused with DHCP server itself, that's different. That's your actual like switch on the network, or for example, your home router is a DHCP server, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. So I would make sure that looks good, and also look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. So chances are maybe there's a bad cable, or, you know, because if it's on the network and it's physically connected, then chances are this is not the issue, you know. However, it's unlikely if computer is reachable by IP address, or if it has been part of the network for some time. So the worst case scenario here being a DNS issue if you can't reach it with the host name only, and that's exactly what the question was about. So the point of this video is to kind of get you thinking on how host names work in relation to the DNS, and how this issue may come up whenever you use remote desktop sessions. All right, let's get to it. The entire building is switching over to gigabit network, and you are to assist with the process. How would you handle this project? So you can see that this question is specifically tailored for somebody who does desktop support at the site. So meaning you're physically there, and then you are to assist with switching over to the gigabit network. The reason you are to assist with the process is because you're not going to do the networking part of it, meaning that you won't be, you know, assigning IP addresses or anything like that. That's done by the network team. You are the desktop support guy, or tech support guy, if you will, that will basically run the cables and do everything else, which I will talk about here shortly. First, I would work with the network team to decide of the new IP network ranges. This is incredibly important. If your company has firewall settings or firewall configuration that is specific to certain applications, certain websites, then you would need to know what the new IP network ranges are. This is something that you need to have anyways, but the main reason is to make sure that all of these applications that are used by people can also go through the firewall. So the old IP range had firewall settings set up for the old one. Now you need the new IP network ranges to inform the firewall team to make these changes so that applications and the websites and anything that's external will work properly. Also, sometimes you have to notify the external third parties that allow inbound connections from certain IP ranges. You need to let them know as well. And to make sure that certain machines receive static IP addresses. Now, I kind of touched on this on my previous video, which was related to setting up a printer on a network, which requires a static IP address, but that's not the main reason. I mean, that's one of the reasons, but the main reason being is servers. All the servers that you have at your location, they all need IP addresses, and they need to be configured with the new IP addresses, including printers. Second, if any network cables need to be upgraded, it will be coordinated with members of desktop support and network team. For example, Cat5e is a minimal cable rating for gigabit speeds. So the way you would do this is that you would have to make sure that it's at least Cat5e, which I believe is 1000 megabits per second connection speed, which is basically entry-level gigabit network speed. Otherwise, you would want to use Cat6. And you would coordinate this with the members of desktop support, meaning hopefully there's somebody else there that works with you. I mean, it may not be, if it's a smaller company, but if it's a larger company, there's probably other members there that you may need assistance with, especially if you need to run the new cables through the building, which is a lot of work. And of course, you wouldn't coordinate this with the network team. Basically, you just let them know, okay, I've connected all of this, try these ports or something like that, and let's test it out, type of thing. Third, if any changes affects the printers and other static devices such as servers, this has to be communicated to the users and make appropriate changes to each machine. So this touches on exactly what I talked about earlier related to the static IP addresses. If any changes affect printers, of course, you have to let the users know. You have to communicate this to the users or make the changes yourself and tell them, okay, this printer that's here is no longer using this IP address. So you have to go to their computer or tell them to do it and say, okay, you have to add the printer in there again because it's not going to work. It's just going to stop working because the address has changed. And of course, make appropriate changes to each machine. I was referring this to the users, but also this needs to be applied to the servers themselves as well, or any storage that needs to be, static. Lastly, the most important thing would be the testing part before deployment, because there's a chance that certain applications require firewall exceptions for their IP or a range of IP addresses. And this also refers back to the IP ranges that all the applications need to have a firewall exclusions, exceptions, or whatever you want to call it. We want to make sure that the new IP range and the IP addresses can go through the firewall. All right, guys, I hope you like this video. Share it with your buddies. I'd really appreciate it. I'd made 5 more videos of this, and there will be more. But thank you so much for watching. If you want to check those out, again, there will be here as I speak. And I wish you good luck, best of luck, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we have another crash course of what I typically do every couple months, and that is combine some of my most recent videos into one, so it's a single place to start watching everything that I made, because I feel like it's important and maybe it's easier to find for people watching. So here we are. We have, starting off, a couple of videos on VPN. First VPN video talks about troubleshooting VPN, some of the most common things to kind of look for, and kind of explain to you what VPN is for those people who are new to IT. Video explains things to think about when it comes to working on VPN, and especially when a user asks for a password reset. Following on that, we have Zoom troubleshooting setup and audio issues that you may come across when it comes to Zoom. Following that is a video on how to deal with a broken monitor, and then after that we have a video on broken links, website links, and the last video is basically about installing Windows 10. I hope you like it. Please take a moment to like this video and share it with your friends. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them as usual. Alright, let's get into it. As somebody who might be working help desk or just tech support for a company, you'll have people who work remotely. And nowadays we have a lot of people working from home. So in order for them to actually be able to work, now they have to connect to the company's network. But now they can't work because they're not on the company's network. They're not physically there at the office. So they have to use VPN software to connect directly and attach themselves to the network of the company. This is why they use VPN software to do so. Now, what I have up right now is just a home user VPN that anybody can use. Not to be confused with a business VPN. This is the reason I have it up. This is going to be totally different. This home one that you can go to google.com and download free VPN, all it does is just hide your location, so that way it looks like you're connected to the internet from some other country. That's all it does. It's completely different from business VPN in the sense of access to the resources that you need to work as somebody who works for a company. All right, so this is a sample of regular free VPN that regular people use, not workers. So let me show you. Here's the list of servers that they pick. So if they, for example, run this and they, for example, click Brazil, suddenly now they're going to look like they're connected to the internet from Brazil. So they're basically trying to hide their location. This is not the same thing as a business VPN. All right, that being said, let's look at a business VPN, how it kind of looks like. When it comes to business VPN, you typically get something similar to this. You launch the application and you get a similar pop-up to this. It asks you for your username, your password, and a second password. So what is this second password? We know this is pretty straightforward. The username is probably going to be your network login or your domain login ID. It's going to be the same thing as what they use when they're at the office. So it's going to be the exact same thing most of the time. It's going to be the exact same thing as what they use at the office. Their username is going to be the exact same thing. I'm sorry for repeating that. I just want to make sure that you know this. And the password is going to be the same thing as they use for the office when they log into their computer. Second password, however, is different. This is usually an RSA token. So what is RSA token? RSA token is a one-time password that is always randomized. I think it usually lasts 60 seconds once you get that one-time password, and then it allows you to log in. You may have seen this with some websites. Some websites use one-time passwords to access your different types of accounts. It's very similar to that. So let's concentrate on this second password part of it first. This is kind of what it looks like. This is an old school way of getting that one-time password. It's an token that is randomly generated. So basically what happens is you press a button, for example, like here or there, and it generates a random number that you use as the second password. A lot of times these are either hardware tokens. This is what they are. These are hardware tokens, but there are also software tokens. Let me just kind of scroll down to show you that. You can get a software token that kind of looks like this. Here it is, this one here, where it says VPN token. This is something that's installed on their computer as well. So they'll have an icon on their computer with the VPN software. So the VPN software is going to be separate, but they have to launch this VPN token to get this random code to use as part of their login as the second password. It might be the way they put in the password, the second password for the VPN token might be slightly different, varying from VPN software to another, but in the nutshell, they're going to need that VPN token or RSA token, if you will, in order to get that second password so they can log in and access the VPN or the network that they're trying to connect to. You can also have a mobile version of that. So you can have a mobile phone. I don't know if I have an example of that here, but you can install an app on some companies have an option of installing app on your phone that generates this random token. So that's the first thing to be concerned about when it comes to connecting through VPN, when it comes to customer connecting to the VPN. So this is the main thing that you see when it comes to VPN with help desk when people call in or contact the help desk. Most of the time they're going to say, I can't connect to the VPN. The main thing to learn when you work for some company is to learn how they are connecting. That's the main thing. Now let's move on to other things. Let's look at VPN servers and how they are different from let me see here, from regular VPNs. This is kind of what it's going to look like for somebody, for example, working in the United States. When they will launch their VPN software, they may get a list of servers that kind of look like this. And they're all going to be in US. And all of these are most likely the servers for the exact same company. So this is all the same network. They're all on the same network. They're just different location. This is very normal when they launch their VPN software. They will see a bunch of different servers and they may choose to select one of these. The reason you want to know about this is because sometimes some of these servers will be down. It happens. Sometimes there will be way too many people trying to connect, for example, to the same one. Let's look at the capacities here, for example. You can see that the Los Angeles one is the very first one. So people automatically tend to click on the very first server available. And you can see that in this example, there's 13% capacity already, meaning that it has the most, well, this one has a lot too, 15%, but people a lot of times tend to pick the very first VPN server for their company. Either way, if they're having trouble suddenly connecting to, for example, Los Angeles here, just ask them to connect to Miami, New York, San Jose, or Seattle. So that's one other thing to kind of keep in mind when it comes to connection issues. Now, the other thing that is very common when it comes to VPN connection is that software is simply not there. So you have to have a way to reinstall software, to reinstall VPN software for the user. And a lot of times what happens is a company will set up a website that user can log into before they are connected to VPN. So, for example, what happens is they would get a link, they would type in that link, whatever that may be, get my VPN software.com. For example, this is not, I don't even know if this is a real website or not, but this is kind of what would happen. They would get a link, and keep in mind, they're at this time, they're not connected. Their problem is they cannot connect to VPN, and they don't have software either. So what happens usually is they will have a link that they go to, and once they go to that link, they can download the software and install it. So you may have to help them install that software as well if they need admin privileges, this and that. That's just a basic troubleshooting when it comes to installing software. But keep that in mind. If they don't have it, there has to be a way to get that VPN software installed onto their computer before they're connected to the VPN. You see what I'm saying? There has to be an external access or a way to initiate the VPN software installation, so that way they can afterwards connect to the VPN and have all the resources available to them afterwards, so they can just get back to work and start working. All right, guys, I believe this covers the VPN troubleshooting when it comes to help desk or general tech support. Let me know if you've encountered anything else that might be related to VPN. I think I covered kind of the most common issues when it comes to VPN. Let me know in the comments if there is anything that I've missed. I'd be interesting to hear different scenarios, different options. But keep in mind, there are many, many different ways of initiating VPN. Companies a lot of times have their own proprietary software, different prerequisites, meaning they may have a different security. So some companies, as far as I know, may not even require a second password or RSA token, which is kind of silly. But you do see that with smaller companies that may necessarily have the manpower to set all this up and do the maintenance on it and keep up with all of that stuff. So it's going to vary a little bit, but in general, what I've explained to you is exactly the main things. There are exactly the main things to be concerned about and to learn when it comes to troubleshooting VPN connections. So with this knowledge, you can literally go, for example, to an interview for help desk, and when they ask you about the VPN, you can explain to them how VPN works in this type of sense. Again, it's totally different from VPN that you download from the internet to hide your location. It's completely different. It works the same way when it comes to connections, but it's not the same function, because here you are just hiding your identity from the rest of the internet, while VPN for a business allows you to connect to the company's network, so that way you have access to all of those resources, so that way you can work, so you can get back to work. So this issue happens a lot when person's password expires. Their password expires and suddenly they cannot get onto VPN. They can typically log into their computer, but they can't get on their VPN because they don't get that prompt to change their password at all. And they can't just do Control-Alt-Delete. This is where you can usually click change password, or it would just force you to change the password. They can't do that because they're not on VPN yet. They are disconnected at this time. So The only thing they can do, as they typically do, is just call help desk and ask for a password reset. But we got to make sure that we don't just jump into resetting until we do a couple of things first. Let's have a look how I handle this call, and I hope you like my role playing. If you do, please take a second to like this video. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. So user decides that they need to change their passwords or they need help with that. So what they do is they pick up the phone and call the help desk. And it goes something like this. Hi, my name is Bob. Can you reset my password? I'm having a lot of trouble logging in. Can you reset my password? Sure thing, sir. I can reset your password. So this is something you would normally say to anybody who calls in and asks for a password change or a reset. So what can you do with that? The thing is, though, you have to keep in mind that when he's on VPN, he will not be able to take that temporary password that you've given to him and change it to his permanent password. Well, why is that? He's not connected to the same domain that you're changing his password on. So the question we need to ask him first is, are you able, sir, are you able to get on VPN? No, I can't. No, I'm not on VPN. I can't log into VPN. That's why I need you to reset my password. Sure thing, sir, but keep in mind that unless you're on a VPN, me changing your password is not going to help you. Now, just to make sure, are you already logged in to the computer? No, not at the time. It's not at the moment. You want me to log in? Yes, please, sir. Please log into the computer and make sure you stay logged in. I can't give you a temporary password because the system is set up in such way where you can't change it to your permanent password until you're connected with your VPN first. And in order for you to connect to the VPN first, I got to give you a permanent password because it just won't work. You can't use your temporary password to log into the VPN. And once you are logged into VPN, you can go ahead and update all your other systems by simply locking your computer and then unlocking your computer with your new permanent password. Unfortunately, yet again, I can't give you a temporary password because of the current setup and the system setup situation that we have. And that's the only way I can help you with that. I hope that works out for you. Oh, that'll work out for me. I just, thanks for telling me that. I'm going to make sure that I use this permanent password, and then I just want to make sure I can get on right now. Thanks for your help. Sure thing, sir. I just wanted to make sure that you can get on VPN as a number one thing, so that way, you can get back to work or do whatever you need to do. But yeah, is there anything else you need help with? No, I'm okay. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Yeah, you have a nice day, all right? Thank you, sir, and you as well. Have a good one. Bye-bye. And there you have it, my friends. The only thing left to do here is show you footage from one of my videos on how to reset a password in Active Directory. Let me know if you like my puppeteering. I know you can probably see my mouse pointer moving the hands up and down. I hope this is something that people might find enjoyable. I just kind of overview of what we gone over. The number one thing to keep in mind here is that if somebody is trying to connect to VPN, they need to have a working permanent password. If their password has expired, they obviously can't change it when they're not connected to the VPN. Because remember, when you call help desk, you give them a temporary password, at which point they get a notification or forced to change it to a permanent password. That doesn't happen when you're trying to connect to the VPN. And if you're not on VPN, you're not going to be able to get that notification or that prompt at all. So you got to give them a permanent password, and if they decide to change it afterwards to something else, they can. So this is something you can mention as well. All right, thank you so much for watching. And again, here is my video on how to change passwords in Active Directory. All right, let's go ahead and open up Active Directory. And within Active Directory on the left-hand side, you can see a folder that's called Users. If you select that, if you select users, you can see that a bunch of different users and groups show up in there. So you can scroll down and look for that login or the person's name. However, the easiest way to look somebody up is if you right-click the users folder and select Find. In here, you can type in the name of the user, and he said Irvin underscore CAN. So let's go ahead and click Find Now. And here it is. We found the user. We can simply select it, double click it, and it should pull up user's account. So let's see what's going on with that. He said he can't log in. So the next thing we're going to look up is the password. So we're going to click on the account. If we suspect that user is locked, in the account tab here, we can simply click on the check mark like this where it says unlock account, select apply or OK, and this will unlock the user's account. Now we can get back to them and let them know to try again. Well, there you go, my friends. This is how you fully handle a help desk call in which you would unlock user accounts. Of course, there are other things you can look at. If you go to the account, you can make some changes to it when it related to password. If you want to change their password, you can change it here. If you select user must change password at the next logon, is something what I would highly recommend in a business environment. So this is a part of security. You want the user to have their own password. So I highly suggest that you check user must change their password at the next login, because after you change it, you give them a temporary password, they should be able to set their own. In order to change the password, we have to go back to the users folder and then find the user and then right click it and then select reset password. However, this is kind of counterpoint to what I said earlier that, you know, if this is populated with thousands and thousands of users, it may not be easy to find. However, if you do right click on the users folder, select find, and do the thing I told you earlier is to type in Irvin CAN so we can find this user. Here, since we found it already, we don't have to dig through the Active Directory. A lot of people actually don't show this on their videos when they show how to reset the password. Is that now, since you already found it, you don't have to dig and kind of like, you know, your eyes are starting to dry out because you're trying to find this user. You can just find it here and then right click and reset password. And we're going to change the password to something temporarily. And then again, make sure this is checked. User must change the password at the next login. And then if their account is locked as well, you can check that as well. And then just click OK. And now it says the password for Irvin has been changed. But before we do that, please take 1 second to click the like button. And as always, if you have any questions, leave them in the comments. I will answer them. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So here's what Zoom looks like when you install it. This is the Zoom application installed on your computer. When somebody gives you just a link and you've never used Zoom before, and chances are if they just sent you a link, you will simply click on the link and the link will say, hey, do you want to install Zoom? And then you click open Zoom or install Zoom and it's going to install it. And then what you get and what you actually see is this window. This is the window that you would typically see first time you use Zoom. And then you realize maybe my audio is not working, people can't hear me or people can't see me. We're going to definitely talk about that. But also a first pop-up that you might see is it's going to ask you whether you want to use your computer as audio. So you have to make sure that you click use my computer as audio. So that's going to pop up and you just click on that. That's very simple. But then even then, if you don't have your audio set up correctly, it may not work. Let's look at the microphone icon here. You can see there's activity there. That means it's detecting that there is a microphone. It's picking up all those sounds from the microphones coming through. That's good. However, we may have multiple microphones. How do we know which one is being used correctly, or if any? So what if that's not happening? That means we need to tell it which microphone needs to be used. So if we click on this little arrow here, we're going to see a lot of stuff. And you can see I have a lot of stuff. The reason I do is because, you know, I'm a YouTuber. I have lots of equipment, so there's going to be a lot of stuff that shows up. If you simply have a headset, all you got to do is find out what is the name of it. In my case, I have a headset and it's called Plantronics C610. So I'm going to make sure I select that as the speaker, because otherwise I won't be able to hear people. So now my Plantronics C610 is selected. So that's my speaker. That's what I'm going to hear inside of my Plantronics headset that I'm going to put on my head. And then same thing for microphone. I'm going to make sure that this microphone is selected. And notice it's still working. The reason it's working is because it's selected as same as system, and I have multiple ones, so it's probably picking up my microphone that I'm speaking to right now, which is not my headset. But for Zoom meeting, I want to use my headset, so I'm going to select it. And then I'm going to double check here, make sure it's selected, and you can tell that it's selected by simple, you know, check mark that you have here. And that's one way to make sure that you're using a separate, like if you have multiple things like me, this way you can keep track and make sure that, you know, if you want to use it separate from other equipment, you just have to make sure that it knows what you want to use. And now my audio is set. This is if you're using a headset. If you're using like a laptop, if you have a laptop, you have to make sure that the microphones, laptop, and speakers are selected. So if you're not using a website and just your built-in laptop camera and the microphone, make sure that Realtek is selected for the speakers like this, speakers and the camera. Since I'm not using a laptop, all you see is speakers and no microphone here. But if I was to, for example, switch to my webcam, and like for example, I have a microphone on a webcam that is called HD Pro webcam, and I'm going to select that if I want to use that camera. Now this webcam doesn't have speakers, so I'm going to make sure that Realtek is just enabled, which is my PC speakers, right? So again, don't pay attention to this last part too much unless you have these specific things. But if you're using a headset, make sure you select the correct headset in both of these menus. That way it makes it simple for you. But if you have a laptop, just a laptop, you won't have this many things in here. So just make sure that the Realtek is selected. But if you have a webcam, make sure that the webcam is selected and the PC's speakers. So now you can see how I've selected the microphone for the Plantronics, and it's actually picking up a little bit less of it because it's kind of about a foot or so away from me, so it's picking up less of it. Right now I'm speaking into something else. Anyways, that's the audio. We can certainly test it. You can test it here, test speaker and microphone, and it goes through this setup where it detects the levels of it, and then it tells you, do you hear the ringtone? And it's a really good way to actually make sure that your headset or your audio is working. So I highly suggest you use that for testing. And then you can also have, if you have a phone embedded, that's another thing. But you know, this is video specifically for somebody who chances are just installed the Zoom for the first time, and this phone integration is something else. So I don't necessarily want to talk about this because it'll be way too much and way too confusing. And then you can, if you click leave computer audio, that means you can just like call into the meeting and use your like phone, like your cell phone, you know, or your home phone if you have them. And then if you want to really look at the audio settings, you can click on the audio settings here, and then you can see again what is selected in just a different separate menu. But it's the same thing we did earlier, except you can adjust the output levels and this and that, you know. And then there are other things you can do, like use separate audio device to play a ringtone simultaneously. For example, if you have a headset but you want your ringtone to come through the computer speakers, make sure that this is checked like that, and then select speakers, Realtek. So now this time the ringtone is going to come through the PC speakers. There are a lot of issues, a lot of things you can do here, and then you know, just play with them and make sure, you know, kind of find out what your preferences are. And then, you know, like for example, you can automatically mute your microphone when you're joining a meeting. These are all personal preferences. You can go to advanced and deal in and you know, adjust the background noise, but this is fine as it is. I wouldn't worry about it. Just kind of leave it at that. Otherwise, you can just cause issues, more issues with the audio. And if it works, you know, don't try to fix what's not broken type of thing, you know. So just make sure that your proper microphone and speaker are selected. Do a quick test on them and make sure that works. Now let's look at the video. Right now I just have a picture there, and if I click start video, you can see me here talking, and this is this is my puppet here, I guess, and I just have that for. And you can see me over here in the right hand corner, right there. You can see me just kind of talking and waving. So I'm the puppeteer, if you will. So my video is enabled here, but if I want to stop at any time, I can just click stop. And then if I want to select a different camera, I can certainly do that. And for example, select this HD, webcam, or whatever your webcam is, it's going to be listed there. Now keep in mind that if you have a camera open in another program, that it may not work at all. Like in this example, if I select my pro webcam here, it's not going to work because I have it open in another program. So if I click start, it just doesn't do anything. It literally says cannot start video, fail to start video camera, please select another video and camera settings. I know you can't see that error pop up because it's on my second screen where my puppet is, and I'm going to actually switch to it, so maybe hopefully it stays there. Yeah, you can see it right there that there's the error cannot start video because I had camera. I clicked on a camera that's been used by something else. So make sure that no other program is open and using your camera. That's why you get that error, Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. You select the camera you want to use, and that's that. Now, and then you can let's look at the video settings here, what we have here. And you can set different options. Of course, select the camera you want to use again, but you can also see that you can change the aspect ratios, enable HD, you can mirror your video, you can touch up your appearance to make yourself look prettier, and different personal preferences that you want to show people about you. Camera is one of those things that is, I don't like using it for obvious reasons because I'm ugly, but some people like it. Some people like it. So, and that's fine. I personally don't care for it. Here's some kind of fun thing that you can look at, and that is virtual backgrounds. So let me see if this works since I have a green screen going on. I wonder if it'll actually detect it decently or do anything with it. I'm going to select that. I have a green screen. Oh, wow. Hey, that's pretty cool, actually. Look at that. Would y'all look at that? All right. Let me close it here. I'm going to start video. Hey, that's not bad. So if you have a green screen, this works really cool, doesn't it? I like that. That's pretty cool. It looks like I'm in space and whatnot. Let's change to something else. Choose a virtual background. Ooh, at the beach. I wish I was at the beach right now. Look at that. Would y'all look at that? That's pretty cool. Oh, look, it's moving. That's actually pretty fun. I've seen other people using virtual backgrounds, and it kind of looks off because they don't have green screen. But in my case, I have a perfect green screen because it's software. There's no cloth behind me or anything like that. It's just my puppet, and he has a perfect green screen because it's 100% green ski. And let's do one other. Oh, okay. Well, I think this one's the best, although it's not moving. And then there's none. You can see there's my perfect green screen over here, All right, guys, I hope you like this video. I think it's really fun to actually create this video. It's cool. It's cool. Like, it's not that hard to use, but people still have issues, and that's understandable. It's okay to have these type of issues, It's okay. As long as we know how to fix them. These are normal computer issues that happen all the time. All right, guys. So here's our ticketing system. Hey, if you haven't watched my videos on how to use ticketing systems, I certainly have them. Check out my help desk playlist. So in this case, we're going to work on this ticket from this gentleman here, and we're just going to select it because it's not assigned or anything like that. So the first thing we're going to do is assign it to ourselves, and I'm going to click over here real quick, and I'm going to assign it to myself. So what do we have here? This ticket is about my monitor is not working, and then there is a number and it says call me. And this guy's name is Mike Moser. So in this case, this customer really wants us to call them. So in this case, we're not going to communicate via email or through the system or through an instant messenger or anything like that. This guy wants to be called. So we're going to call him and we're going to try to help him with a broken monitor. Now, I know that a lot of people are working from home nowadays. So in this case, we're going to role play into assuming that this guy or this customer is actually working from home. So that way we can kind of provide at least current time type of situation. But then again, of course, when you do help desk, you will help people that are working from home as well. So let's give him a call and see how that goes.
Hey, this is Mike. Hello, sir. This is Irvin with Help Desk. I have your ticket about monitor not working. Now, just to make sure, is this Mike Moser? Yeah, this is Mike Moser. All right, sir. I just wanted to see what I can do to help you with this. So your monitor is not working? Yeah, that's right. My monitor is not working. I don't know what's going on. This morning I logged in and I couldn't, I don't know, it's just a blank screen. It's just black. It like kind of looks like it's dead. So I'm not sure what I can do here. Sir, do you when was the no, just to make sure, is your monitor turned on? Like is there a green light on it or like some kind of indicator that's turned on? Yeah, it does look like it's turned on, but I don't know what's going on. All right, no problem, sir. Now, does your now I just want to make sure, is your computer turned on? Do you see any like indication on the computer itself that there's like a blinking lights, or is there any activity on it? Yeah. I know it's working. I pressed the on button and it's turned on. Everything seems to be working. It's just the monitors. I can tell that I can hear the noise whenever I turned on the computer. I heard the noise. You know that noise that comes up every time you turn on a computer. Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good thing actually. It's better than, better for your monitor to be broken rather than the computer itself. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so do you by chance have two monitors? Yeah, I actually do. Yeah. That's great, sir. So if you can you please unplug the one monitor that's not working? Yeah, I can try that. Hold on. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So what's going on? Chances are that only one of the monitors is broken and not both of them. So if you unplug the one that's not working, the other one should come up with a picture. All right. I'm gonna try here. Hold on. All right. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, it does. The second monitor does work. Yeah, I see the where I can log in and stuff. Well, that's great, sir. So thankfully, it's just one monitor that's broken. In this case, it really does sound like the first one or the one that your main one it wasn't working. It was just kind of dead. And I know you didn't unplug anything before that or anything like that. No, I didn't touch anything. It's just, that's I just morning is just stopped working. All right. So the reason I say it's good is because this way you can at least work with one monitor for now, but we can certainly replace your broken one. So, I mean, there are a couple of ways of going about it. You can order a new one through the system that you have in place, maybe through the company's website or something. I think there's an ordering website, or if by chance you go to your local office where they have the IT guys locally, maybe they can give you a new one or something like that. Because I know you work from home. So, all right. Well, I'm glad I got one working. All right, I guess I'll just deal with this one or just work with the one for time being. All right, well, thanks for your help. Yeah, no problem, sir. If there is anything else that you need help with, please let me know. But yeah, it does sound like just one of those monitors is broken, and chances are that if it's an older one, that just happens all the time. All right, anything else? No, I'm good. Thanks for your help. All right, sure, no problem. You have a wonderful day, all right? Thank you, you too. Bye-bye.
All right, so now that we have finished talking to the customer, the next thing we have to do is leave a note and even close the ticket in this case. So this is a good situation in which we can do so. Chances are, I mean, depending on the setup in your business environment, that you may want to route this ticket to his local support. It depends on whether he's going to actually go physically to the office where he works and get a monitor from there, But since we haven't gone through that with him and he doesn't know for sure, he can deal with that on his end. But of course, we're going to add a eternal note that simply says customers main monitor is not working. Let's see here. What else can we say? Can we provide more detail or about what we did, or are we just gonna say that we resolved it by unplugging it? Well, it's up to you. I mean, this is about a style of you, how you work. So, but I like to provide details. So what I'm going to do is type in instructed Mike to unplug the first / broken monitor. After doing so, it appears that the monitor is indeed broken. And then we're going to type in workaround down here. And again, this is your personal preference on how you put these notes in, but you want to put down what you did and how you resolved it. That's for sure. How you do it, it's up to you. This is what I'm going to do. Workaround. He will use his second monitor for time being. Later, he will acquire a new monitor. And that's pretty much what I'm going to leave here, because what I did here is, stated that indeed his main monitor is not working. Asked him to basically test it, because that's but the only thing you can do when you're not physically there. Asked him to unplug the first broken monitor. A lot of times you would just check the cables, see if everything is plugged in. But I kind of went with my guts here and just kind of asked him to unplug the first broken monitor. Because this situation also happens where people assume that their computer is broken, but it's actually not. What's going on is that their main monitor goes out, but their second monitor is actually just blank screen, or it's just black, right? So there's nothing going on. They assume their computer is broken. In this case, he kind of assumed it was a monitor, and he was right. It's the main monitor that's broken, and I instructed him to unplug the first broken one, and after that, it appears that the monitor is broken indeed. However, he has a workaround, which is his second monitor for time being. So we're going to save that, and we're going to change the status to complete, and I think that saved it. I always forget where there's actually a save button, because I use a bunch of different ticketing systems, and definitely at my main job I use a different ticketing system, and there's actual save button that I have to click after I complete it. Well, there you have it, guys. This is how you resolve this simple monitor ticket, but it's a good kind of shows you how to deal with a customer in a sense. And I hope you like my role playing. Obviously, you can tell that it was me doing the voice. I kind of went with Dr. Fauci's raspy voice. If you recognize that, or if you see that in that, let me know. But that's kind of what I went with. It was I think his name is Anthony Fauci, right? You guys know what I'm talking about if you're up to date on the current situation in the world. All right, guys. So let's look at this ticket. I have this mock-up ticket that I created in this service desk system, and it's called "My email is not working." The description would say, "Hi, my email is not working. This is my link." And then they show you a link, and there's a link right there. We can click on it. We can check it out. That's perfectly fine. And then we have an attachment of an error. And if we click on that, it gives us a lot of clues to what the problem is. So I love seeing attachments of the errors, because they can save me a lot of time when it comes to working tickets. And we already we can already guess what the problem here is because we've seen this type of website before many times. Chances are we all use this type of website, and we can see immediately why mail is not working, their email is not working. And if we click on the link, sure enough, it's not working because it's broken. But as we can see here, we know that we are just missing the L there. So if we just type in L there, just a sec, type in L, we can see that the email is working. So we can simply come back to the customer or user and just say, hey, this is the correct link, which is perfect and great. This is easy ticket to do, and it's no problem, right? The situation what I want to talk about is related to when a user or a customer reports a link not working of a website that you're not familiar with at all. So we can fix this one easily just by adding L. But when we go to a website, for example, imagine if this was the problem here, this link up here. Imagine if that was the problem. How would we even know that this part of it is not missing, just that 8? How do we know that? So we won't know that. It's not like we know every hyperlink for each website to know for sure whether the user is using that specific link. I mean, it can extend to, as far as we know, unlimited length. So how do we deal with that specific issue? So let's pretend that this is a website that's not google.com. That's something totally different. Now we have to reach out to the customer, and preferably this issue I would handle preferably over the IM or instant messenger if available within that company. If not, you may have to call the user and talk to them directly. That might be another option. And the way I would go approach this, I would reply to the customer. I would say, hello, my name is Irvin with Help Desk. I have your ticket about broken link. And then if it's, again, if it's a website that we're not familiar with, we don't know for sure. Because the thing is, though, we click on the link and we also get the same error. So we don't know whether they're using the correct link or not, or if the website is down for sure. So we have to figure out first whether it's the broken link, because 90% of the time it's the wrong link that they're using. And it's not necessarily their fault or anything like that. We have to make sure that we're respectful towards the user or the customer, because this type of stuff happens, especially if they're pushing back saying that it's not, that is the correct link. But that's okay. We're going to get to that part here. So, hello, my name is Irvin with Help Desk. I have your ticket about broken link. And then we can say, if we're suspecting a wrong link that they're using, is anybody else in your group having this issue? Or we can say, is anybody else in your group able to access this website? Right? So we can send that off to them and wait for their reply. But since it's a website, we don't know. We kind of want to resolve this as quickly as possible. We don't want to necessarily wait for them to receive an email from the ticketing system for the notification, wait for them to reply, this and that. That's fine if you know, or if they happen to be watching their email all the time. But chances are they're not. This is what I'm saying. You might want to reach them over the IM if possible, or if you want to call them. So a lot of times they come back and say this, customer, yes, that is the correct link, right? So they may come back and just say that. Then what do you do? And if you're still suspecting that it is that it is the wrong link, you can say, can you please check with one other person just to be sure? And then they might come back and say, usually after a little bit, because they are, chances are they are probably checking, and then, if they come back and say, yes, it's working for them. So this is your clue right here immediately. We'd immediately have like even higher suspicion that it is indeed a wrong link that they might be using. If this is working for somebody else and not for them, and it's obviously not working for us, that's because I, Irvin, and the customer, we both have the wrong link that was provided by the customer. And then if they keep insisting they are using the same link as me, you can say, can you please show me the screenshot of a working website? So you gotta be very careful with this. You gotta be kind of systematic in a way, but also respectful at the same time. You can't just tell them, no, you are using the wrong link. That's not the way you deal with customers or users on the help desk. So customer would, reply with screenshot, and then you would look at that screenshot, and then chances are that screenshot will have that clue to you of what the correct link. So you're looking at it, and then you're like, well, unfortunately you are using the wrong link because you're missing like an 8. Or in our case of the email here, we can go back to this. If we look at it, we can say, well, in this case you're missing an L, so that indeed is the wrong link, unfortunately. And that would resolve that. Sure, at some point you will come across an issue where it's a website that the website is down for everybody. So and that's different. If especially if you're familiar with the website, you'll know, yeah, this is not normal, this and that. But in this case, this is how you deal with a customer or a user that simply has a wrong link for whatever reason. It happens. You just got to be respectful and be systematic about it and very professional about it. This comes up a lot on help desk. Wrong link tickets. It's very, very common thing. All right, guys, I hope you like this video. I tried to make it as a real world example as possible and explain it in a way where it's easy to understand. Please let me know what you think in the comments below. If you have any questions, I have lots of help desk videos. They're very useful, very popular. A lot of people like them. And I hope you have a wonderful day, okay? All right, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I almost forgot to mention, guys. I have lots of written stuff that's related to help desk, network administration, system administration, all kinds of IT topics. I don't even remember how many I got, but it's on my website. It's at cosmicnovo.com. So if you go there, you can see that I have a bunch of different written versions of all kinds of different IT stuff that you can read. If you would rather read some of this stuff, then you can certainly do so on my website. So in my recent video, I was installing Windows 10 on the laptop that I've upgraded with an M.2 drive, and my excitement and happiness went quickly from that to being very angry at trying to install Windows 10 on it. I do realize that this version of Windows 10 is 1909. I feel like things changed, or maybe I missed something. Please let me know. This video that you're about to watch is completely unedited, aside from the part of me just adding this intro. But everything else is just straight through without cuts. And my experience was not very good installing Windows 10. The stuff and the amount of things they were making me do just to get into the Windows 10 was very infuriating at some point. And I hope that doesn't translate to you guys, but I just wanted to share it. This is unedited, fairly long clip, so here you're going to watch me basically install Windows 10 on this laptop. All right, here it comes. Now we're going to see how quickly we can install Windows on it. Keep in mind that the USB stick that I put on there is that I plugged in. It's a very old one that is super slow too. So, but you know, I digress. We'll see how fast we can install operating system on it. If it takes too long, I'll certainly edit that out. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's going to be pretty quick. All right. You know, select new install. By the way, if you're just, there's our drive. I'm going to create a new partition. Just going to leave it at default because I want to use all of it. And what was I going to say? So it creates a bunch of different partitions. One just has to be like that for just the way operating system works. Do you want to proceed? Yes. And yeah, very important. Otherwise you won't be able to boot. And I get that question a lot from my video on installing an M.2 adapter. Very popular video. I want to say it's almost 400,000 views at this point. People always ask me, can I boot, you know, can I boot OS through it? Well, if your computer supports UEFI, then yes, that's definitely possible. But not just the regular UEFI either. Sometimes you got to have the most recent one, most recent version. I'm gonna get, what was it, the most current one? 1.3 or 1.4? I'm not sure, but this one is definitely going fast, considering it's loading from a USB 2.0 on a really old thumb drive. That, matter of fact, I think I washed one time in my pants, because it's one of those that you put on your keychain, you know. It fell off the keychain and it stayed in my pants in my pocket, but I still use it. It's an old 32 gigabyte drive. Slow, but hey, that's going pretty fast, so I'm happy with that. What we're going to do here, I'm going to do a fresh install. I'm going to install Crystal Disk, and we're going to run that right away. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to install any drivers for this Samsung NVMe. I'm going to test it without any Samsung drivers installed. Whatever Windows gives me, I'm going to test it with that. What happens, happens, right? And I'm going to make sure I disable I'm going to put basically a laptop this into airplane mode, so there's no Wi-Fi enabled. I'm only going to enable it just so I can install Crystal Disk. But I don't want any updates to start doing, because that's the first thing that happens once you install a fresh Windows copy. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. Windows 10, if you already had Windows 10 on the computer, you can just reinstall it. And if you get that pop-up, do you want to register and whatnot? Don't worry about that. As soon as you get on the internet, it's going to register it, you know, so because it knows it's hardware based. So it's okay for you to install a new hard drive. I mean, they know that you're going to install a new hard drive because it knows. It's basically going to know that it's the same computer and it's the same key and same license. So you don't have to worry about, oh, am I going to be able to reinstall Windows on it? Yes, you can. I will definitely get a pop-up. Do you want to register it, or you know, this and that? But as soon as I get on the internet, it's going to work. Same thing if you're doing a fresh install on a brand new computer. If you have a Windows 7 key, you can also use that to, you know, to activate your Windows. That's what I meant to say. Register, activate, not register. You know, it's different. It's activate. Registering Windows is basically creating a Windows Microsoft account to register your product. But how long have I been speaking? This is almost done. It's 95%. And that's getting ready files for installation. We'll see how long it takes to install everything else. But so far it's going really fast, considering it has to read from something super slow. But that's okay, you know. I think it's going to be really fast in use. Wow, it instantly installed features. You can't get any updates because it's not connected to the internet. And wow, it's going pretty fast. Let me do a little zoom out action here, so you guys can see the little progress bar down there. Oh wow, it's already done. Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay. See, it's gonna restart up there. Oops, sorry about that. I didn't mean to shake the screen. I just accidentally hit the tripod. So it's rebooting right now. And should I unplug it? No, I was thinking about my USB stick. Hopefully it doesn't try to boot from that again. Well, I'm just gonna let it be. If I have to remove the thumb drive in a second here, I'll certainly do that. All right, come on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. Let's make it happen. Let's make it for the people. Let's make it happen for the people watching. By the way, guys, since we're waiting on this, come on, man, click the like button. Click the like button. I know you got 1 second. Okay, so it's trying to install it again. So I'm just gonna pull the thumb drive out real quick, and I'm going to cancel this. It's what I should have done right away. So once this happens, it's going to it's done. That was, what was it? I'm gonna have to check. Maybe 3 minutes or something like that. Maybe 3 minutes to install from a slow thumb drive. Man, I'm very optimistic to see how fast this is gonna go. Wow, did you see that? That went quickly. All right. Now, usually, also whenever you create a new, like a login account for somebody, that can take a while too. Basically, your login ID. Whenever you trying to do something on the computer and you gotta have a login ID. We'll see how fast that goes. I suspect here very shortly it's going to come up to that window where it's going to ask me, do you want to activate all these Windows 10 features and whatnot, which I personally like to disable, but for the sake of moving this along, I'm just going to leave it enabled. Later on I can disable it. I don't like all that, too much data being sent over the internet to Microsoft or anybody else. I like to keep things as private as possible. Alright. The screen went dark and it rebooted once more. Give it a sec. Give it a sec here, guys. Give it a sec. It's almost there. It's almost there. Alright, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. That sound like here we go. I was gonna say I sound like Elvis, but I probably don't. Elvis Presley. There it is. Cortana.
I'm Cortana.
No,
How can I
Cortana.
help?
No, come on,
A little
Cortana.
sign in here, a touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to
How do I get an exit out of this?
Use your voice or the keyboard along the way.
Come
and
on,
if you'd
Cortana.
like me to stay quiet, just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen.
Yes. Come on. Come on, Cortana. Alright, cool. Sure. Skip. And let's do, I do need to connect real quick to my Wi-Fi, which is this one. I want to put my password in. I think that's right. Sure, sure. Come on. Let's see how fast we can do this. By the way, this is like one of the record times for installing Windows 10, honestly. This is all real time. I haven't cut once. I haven't cut even one time. I can't wait to see the test, the crystal disk test on this. I'm really curious. I don't want to see what's new on Windows. Come on, man. Just get in there. Just a moment. Alright. I'm waiting. Alright, there it is. Nope. I'm not gonna use Microsoft account. No. No, 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 no. Come on. I don't want to use this. Come on, and back. Let's just do that, cobuman. I don't want. Look, I hate this. Get a new one. Get a new create account. I'm trying to create a local account, and it's being so difficult. They changed it. Create an account. No. I'm not. Can't believe I'm spending so much time on this. It was never like this, but I don't want to create a Microsoft account. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. Fine. Fine, create a new account. Unbelievable. Yes, I know, I already have it somewhere else. I'm not gonna... This is ridiculous. I'm gonna create a local account later. My God. I'm just gonna put whatever. Oh, I probably shouldn't, otherwise I won't be able to log in. No, not enough spying of you. See what I'm talking about? Get out of here, man. I'm just gonna put in whatever. Jeez. Can't believe it's making me do all of this crap. I'm just gonna pick whatever. Unbelievable. And now it's... Look, this is so stupid. Now it's asking me for my phone number. 555-55-5555. Unbelievable, man. This is so ridiculous. It didn't do this before, I'm telling you. Oh, now he wants a pin? Now you want to... Oh, man. 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh my God. Can't believe you're making me do this crap. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know it was going to turn into this. What is the more... No. I didn't know it was going to... This is... Oh my God. I did not think it was going to take more longer than installing the Windows operating system. I hate you, Cortana. This is so stupid. Oh, look, of course it's gonna... No. Decline. Oh my, look at all this crap. Now look at all this crap. I wasn't gonna talk smack about them, but look at all this crap. All of that stuff is spying on you and trying to advertise to you and trying to sell you their service. I understand you gotta have a business. But man, this is too much. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. My God. It really ruined my day, this crap. Hopefully the benchmark of this, and I guarantee you I will disable all of that stuff. I just don't have time to show you guys this right now, but I'll disable all of those services. Everything's going to be disabled. This is ridiculous. Man, I'm this close. I'm this close to switching to Linux. This close. It's ridiculous. It may take several minutes. I better not. I just put in a new hard drive. New solid state M.2 PCIe NVMe drive. I hate you, Microsoft. Look at this. Wants to restart immediately. Hell no. Where's the store? Stupid store. I have to go to stupid store to install this thing. Search. Crystal disk. Come on now. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. Where is a crystal disk? I know it's there. No. Come on. I know it's you stupid thing. Oh my God. I misspelled it. There it is, Crystal Disk app. Look at that. They made it so difficult to find. No. Get. Can't believe it, man. I have to jump through all these hoops. Come on. Install. All right. This is insanely ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna do. Okay, airplane mode is on. I can hear the laptop doing overtime. So there's something going on here. Something is using power. Can you see that? Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. Today's video is all about tickets. Help desk tickets. We're going to work on some of the most common ones that come through the system. So if you're into help desk, by the end of this video, you will know how to work help desk pretty much. I mean, there are going to be some of the most common things that will come across. I promise you that. So it's going to be a longer video. This is why it's going to be a premiere video. So if you want to interact with me on the right side where the chat is, you can too. But if not, well, sorry to have missed you. But if you have comments or questions, feel free to leave them below as well. I'll gladly help you out with whatever you need. One thing to keep in mind, the way I teach IT is very particular, very proactive, and very easy to follow. This is what kind of separates me from other people, which is perfectly fine. People have different ways of teaching things, but the way I do it is in a very proactive way. Not only do I talk about on how to fix a computer problem, but also how to deal with the customer at the same time while you're doing so. So I hope you like that type of style. Alright, that being said, please take 1 second to like this video. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much, and let's get into this awesome video. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that there is a lot to do here. We have what looks to be 12 tickets that we're going to work in this entire session. So keep in mind, if you're watching this while it's premiering, while this video is premiering, I am in the chat box as well. So if you want to interact with me, ask me any questions while we are watching this video together, feel free to do so. I am available to answer any of the questions that you might have, or if you just want to say hi, that's perfectly fine too. I more than welcome that. I love to hear from you guys. Okay, so we have a lot of tickets, guys, and now we have to prioritize. Of course, we have to use common sense here, and we're going to go for the tickets that came in first. The way we can tell is by looking at the date and time, but we can also look at the ticket number. So that being said, we're going to select this one, which is ISD 15. We're going to work that one first. Of course, if you see a ticket that says big system outage, make sure you prioritize that because it's affecting more people. It's going to impact more people, so you make sure you prioritize that. Otherwise, you just work tickets in the order received. All right, first ticket we have here, it's called PDF files don't open. Of course, make sure that you assign the ticket to yourself when you're working it so you can get credit for it. The title of this one says PDF files do not open or don't open. And in the description it says, for some reason PDF files do not work. So what do you guys think the issue is here? I'm going to allow a few seconds here in case you're interacting live with me or watching this video to for you to give me the answer. But I'm going to also keep it moving at the same time, but give you a little bit time to answer before I actually give you the answer for this. While you guys do that, I'm going to reply to customer and I'm going to get some information from them first. First, I'm going to introduce myself. Hello, My name is Irvin with, why I can't spell today, with help desk support. I have your ticket about PDF files not working. Can you please send me your computer name or IP address? So when I reply to this customer and I click save here, it's going to send them an email and it's going to ask them this information that I am inquiring about. And the reason for that is because in this situation, we're going to have to access their computer with remote desktop in order to resolve this issue. Sometimes we can fix these things just by telling them on how to fix it, but it's preferable, if possible, for you to actually fix it and not necessarily tell the user how to fix it. If you have to, that's fine. Of course, this is going to depend on the company that you work for. It depends on what the requirements are. But chances are, if you're help desk, you're going to take control of their computer, take a look at the problem, and resolve it as quickly as possible. So for that to happen, for us to use remote desktop, we're going to need their computer name or IP address. Both of those things are valid for us to use in order to access their computer remotely. So in this case, PDF files do not work. So number one thing that usually happens is that PDF reader is not installed. So Adobe program is not installed that allow us to view PDF files. A lot of times that's the main thing. Or there are alternative software that can be used to view PDF files, but chances are this is what's happening. Second thing that can happen is that it's file association thing. You may have Adobe installed on the computer, but if it's still not, or if the PDF files are still not using Adobe Reader to open, or nothing happens, that means we need to change the file association. We're going to change that right now. Now keep in mind that when it comes to dealing with users or customers, follow the instructions that they have on the ticket on how they prefer to be contacted. In this case, all I did was reply to their request because I know that this will send them an email. However, they may sometimes specify they want to be contacted via phone, or they just want maybe some kind of an instant message. Most companies are going to have some kind of instant messaging system, or they just want email reply. Whatever their preferences are, make sure you follow that to the T. Very important, because this is what user feels most comfortable with. In this case, we send them an email, and once we get a reply, and let's say since this is a fictional customer, let's say we do get a reply, and let's say maybe we are talking to them. Maybe the customer said that the PC name is cobuman1. So what I'm going to do in that case, I'm going to add an internal note for us as in tech support people to have on file. So I'm going to say user's PC name is cobuman1. So I'm going to use that to access this cobuman1 PC and then see what's going on. All right, now let's look at that system. All right, here we are inside of the system. I'm going to show you how you would check for this. First thing I'm going to do is just search for Adobe. Adobe Reader shows up right there. So that's good. We know Adobe's installed. If it's not installed, we're going to reinstall it, given that your company allows for Adobe Reader to be installed, which chances are it will be. If it's still not working, I'm just going to open up File Association, which is also known as Default Apps in Windows. There is also a File Association different window that kind of looks like this, but this is what it is now in Windows 10. As soon as this loads, we're going to look for PDF. So I'm just going to scroll down, and we're going to look on the left-hand side here for .pdf extension. So if we scroll down, it should be here. Here we go, O, and then we're we're approaching P, so should be here shortly. PDF. There it is, PDF. We can now see that PDF in this case is actually opened in Microsoft Edge. We simply click on that and change it to Adobe Reader. There you go, problem solved. Some people prefer for PDF to be opened up in a browser, which is fine too. You just ask them what they want. All right, that ticket is resolved. I'm going to add internal note, changed file association. Sorry guys, I can't concentrate on spelling today properly, but good thing we have that red underline thing. I can just right click, change file association to allow PDF to change file association to resolve PDF issues. That's fine. We know what we did. So if anybody else looks at that, whether it's your boss or somebody has to refer to it, to that ticket and see what you did, they'll know what you did. So issue resolved. We're going to close this ticket as such. So yeah, keep in mind, follow the rules of what the customer prefers to be, with the rules in which customer prefers to be talked to. Very important. Stay very professional when you're working tickets for any company, and always be polite. All right, moving on. So we're going to work on this number 16. We worked 15, so we're going to work this one. It says website is super slow. And then in the description it says every website I open is super slow. So what could that be, guys? Tell me if you're watching this in a if you're watching this while it's premiering. See, most of the time when we think of websites running slow, we think of internet, right? We think of internet, and yeah, that's one of the most logical things we can consider as causing the problem, which would be slow internet, right? But internet may not necessarily be slow. Maybe there's something going on the computer that could be causing this. Again, this is one of those things we can resolve. In my opinion, the best way to resolve it is to actually take a look at the system again. So we're going to go in here again and say, hello, my name is Irvin. We're contacting the customer again with tech support. I can help you with slow website issue. Can you please provide PC name or IP address so that I can take a look? We're going to do it like this, guys. So, as I said, the main thing to kind of consider as a website running slow, and in this case, every website is running slow. It's not just a specific website. So it's not an issue with just one website. It's all websites. Yes, internet could be running slow, and that could be the main reason. But there could be also something in the background that's taking up this bandwidth for the internet, or not necessarily in internet, because in this case, user or customer might be considering internet as in every website that they access, while a lot of websites might be internal. So even if it's just even if they say that every website is running slow, that may not necessarily be the case. So that's one thing that you might want to consider checking, is that you could be just internal websites. So let's say they have 5 different websites that are only for them, for that business. So that's the first thing I would check and ask as well, when I'm as a follow-up after I get their PC name. Is it all website really, or is it just the internal ones that you use most of the time? Because sometimes users don't know the difference between internet and intranet, while the intranet is being, the internal websites. Anyways, there are other things that could be causing it. So if it's just a local network that's causing the issue, that's something to consider. So let's again pretend that we got a same PC name. cobuman1 is user's PC name. We got internal note. And the way you put these notes in, it's going to be up to you. As long as you make sure that everything you do is listed in there professionally and in a descriptive manner, so that when somebody looks at it, they can tell exactly what you did. I know I keep repeating myself on these things, but it's very important, guys. So we're going to pretend that that's the PC name. Simply because I don't want to show everything on this main PC, because this is your main PC that you're working with. So in this case, we're role playing. Okay, here we are at user's computer. Again, the same PC name that we're going to use. So I made videos on this too before, but yeah, make sure that check and double check to see which websites are slow. If it's an internal network, if it's internal websites, then there's an issue with your network. You may have to contact the network team. That's another issue. But a lot of times, it's just the updates that are coming down for some reason, and it could be related to the fact that maybe user hasn't left the computer on, or turned the computer off when it's not being in use. So whenever they turn it on, it tries to install all these updates. And as you can see, there is an update here waiting to happen. And then of course, you can also open up their task manager and just look at their performance, see if there's anything taking up bandwidth. And here we are, just kind of looks like by default we have selected Ethernet adapter, and then we can see what kind of activity we have going on right now. Right now it looks to be, just normal usage, because I'm using RDP, remote desktop, so you will expect to see this type of usage, but nothing crazy. We know that this is not even 1 megabit per second speed, so this seems normal. And then you can test the websites, see what's going on, and to kind of go about it in that way. Look at the processes, see if there's anything working in the background that's taking up a lot of CPU power. They can also make it seem like the websites are running slow. If the CPU utilization is really high, that could be the problem. If you see that, look at what is using the CPU bandwidth or CPU power in that case, and then resolve that issue in that manner. But again, internet is running slow. Check their bandwidth speed. You can do a bandwidth test to see what's going on. I don't want to do it right now because it will reveal my current IP address, but you can go to Google and just type in bandwidth test. You can do a bandwidth test. If that looks sketchy, you can look into that. There are many other things that can cause this, but the ones I've mentioned here are the main reason for this to happen. So just kind of look at these things, see if there is anything actually on the computer causing the problem. If everything looks fine on the computer itself, like this is perfectly normal, that could mean that there is some kind of a network issue. In which case, I would possibly route this ticket to tier 2, so that way they can reach out to the network people. So network team, they would reach out to the network team and say, there's something going on. But the chances are you would have multiple users reporting the same issue. That's but you can also look if you have a setup in the system for your company. There might be a place or just like a web page that keeps track of critical issues that are happening right now. You can check that page to see if there are any network issues, this and that. This is a really good start to get you going in the right direction, to make sure that there's nothing going on with the computer first, because that's your job. Your help desk, tier 1 and maybe tier 2, but this is your job to make sure there's nothing going on the PC that could be causing the problem, and move on from there. All right, in this case, we're going to role play and just assume that there are no issues. There are no issues at the moment. This also happens. A lot of times we're somebody reports slowdowns with the websites, but then if it was some kind of a background process like updates or something in the background that required extra bandwidth or even CPU bandwidth, it may seem like website issue, but it could, by the time you get to it, it might be just fine. So yeah, again, I can't stress this enough. Check all these things first before you put a note down like this at the moment. And then depending on your environment, what I do, which I'm allowed to do at my current employer, I can say I will keep the ticket open for 24 hours to monitor. So I'm allowed to do this at my level. Some help desk places, they don't want you to keep the tickets open at all, in which case you may have to close the ticket right away. So I'm going to leave this ticket open for the time being. I'm going to change its status to waiting for support. Waiting for support. Well, that's us. We can't do that. So I'm trying to think here. You know what? Since I don't see appropriate status here, I'm just going to leave it in waiting for support. The ticketing system I use at my work has something a lot more specific things that you can actually select. But since we're limited with this current ticketing system for demonstration, I'm going to leave it waiting for support and just kind of keep track of it. It's assigned to me. I'm going to keep track of it. That's what matters. So we're going to move on from this ticket here. Okay. Let's see here. The next one is ISD 17. It says my documents are missing. All right, let's have a look. And again, we're going to make sure that it's assigned to us. Very important. And it says here, my documents are missing. I found that my documents are missing. Very simple. So this person or this reporter is saying that their documents are missing. We're going to have to figure out which documents are they talking about. So I'm going to reply to the customer. Again, follow the instructions given to you by the customer on how they prefer to be contacted. I'm going to say, hello, this is Irvin with PC support. I have your ticket about missing files. Can you please provide your PC name? So I actually done a video on this already, and for that I'm going to actually cut into that so you guys can, it's the same deal as this. I just want to kind of use it because this is going to be a very long video, as you guys already know. So I'm going to use my previously made video that's literally dealing with this same issue. So I'm going to just kind of plug it in there, and then we're going to continue after that. But for now, I'm just going to leave it at this, and I'm going to close the ticket. But yeah, again, I'm going to show you the video of something that I've done exactly like this, so you guys can know how to deal with that. So I'm going to close it completed, and we're going to now concentrate on this second ticket. All right, let's click on this ticket. This ticket is called I am missing internet shortcuts folder. And then if you look in the descriptions, we can see that it says internet folder is missing from my desktop. So in this case, there is a folder, or there was a folder on their desktop that, it was deleted or just simply gone. Who knows? Maybe it was moved somewhere. That happens sometimes too. User would just accidentally, for example, they would if you look at over here, they would drag it somewhere and it would go God knows where, So typically you would say, hey, can you check your recycle bin? Go inside of your recycle bin and check if it's in there, this and that. And yeah, definitely do all of that stuff. But if it's not there and it's just one of those things that you may have a copy of, let's say you can't find it, but you can find a copy of, you can ask them, hey, does anybody else have a copy of it? Maybe I can copy it over, because it's just internet shortcuts. We can certainly do that. Again, we're going to have to get some information from them before we can proceed further. But we're going to role play, and then first thing, of course, we're going to do assign a ticket to ourselves, and then we're going to reply to customer. Hello, this is Irvin with US, or you can say tech support, doesn't matter. You know, let's do tech support. With tech support, or you know, you can say help desk, you know, whatever your situation might be. Can you please provide your PC name so that I can restore your folder? Thank you. Thanks you. Thanks, Irvin. Okay. So now user has been asked, or you can call them, you can talk to them. Again, we're going to go back to the user, and you know, we're going to get that PC name, and in this case we're going to pretend that the same PC name is cobuman, so we're going to keep doing that. The PC, let's do this. Users PC name is cobuman1. All right. So kind of same thing, and I'll show you something else just in case this doesn't work. We can go back into his you know, desktop, and then we can just copy paste whatever it is that they need. So let's pretend that actually let's go ahead and just create a quick folder called Internet Shortcuts, and now we're just going to copy pasta onto his desktop. Okay, now let's go to his computer. Now we're at his computer, and we can say, hey, can you please check to see if the Internet Shortcuts is back? And sure enough, there it is. These are just the typical ones that I go for when it comes to resolving issues like this real quick whenever I'm working tickets. Whenever, you know, I work as a business system analyst, but I do work on tickets, especially nowadays, now that we're working from home. So they need more assistance. So this is what I do mostly nowadays, simply because different times, you know, different times, guys. So now I'm just gonna finish my ticket here. You know, made a copy of internet folder to desktop. Whatever you want to put in there, as long as it's detailed enough so that if somebody looks at it, like your boss knows what you did. And I'm going to resolve this and mark it complete. Okay, now that we're done with that type of ticket, let's move on to this 18 here. It says, I need to have Oracle DB, Oracle database, installed on my computer. I'm going to assign it to myself, and we're going to work it. We're going to keep it going, guys. We're just going to keep it going. All right. It says, I need to have Oracle DB installed on my computer. And same thing repeated in the description. And it's this guy named Mike Moser. All right, Mike. So you got to be careful with this, because when it comes to installing third-party software, and in this case, Oracle database is a third-party software, no matter how you look at it, we have to make sure that it's okay for you to install this for them. So what we're actually going to do, and preferably you'd want to talk to the customer over the phone. This is how I prefer it. You can do it any way you like. You can send an email, a reply to them. You can send them an instant message and see if you can get more information. But what would you guys do? How would you guys handle this? You got to be very, very careful, because we can't just install Oracle database on their computer without permission. So here are a couple of different things that could be happening here. Mike Moser, he may already have a license to install Oracle DB, and he already maybe has requested it through proper channels, and maybe he just doesn't know how to install it, and he already has all of these permissions. So we're going to ask him this. We're going to start with this. Hello, you guessed it, my name is Irvin. You're going to be doing this a lot, except you're going to be using your own name, of course. with PC support. I have your ticket about installing Oracle DB. Do you have, or let's do this. There are many ways of doing this. Did you request a license for this software? Or, and you know, we can send this, or depends how it is on your in your business, in your setup in your business. You can also say, before I install this software, I have to check to see if it's on approved software list. So if you send a message to him like this, it kind of gives it almost like open-ended, in the sense that customer may reply to you and say, hey, I already have it, I just need it installed. Meaning that I already have it approved. Of course, you have to check that real quick. And then sometimes you may have to install it manually. But also, Mike might actually already have it installed. Might even have it installed already on his computer. In which case, he may need help with configuration, which is not necessarily something that you as help desk tier 1 would be able to do. But if you're doing desktop support or tier 2 help desk, you should be able to configure software. In this case, Oracle database, you may need like things like database driver installed or something like that. And I'll show you that as soon as I'll show you that briefly as soon as I kind of talk about this part of it. But when it comes to help desk tier 1, you have to make sure, number 1, that it's approved, and number 2, that you install it for them, whatever that might be. You may have a program that handles pushing of the software to the computers, and you may need to help them subscribe their computer to this piece of software. Subscribe meaning that basically you tell the system that his computer name, and remember we use cobuman1 as a computer name a lot, that it has that computer cobuman1 subscribed to Oracle DB. So what in that case, it should automatically install itself. But it also, what he might mean is actually configuration. So I have to check that. But when it comes to just simple installation, you should be able to handle this as help desk tier 1. Now let me just show you briefly what I mean by setting up Oracle database. I'm just gonna, it's a little bit slightly off topic, but I do want to show you when it comes to configuration. This is done through administrative tools here on the computer itself, and it's done here under one of these. So let's say you're installing or configuring Oracle database driver. It would be somewhere in here, and what happens is that you would have the Oracle driver in here. For example, in here you would have a Oracle driver that's already in there, and then you configure it whatever the system that you want. So you would just click add, and then you would select which one you want to use, and then you go in through the configuration, set up the ports, IP addresses, server names, or whatever it needs to be. So if you're not comfortable with that, that's fine. You don't necessarily have to be the guy that does it. It just depends on the level and the requirements for the company. Again, this is possibly help desk tier 2. Definitely desktop support person would actually deal with this. Okay, I'm going to go back to that system. All right, but in this case, we're going to assume that he just wanted it installed, so we went ahead and installed it. I'm going to add internal note. Install. Well, let's do this. Subscribed PC to Oracle DB means that we told the internal system to go ahead and push, and the internal system or internal setup has approved it for it to be installed. And then I'm going to do this installed software as requested. Okay. And now we're going to close the ticket as complete. All right, easy peasy. Moving on to number 19. My computer is freezing twice a day. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. And my computer is freezing twice a day. So this kind of related to our websites are kind of running slow. Websites are running slow, excuse me. Ticket in the sense that chances are that this is just Windows updates causing the problem. So I believe I have a video on this. I will show you kind of a clip from that on how to check for issues like this where the computer is causing problems. So I'm just going to plug that in here. Because it talks about the exact same thing, what you should check in order to see why computer is running slow and why it's happening in this case twice a day. So I'm going to cut the clip into that, then we're going to continue with our ticket number 20. In the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and close this ticket, but then again, don't worry, I'll show you how to do this and how to check on this ticket and how to resolve it. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we take a look at a call handling for help desk tier 1, in which case user has a slow computer. I will show you the call handling and I will show you what I did to resolve the issue as well. Friends, if you have a 1 second, please click the like button. I really appreciate it. This way I'm not going to bother you with any ads at this point. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. So let's get to it. I'm going to play the call, and at certain times I will pause the call itself and show you what I'm doing on the backhand in order to help this user. This was going to be a fun video, guys. Let's get into it right away.
Thank you for calling Help Desk Tier 1 support. My name is Irvin. How can I help you today?
Hi, my computer is running really slow. Is there something you can help me with this? For some reason, it's just so slow today that I can't do anything. No matter what I do, everything is really slow.
Sure thing. What's going on? When did you start having this issue?
It started happening this morning. It was fine yesterday, and then today, for some reason, it's just very sluggish. I can't do anything. I really need this to be fixed so I can do my job.
All right, no problem. I can have a look to see what's going on. Can you give me your PC name?
My PC name,
Yeah, it should be under your PC information, or even there might be a sticker on your computer or something like that. It'll be either combinations of numbers or letters. If you can give me that, please, I'd appreciate it.
sure, I think I see it here. It says TMC3565830.
All right, thank you very much for that. Sir, do you mind if I take control over your computer just for a moment? I want to see what is going on and see if we can figure out what's causing this issue for you.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, let's pause the phone call just for a second here. So the user is talking about a slow computer. So it's a slow computer situation. So what is the major reason for a slow computer? In a business environment, most of the time when a computer is slow, it's because of an update. So let's get a look at the updates that we can look up here, and we're going to just type in updates and check for Windows updates. And sure enough, guys, we have some pending restarts for an update for a Windows 10 update. So what typically happens is that Windows tries to update, or the computer itself tries to update overnight, but for some reason it's not able to do so when the computer is not being used, meaning that it tries to do this in after hours when the computer is not being used. But chances are, if the computer was turned off, shut down, asleep, or any of those reasons, it probably couldn't install these updates. So now we got to get back to the user and let them know that this is what was the cause of this and explain to them what we can do to resolve this issue. Of course, if your company has a specific tool that pushes updates to your computer, you would also check that to see if anything failed, because it's not just Windows updates that could be causing this, but updates for other software, and chances are there's a different way to control that within the company that you work for. It would be company specific, so you would have to check that as well. Other reasons for a slow computer is highly unlikely in a business environment. You know, for example, like not enough RAM, this and that. that's not usually what happens in a business. That's something that home computers may have issues with. For a business type of computer, they're going to be up to spec, and the main reason for it to be in slow is updates. Of course, there's another reason, being a virus, but getting a virus in a business environment is so unlikely, it's unbelievable. So, updates, main thing. Let's get back to the customer and tell him about that.
All right, sir. So what I found is that your computer was trying to get updates, but it's not able to. So at this time, we need to reboot your computer so you can finish Windows updates. This typically happens whenever your computer is either asleep and it can't get a chance to get its updates overnight. Usually, computers get updates overnight when people are not working during after hours where, it's not a, peak business hours or anything like that. So, but sometimes when the computer is asleep or turned off, or if it's shut down, it may not be able to get its updates. So what we got to do is just kind of wait for it to finish its updates. And I have a feeling once we reboot, it should be done. It'll probably be much faster. But yeah, that's what usually happens, and that should resolve your issue. So go ahead and reboot, and if that doesn't work, then we can help you further. See if that works.
All right, I'll give it a shot. All right, I'll go ahead and reboot now and then see what happens.
All right, great. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that.
Okay, looks like I can log in now.
All right, great. Go ahead and log in and we'll see how it goes. Now keep in mind, we just rebooted the computer, so it may be a little bit slow in the beginning, but it should be fine afterwards. Usually when we're rebooting the computer, it kind of clears the memory. So in that case, it may take a little bit just to log in, but afterwards it should be fine.
Okay. All right, I'm logged in.
Great. All right, let's see. See if it's running any better for you here.
All right, I'm checking. All right, so far so good. Tell you what, it's definitely faster than it was this morning. I don't. Okay, yeah, it seems to be fine now. So let me see if I can pull up my email and a couple other systems that I use just to make sure before I let you go.
Sure thing, no problem, sir. Take your time here.
Okay. I think I'm good now. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help on this.
Hey, no problem, sir. Again, sometimes this just happens whenever computers shut down. The best advice I can give you is that whenever you're at the end of the day, whenever you're done using the computer, just go ahead and like reboot it or sign off, because sometimes the computer wouldn't even update properly, even if you're signed into the computer for some reason. But the best thing to do is just to reboot the computer, and that should kind of be a proactive thing we can do here to kind of prevent this type of thing from happening.
All right, will do. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
All right, no problem. Have a good day. Thank you for calling tech support. Bye-bye.
Well, there you have it, guys. That's how you handle this type of call. I hope you find this very useful. This is a real world example, guys, so I hope you really do find this useful, because this is exactly what's going to happen whenever you do start doing your help desk tier 1 tech support. All right, guys, so let's take a brief break. This is a good opportunity for us to take I suppose, couple of minute break if you guys want to run somewhere real quick and come back if you're watching this as a premiere along with me. And I hope you guys are liking this stuff so far. I believe it's very valuable because I'm showing you real life stuff that actually happens. I've said this before, and I know you guys that are watching me on a regular know that I normally work as a business systems analyst, but right now in this current situation we're in, working from home, I'm mostly doing tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 or whatever help desk, but tech support in general for whoever might need issues. So this is a real world experience, and if you like it, please click the like button and share this video with your friends if you have time. If you don't have time, for me, if you just click the like button is also very, very, very helpful, and I really appreciate that so much. What do you guys think so far? If you're watching this in a premiere, during the premiere of the video, please say, please, you don't have to, but if you want to say something in the chat, I more than welcome it. Otherwise, feel free to leave me a comment in the comment sections below. And if you check out my channel, there's going to be a lot more stuff, not just how to teach you, not just teaching you the help desk job, but also how to get these type of jobs. They could be help desk, desktop support, system administration, network administration, uh, project management. There's so much. I think I have almost like 400 videos, and they're all longer format, similar to this. I do have hardware videos if you're into computer hardware and stuff like that. I do have those. They're pretty popular as well. Okay, that's it for our break. Let's go ahead and continue and just kind of power through these tickets, guys. We got to make sure we work these tickets. All right, moving on to ISD 20. And this one says here, I close my documents without saving. Oh boy. You love to see these type of tickets because there is not a whole lot you can do with this. The problem is, you guys know this. If you haven't saved something, chances are it's gone. There are a few exceptions. Some programs automatically create a save file and it creates a copy of it, in which case you would go through and see if you can recover it like that. Another thing is, and these are things we have to think about before we even reach out to Mike, before we even reach out to this user. We have to think like this, proactively think, very proactive, because we're gonna have to try to see if we can recover any of this stuff. The biggest issue here is, if we're gonna have to confirm this, is that they close the document without saving. And if there is no automatic save feature in that program, there's nothing we can do. However, sometimes people will actually do the opposite. They would save the document and overwrite what's in there already. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, maybe there is a backup of that same file somewhere that they can look at and compare and see which one is more valuable to them. Because this is a really awkward situation. You got to be very careful with this. So we're going to reply to customer, because in reality there's really not a whole lot we can do to help this customer, unfortunately. Hello, my name is Irvin with help desk. Let's do tier 1 like this, and you guys can do whatever you like, as long as it's appropriate. I have your ticket about closing a document without saving it. Did you happen to save it somewhere else? Or did you just close the window? See, this is, you can't, I'm going to put a smiley face there, because chances are we're going to have to tell him here that we can't help him. So sometimes it's okay to use these emoticons to kind of prepare the user that once you give them the bad news, is that it's not your fault per se. So I'm going to send this. It would be different if they just delete an entire document, which we touched on previously, and that there will be places where you can restore it, whether it's just from Windows restore point. Because what happens is when you create a Windows restore point on a computer, it also creates copies. And if you set it up to do it regular, it'll create copies and backups of every file that you've created and edited at some point. So you can go back and pick an older one and, you know, this and that. But in this case, they literally just close the window as far as we can tell. So when they come back and say, yes, I closed it without saving my work that I typed in all day, then we may have to say, unfortunately, we don't sorry about that, guys. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to recover that file. Once you close the window like that, it is gone forever. Not smiley face. So, and to make them feel better, you can say, however, I can take a look at your PC to see if I can find a time-based backup. Saved backup. But I am not 100% sure there is something there. So you got to give him something. You can word it any way you want. Just make sure you're very understanding and polite about this, because chances are, again, that there's nothing you can do about this. So do all you can to help them out. See if you can find it, and if not, then, you know, it's just tough luck. You know, what can you don't tell this to the customer. Just be polite, but do the best you can, and to you know, to help them out. That's all you can do in this ticket. And then once you do it, you just close it. I mean, this is one of those situations you will come across that happen, that simply happen. You know, part of working help desk is to actually be in these awkward situations occasionally. Not all the time, but occasionally. All right, guys, let's move on. Number 21 here. ISD number 21. Computer shuts down multiple times a day. Now, I'm going to have to refer this one to being related to either, well, okay, let me ask you guys, what do you guys think this might be? To give you a little moment to, or, you know, to give some people a chance to actually answer this if you're watching this as a premiere video. While you guys give me a reply, I'm going to assign it to myself, and I'm going to reply to customer, and I'm going to ask them, hello. Well, I'm going to say who I am first. With PC support. When your computer shuts down, does it give you any error, or does screen simply go dark, or nothing happens? You know what? Let's leave this. This is way more descriptive, and it's to a point. So, all right. Going to have to refer you to my video here, or part of the video where I talked about updates, because this can happen if it's just a regular update. You get an update and it wants to reboot multiple times. This happens usually when computer's been turned off overnight and now it's getting updates. That's number one reason. Number two reason, bad hardware. If they come back and say it just goes dark, screen goes black, nothing happens, it shuts down multiple times, then chances are that this is hardware issue. In this case, we would have to say this. It sounds like it could be a hardware issue. We will need to perform a, let's be very descriptive, hardware diagnostic on this computer. So we're going to have to say this, and we're going to have to run hardware diagnostic. There are different ways of doing this. On, for example, some computers, I want to say HPs, maybe some Dells, when you reboot the computer and when you hear the the beep when it's posting, you can press, for example, I don't know, F8, F9, F11. I forget exactly which key it is, but it gives you to kind of a boot menu, but also gives you an ability to perform hardware diagnostic. In this case, if the computer just shuts down like this randomly, no warning, nothing, it just goes dark, it's a hardware issue. To me, there's no doubt about that. There's nothing else that it could be. But it could be overheating, so the computer could be just dusty inside, dirty, maybe what's his face needs to be changed, like the heat sink and the fan, maybe they need to be taken off, cleaned out. The thermal paste that connects to the CPU needs to be changed, and yeah, stuff like that when it comes to heat. The second thing is that happens mostly and causes this shutdown is hard drive. Hard drive simply starts going bad and it just randomly shuts down. So it's either one of those things at random. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that you have to do some kind of a hardware diagnostic, and then that's going to depend on what kind of tools you have available to you as help desk. There might be something else you have to do when it comes to resolving this issue. This user may have to actually take their computer to a designated office or place where they would physically bring their laptop to. If this is a person that is working from home, for example. If they're working in an office environment, their local IT support, IT, not IP, information technology support or tech support will have to do a diagnostic and figure out what is going on with their hardware. Every office will have one of these guys, maybe not there, but maybe a guy that travels between locations that will deal with this. Chances are, if it's hardware, if their computer is under warranty, maybe even a technician from, for example, HP or Dell would check on this and see what's going on when it comes to possible hardware issues. So that's how I would go about it. There's really nothing for me to show you here because you would literally just do a diagnostic. For example, you open up a menu and you select test hardware. If it's one of those type of diagnostic software, or if it's pre-boot software, or you can specifically tell it test hard drive, test RAM, test motherboard. It's as simple as that, and it will tell you if there are issues with that. And you can also look at Device Manager and look at there. This is what you could also do. I'm sorry, I'll have to actually tell you what to do. I'm going to go to the computer and let's do this here. Let's do this here because I don't want to leave this one just without actually showing you something and not just, I don't want to just explain it. I'm going to say this: user's PC name is cobuman1. All right, let's go to it. All right. Here we are at cobuman1. We're going to go to the device manager. I'm sorry, we're going to go to event viewer. We can also do this in the event viewer. What we're actually looking for is Windows logs, Windows system logs, and we're going to look for errors that come up. And these are typical errors that show up when there's a hard drive going bad. So we're going to just, I'm going to find something here that kind of looks similar to it. I forget the exact the event ID, but it will be blatantly obvious to you when it comes up. See, this computer doesn't have any errors as far as I can tell. See, it will be related to something like this. You see, it says NTFS file system is healthy, no action is needed. When there is something wrong, there would be a red icon here that tells you that there are some issues going on here. You can also go to a reliability monitor. I talked about that in my previous video. See, here are some warnings here. Something like this, but it will be red. There it is, errors. Here we go. There are always errors, guys. See, these are all talking about different things. Most of these are actually normal, but what you're looking for is a source, as in, and then look at the source here, and then look at the file system. Anyways, this is stuff you would be looking for specifically when it comes to file issues. See, this one doesn't have that. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with this PC when it comes to NTFS file system. But when it comes to source, this is what you would kind of look for and see if there are any errors coming up like that. And they'll be very descriptive, just like the one I showed you earlier here, where it talks about NTFS file system. It would say there is an issue with, some kind of NTFS file system issue. So it's going to be very apparent, and then in description you can see, just like every time you click on something here, you can see the description of what's going on here. So this is what you're going to have to look for, and there'll be a lot of them. Trust me, if there's an issue with the hard drive, there's going to be a lot of them here. And then you can just go to a reliability monitor, reliability monitor. It's being stupid. Control panel. Reliability monitor is inside of, where is our? I think it's security maintenance. And where is it? Security network. Man, I recently did. I'm getting tired, guys. This video is getting long. I'm getting tired. I think it's probably been an hour. Maintenance. It's here somewhere. Reliability monitor. Here we go. Security and maintenance. View reliability history. There it is. Reliability monitor. So I was in the right place. I just didn't see this reliability button. And you may see like stuff like this. You see this hardware error right here, actually. You see that? There's a red X, and that's how it's going to look in the event viewer as well. Hardware error. Let's see what this one talks about. See, there's an error, and it's going to be something similar to this. Anyways, guys, I don't want to beat the dead horse, as they say, on this issue. So what we're going to do is simply run the diagnostic, or have somebody else at local level to actually do the hardware diagnostic. So I'm going to add internal note here, and I'm going to say routed issue to local PC support to troubleshoot hardware issues. Save, and I would route it from here, but I don't see that option in this system, unfortunately. Anyways, I would route the ticket to the other support people to troubleshoot it. So in this case, I'm just going to close it as completed, so it leaves the system. But yeah, make sure you route it to the proper people. All right, so what's next? ISD 22, I believe, is the next one. And it says USB drive not working. Let's have a look. Okay. We're going to assign it to ourselves, of course. It says USB drive not working, and it says nothing happens with the USB stick inserted. And the way we're going to handle this is going to be based off whether the business that customer is working for allows for external media to be plugged in, whether it's headsets or USB drives or any type of external storage. So that's going to be a factor here, most likely. So what do you guys think the issue is here? It says nothing happens when USB stick is inserted. So what do you think might be the case? I mean, maybe the USB drive is not working, but there might be something else. What do you guys think? Yeah, it's another one that we may have to handle in a particular way, depending on the situation that we're actually dealing with. We know that it's a USB drive and that they're trying to insert it into the computer and nothing happens. So here's what's going on. Either the USB drive is not working, simply it's broken, or USB drive needs a driver, which is kind of unlikely because most of the USB drives that I've encountered, it's simple plug and play. You guys seen this. You plug it in, computer says, wait while we configure your drive. And then it configures it, and then it asks you, what do you want to do now with this drive? How do you want it to open? And then you can tell it, okay, just open it up as a folder or something like that. Or a third thing where the company or company that this user works for simply does not allow any external media to be plugged into USBs, meaning that the USB port is disabled. So it could be one of those things. And if that's the case, there is nothing we can do about it. We can inform the customer that their company doesn't allow for USB sticks to be used. But the way I would say it, first, I would, if it's a case, this is assuming that this is the case that it's not allowed for this company, for company, if it's not allowed by the company to use USB ports. This is what I would say. Hello, my name is Irvin with tech support. Unfortunately, our company has USB ports disabled as part of company security policy, which is perfectly fine. We can say that, but you know, I have to assume that there are situations in which it is allowed. Let's say this is somebody high up. For example, this is some kind of manager or director level, and for some reason it's okay for them to have access to USB ports and use anything that they want. Then that will be different, you know. But in most large companies, it's set up to detect whether it's a USB port or I should say whether it's not USB port, but whether it's a USB drive versus a USB headset or something like that. And in which case, it would know. You plug in a headset and it would just work, but still, once you plug in a USB drive, it would not work. So that's certainly possible, but sometimes you would also get a warning once you plug in a USB drive that says, hey, just so you know, you can use a USB drive, but we're going to scan everything that's on it. And once you plug it in, it starts to scan everything that's on it, which is fair. You know, you're using a company's computer and then you plug it in a USB drive. So that's what's going to happen. But in this case, we're going to say this to our user, and we're going to say, if you need further assistance, please let me know, which I don't necessarily like to leave it open-ended like this because I'm going to close the ticket. But if we're trying to be nice about it and kind of trying to let them down easy because it's not our fault, we already told them, port is disabled as part of security policy. I wouldn't necessarily leave this open-ended like this because that implies that you possibly could help them if they say, well, can you enable it for me? But we're going to say this. But when it comes to USB ports, this is something controlled by security team. We want to put it on them because they're the ones that are placing these restrictions on the USB ports. We can assume again that they're okay, and then we can go inside of their computer. The typical thing we've been doing so far. Ask them what their computer name is, and then we go inside of their computer. Like so, you can go to this PC and see what's inside of it, what's plugged in and what's not. So, and then if there is no USB drive visually that comes up, we can go to our device manager. Let's see, right-click the desktop, the Windows icon, go to device manager. Then we can check for USB storage. We can see there is an unknown USB device there. So, and this could be what customer is talking about. This could be what user is talking about. Nothing happens when they plug it in, and we can see that when it comes to visually seeing what's going on, we can see that there is indeed nothing happens. But inside of the system, we can see that there's an issue. Windows has stopped this device because it has reported a problem, and it's a code 43. Now I know exactly what the problem is here, and we can certainly fix it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to fix it as I'm talking to you right now. This is actually on my next computer, so what I'm going to do is actually plug in, and I want you to pay attention to what happens here. I'm going to plug in, because the USB stick that's actually plugged in over there is one of those that allows you to use different kinds of storage, SD cards or storage devices. So you can put in like a SD card of certain size, like a micro SD or whatnot. So I'm going to take one of those and plug it in over here as I am talking. And I hope you guys can hear me. And I'm going to plug it in. Hopefully. And something should be happening right now, and there it is. You see how it switched over? I actually plugged in a storage device into this USB stick, and now it came up, as you can see here, as a USB drive right there. So yeah, I mean, you basically go through the troubleshooting, and if I had to, yeah, I could have just gone in and just like updated this, the whatever needs to be updated, the device driver if needed be, and just go through the basic troubleshooting of fixing the USB. But chances are really high that it's simply disabled by the computer's local security policy, by the company's policy. So keep that in mind. All right, so as you can see, guys, I am actually trying my best to recreate the problem as much as I can. It's not easy because I have to literally recreate the problem for each thing that we talk about here, but it's my pleasure. I really want to make sure that you guys can learn as much as possible when it comes to dealing these actual issues that happen. All right, so I'm going to add internal note, and I'm going to say notified. I'm going to say notified user of company security policy in regards to USB ports. They are disabled by default. We're going to say that. It's not by default on the computer, but by default when it comes to security policy for this company. And I'm going to close it like that. And of course, if you just ended up fixing the USB drive, then that's what you're going to have to do, whether it's fixing it to show up like that or whether you need to go inside of disk management and create a partition on it, format it to FAT32, this and that. You guys know how to do this. That's one of those things that should be self-explanatory, but the biggest issue here is whether it's allowed to use a USB external storage. Because when you think about it, guys, imagine if you worked for some company and there's some sensitive data on the computer and you take your own personal USB stick, you plug it in, and you just copy everything over. Of course, it's going to be a big no-no. Okay, moving on. We got 4 more to work. Remember, this one in the middle here is something that we're waiting on when it comes to see what's going on. And the next one is ISD23. I'm going to click on this here. It says I can't hear people on my headset. And it says here specifically, people can hear me in meetings, but I can't hear them. So this is issue not with the microphone, but with their speaker on their headset specifically. So again, typical thing that we kept doing, that we are doing so far. This is Irvin with Help Desk. I can help you with headset issue. May I take control of your computer to fix it, or to resolve the issue, or whatever you want to, however you want to say it. If so, please send me your PC name or IP address. Now, something that I haven't mentioned before, customer may need help with finding what their PC name is or IP address. I'm going to mention that real quickly here as I go, and as we go into the computer, into user's computer, and check the settings for their headset. But we're going to do this. User's PC name is cobuman 1. We're going to stick to that. Okay, so here we are inside of the user's computer. We know that he can't hear them. They can hear him. So it's not a mic issue. It's just a speaker issue. So it's very simple. You go in here, and if you click on the icon here of the audio icon next to the clock, you can simply make sure that it is selected. In this case, we can see that speakers is selected Plantronics 610, which is good. If we right click it, we can go to sound settings. Inside of sound settings, we have to make sure that the output is selected as speakers Plantronics 610. In this case, C610, I'm sorry, and then that the input is indeed selected for the same headset. We can definitely double check that with the user to see if that's the correct one, because they may have multiple things. What I like to do is go to actual sound control panel, which is right here. Open it here. Make sure there's nothing else installed. The way I check that is by right-clicking in the blank space and click Show Disabled Devices. There are no other devices on this computer enabled, so that's good. If there are, consider right-clicking and disabling it like this, so that way it doesn't conflict with the other one. But of course, make sure that the headset is enabled like this. Make sure that the microphone is enabled. You see how there's another thing here. we can ignore that because it's disabled. Check the microphone levels just to be sure. If everything else checks out here and you obviously saw that something else was selected as the output, which is the speakers, then you switch it to the headset and then it should work fine. If still not working, you may have to go inside of the app that they're using for their meetings. So whether it's Zoom meeting, WebEx meeting, Google meeting, or Skype, or whatever it is, go inside of that and check to make sure that the proper audio equipment is selected. In this case, Plantronic C160. So whatever their headset is, we're going to make sure that that's selected for input and output, microphone and speakers. Very, very self-explanatory. If you want to see a more detailed with an example, with a different example of actual software, going inside a software and changing it. Recently I made one about Zoom, and I have one about WebEx as well. If you want to check that out, I do have that on my channel, but I don't want to go into that too much in this part of it because we are just working on the ticketing systems. So what we're going to do here, we're going to add internal note and say I have configured the headset and test it. Make sure it's tested before you let the customer go. That's it. This is a very simple one, but very common one. We're going to close the ticket. Okay. Very simple one. Oldie but goodie. That doesn't make sense. I don't know why I said that. Anyways. All right, here we go. ISD 24. My computer shuts down with blue screen. Uh-oh. We all know what that means. We all know what that means. Let me know if you know what that means. I know what that means. So, here we go. My computer shuts down with blue screen. Computer stops working randomly and shows me a blue screen with a smiley face. Blue screen with a smiley face. Let's see what that is, guys. Blue screen with smiley face. I'm just stalling here to give you guys with smiley face, sad face, I guess. I'm stalling to give you guys a chance to tell me in the comments if you're watching this as a premiere what the issue is. So, alright, we're just gonna play. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like, guys. This is a blue screen of death. Blue screen of death. So we're gonna go back and we're just gonna make sure we're gonna talk to the customer. What I would do is actually try to reach out to them, kind of more personally, in the sense that I would either probably call them and talk to them and to make sure that it is indeed a blue screen of death. And I'm going to add internal note. I'm going to say talked to user and to confirm that the issue is blue screen of death. And then I'm going to recommend to user to recommended to user. Sorry guys, I'm getting tired. So I'm misspelling quite a bit. To user to take computer for hardware diagnostic to her local PC support. So again, similar to what we had earlier, where computer just shuts down randomly, nothing happens, and where we talked about sending user to local PC support that will check on their hardware. They're going to do hardware diagnostic because that's what it is. A blue screen of death. I found that 90% of the time is hardware related. A lot of times it's RAM or hard drive. It can be other things as well, but nonetheless it's hardware. We're going to want to test the hardware. As help desk, we really can't do a really good job when it comes to handling this type of stuff, because help desk is just like go 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 go. Let's resolve these issues as quickly as possible. If we can't resolve it quickly, and in this case we can't necessarily test your hardware properly unless we have specific tools given to us, there's nothing else we can do but to tell them that somebody at their local office will have to take it. Her local PC support is going to have to handle it, or if the computer is under warranty, their technician, HP technician, Dell technician, Lenovo technician will have to test it. She may have to take it to their store or whatever it is. It depends on how it is set up for the business that you're working for. It's as simple as that. And then I'm going to say routed ticket to local PC support. May not be the case. Maybe if we referred her to the vendor, then we want to specify that whatever the case might be, it's definitely hardware issue, and we need to do a hardware diagnostic on it. Okay, moving on. I'm going to close this ticket. And go back. We got a couple more to do. Next one is my email is not working, by Mr. Mike Moser again. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. You will get this quite a bit. And if you guys want to guess, I'll pause briefly by talking about it, and you guys can get a chance to actually guess what the issue might be. This is the pop-up the user gets. But first, email's not working. I gotta assign it to myself so I can get credit for it. So that way I can get paid when my boss looks at the statistics, how many tickets I've done. So it is, my email is not working, and then it says Outlook is asking for my login and password. Why do you guys think that happens? If you're watching this in my premiere video, why do you think this happens? So they open up Outlook, and the first thing they see is this. They see this pop up. This is what happens. And it looks to be, I'm trying to open it here in a bigger, there it is. And it looks to be asking for their login ID and password, right? And it talks about credentials here. So that's what we're going to kind of concentrate on, because chances are what happened is, and we're going to ask the customer this. Hello, my name is Irvin with PC support. And by, chances are the Mike Moser here already knows us, knows who we are, so maybe we don't have to introduce ourselves in this case. But, if you don't know him, keep doing it. It's part of the job. I have your, sorry guys, ticket about email not working. Did you by chance change your password recently? So guys, this is exactly what I'm suspecting here, is that either his password, Mike's password, expired, and he changed it while he was already inside the Windows. Some companies provide you with a way to reset your password, especially if it's a single sign-on, meaning that company can have a single sign-on credentials set up for every system that they use, for which you can change the password on just a website. Like one of the websites will use that single sign-on. That single sign-on is going to be your domain login or your computer login. So when you go to a website that requires that single sign-on, also known as SSO, it's going to ask for your domain login. If your domain login's password expired that day, it's going to ask you to change that password. When you change your password on the website, your computer is not going to reflect that password necessarily right away. What do I mean by that? Your computer that you're logged in, you're still logged in with your old password. So what you have to do is actually do a Windows L and lock the computer and then type in your new password before you open up other programs. If you don't, you get this pop-up. This is what happens. And maybe, also, maybe, he locked himself out of the computer. So we're going to concentrate on that. And with the reply, I suspect it's going to be 99% chance that this is the issue. What we're going to do is actually go in and reset their password just to kind of get it going for them in case they forgot the password, because maybe they forgot the password, typed it in 10 times, and then now they're locked out and their Outlook doesn't have their current password, you know. But this mostly happens when they change the password, they don't know their new password, or it hasn't, again, replicated on their local computer. The websites that use the password are fine, but the system itself hasn't received the new password. And that's the issue here, most likely. So we're going to go inside of Active Directory. And this is my virtual server here. And I'm just going to log in real quick here. I'm going to open up Active Directory, Windows Admin Tools, and Active Directory Users and Computers. The company you work for doing help desk may have a just like a website or a tool that basically what it allows you to do is the same thing as I'm doing right now. It may not give you direct access to Active Directory at all, which is normal, which is unfortunate, but it's normal. So you may have different means, but you are basically doing exactly what I'm doing, and that is changing their password and unlocking their account just in case. So what I like to do is, you see the users folder on the right hand. So instead of searching through here to see where Mike Moser is, and I know I can see him there, but this could be populated with thousands of users. We don't know. So what I'm going to do is right click the folder. I'm going to click find. And then in search here, I'm going to type in Mike Moser. We can also ask him for his login ID, what he uses to log into the computer. And here he is. We found them right away. We don't have to search through thousands of different names. We found them right away. We're going to right click him, and then we're going to click reset password. So we're going to change the password. We're going to give him a new password. What I like to do is give him a simple password, like what is today? Tuesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, Tuesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is going to be a temporary password. This is why it's so simple. I want to give a user a simple password to change because he's going to change it right away. And you can see here that there's a check mark already. It says user must change the password at next login. The user must log off and then log on again for a change to take effect. So they're going to change it. As soon as I tell them, okay, your new password is Tuesday 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with capital T, they're going to be forced to change it right away. And hopefully to something way more secure. But this is what I like to do. It's up to you. Some places don't allow this according to the group policy, but this is what I do typically. If my company requires me to do something else or disables my ability to change this, then I'm going to use that. But this is what I like to do as it is. And I'm going to do a check mark here where it says unlock the user's account. So in case he is locked out, it's going to unlock him. I'm going to click OK. It says the password has been changed for Mike Moser. And I'm going to tell Mike, hello Mike, I have changed your password. Go ahead and type it in again. Or what I would actually say, go ahead and lock your computer like this. Lock your computer, Mike, and then do Control-Alt-Delete. And then type in your new password. And then it's going to force him to change the password at that point. And that should be good enough and should fix that issue with the whatchamacallit, with Outlook. He should no longer get this Outlook pop-up at all, because now Outlook, since it's part of Windows operating system, once you have it installed, it becomes part of Windows operating system. It will detect the new password. And even if it doesn't, even if it comes up again, he'll know what the new password is and he can just type it in and you can guide him through this. What I also like to do is tell him to go ahead and reboot the computer afterwards. That way it's going to ensure that everything in the background running, whether he has email open in the background or any other Microsoft products, including Office. If you keep in mind, Outlook is part of Office, so if you have anything else running, you may have to close all of it in order for it to take effect. So I tell him, just reboot the computer. It's going to flush everything, you know? And that's the simple way of dealing with this. And I'm going to add an external node here and say resolved issue by password reset. I'm going to keep it simple like this, and this will resolve this issue. I guarantee it. I'm going to close the ticket as completed. All right. Excellent. By the way, if you're still with me, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. One more ticket, guys. It's this one here. It says, I need help installing a printer. Very common one. Very good one. We're going to work on this one. I need help installing printer. Sorry, guys. I'm changing a little bit here because I'm getting a little tired. But we're going to, we're going to fight through. We're almost done here. I'm trying to install a printer, but it's not working. We're going to reply to the customer. Say, hello, my name is Irvin with help desk. What kind of printer are you trying to add? Local printer or network printer? Now this can be confusing to the user, to the customer, because what I'm actually trying to figure out is actually, are they at home? Are they working from home? Are they trying to add a local printer? Or are they trying to add a network printer, which is actually in an office? But to them, network printer could also be a local printer. Sometimes they don't know, but that's okay. We're trying to find more information about it and see what's going on. But we can also say, can you please send me your PC name with, and you know what? Let's hold off on this part of it, because what they reply here next is going to be very crucial. So if they first reply and say, usually I like to be more proactive, but I don't want it to be too much for the user, because sometimes users can't, and this is not their fault necessarily. This is just how human mind works. They can't multitask. If I'm asking you too many things at once, it may be confusing. So I'm going to wait for them to reply to this, and they may say, well, it's my local printer at home, or it's printer at the office. Scenario number 1, local printer. Question number 2, are you allowed to install a printer, local printer, for somebody that works from home? This is another security issue. This has to be approved and allowed by your company. You should know this, or if you don't, ask a coworker, ask your manager whether they're allowed, whether you are allowed to install local printer for them, and I'll show you how you can do that. If it's a network printer, then that should be no problem. Some people are not allowed to print either, depending who they are, but chances are they are allowed to print on a network printer because it's at the office. There's there are recycle bins there that are security recycle bins. Chances are that will recycle sensitive material and all that stuff. Companies don't really like to actually have printers around, because of security issues. So we got to be careful about this. We got to find this out. If possible, I would call them and talk to them. If not, I would find a faster way of actually asking multiple questions, like over IM and not necessarily over email. I would not handle this over email because there are more things that we need to find out. But in this case, let's pretend that they want to add a network printer, and then we're going to say after we get their reply, say okay. In that case, can you please send me the IP address of the printer you're trying to add? Let's do this. I can add the printer for you. However, I need your PC name to take control remotely. So you got to word this the best way you can, because we're doing multiple things here and we're trying to get multiple pieces of information from them. And we're going to do this. So let's kind of go over it again. Okay, I can add the printer for you. However, I need your PC name to take control remotely. And can you please send me the IP address of the printer you're trying to add? So, of your PC remotely. So we need to know their PC name. And I didn't want to say, can you send me your PC name or IP address? Because I'm already asking for IP address for their printer. And I don't want there to be any confusion on the customer's part. I want them to give me PC name and the IP addresses of the printer. IP address of the printer trying to add. You see what I'm saying? Keep it as simple as possible, but trying to get as much information as you can as quickly as possible in a easy to understand manner. Once we get this information, we're going to go to their computer, and here we are at their computer again. We're again assuming that we're using the same computer name that we used throughout this whole lesson. And the way you would check to see what kind of printers they have installed, we're going to go to the search bar. And you can get to this through the control panel as well. But I'm going to say devices and printers. Here we go. Printers and scanners, devices and printers. We want to get to here, guys. This is where you can see device number, and I'll show you a different version of it, which was the typical one. But this is the what I call Mickey Mouse version of Windows 10 that shows you more a large letter font type of thing, where it simply shows you if there are any printers installed already, and they would all be here. All right, and then if it's not here, which we don't see one, we can simply click add a new one. So now it's looking for, what it's doing is searching for printers and scanners locally and on the network. And if it doesn't find one, we can simply click here, the printer. Here I'm looking for the printer that I want isn't listed. Other way of going to this here is control panel, devices and printers here. And we can see right away that it looks totally different than what we were looking at before. This is actually showing us the whole thing that's on here. It's showing us the whole thing that's connected to the computer, devices and printers. So every device, whether it's a USB or whatnot, or monitor, or the headset that we talked about earlier. And of course, if there are any printers, they will be listed here. But of course, there's a button. Guess where we need to go? We're going to click on the add printer. And this is the same thing we looked at earlier, but this is just how it looks like. That's how it used to look like before Windows 10, Mickey Mouse looking stuff, And they try to make everything look so pretty, and that just created multiple places for the same thing, which doesn't make sense to me. Why not just keep it the way it is, where it's just one place for one thing? Anyways, that's a different video. Okay, so it's not going to find anything. What I'm going to do is click the printer that I want isn't listed. So same thing we did earlier. And then here you can add the printer multiple ways, where it's a Bluetooth, wireless, local printer, blah, blah, blah. Select anything that you want. But in this case, we're going to select a network printer, which is going to be added using TCP IP address or host name or an IP address that we got from the customer. And here we're just going to type it in, for example, 168.2.1, whatever. It's whatever the static IP address is for that printer. It's going to have to be a static IP address because, you know, it's a printer. It doesn't, we got to have a static IP address so everybody can connect to the same printer all the time. And then we're going to leave it here where it says query the printer and automatically select the driver to use. What that does, it pings the printer and says, hey, I'm trying to add you, but do you have a driver? And then if it's like a more advanced or a newer printer, it's going to have that driver. It's going to automatically push it to the computer and it's going to install it. You know, same thing when you're adding a local printer, you may have to download the driver, install the driver, but then you would just simply search for the specific name of the printer. You know, once you click next, it may, if it doesn't find the driver, and it's going to bring you to nothing's going to happen here, so I can't really show you this at this time. But what happens, it's going to say, okay, I found this IP address. I know it's a printer there, but which one is it? And then you go through a list that's available there, and you select which model, like for example, Xerox, blah, 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 and you select and you tell it which printer there is, which type of printer that you're trying to connect. So if it doesn't query and download the driver automatically, you're going to have to ask the user, can you tell me the name and model of that printer? So that way you can get those drivers and install them properly. Once you do that, it's going to automatically set it as default, kind of like this. So if you see one like that, just make sure that it's set as default as the one that she wants, he or she wants, and then make sure it's set as default. See, you have that green circle with a check mark in the middle. Okay, and now we're going to add an external or internal note, I should say, added printer as requested. Irvin. And I'm going to close the ticket. And the last one we have there, remember, is the one that we're waiting to see if anything else is going on with that. So remember, this is the one we worked on earlier about, and there are no issues at the moment. And I will keep the ticket open for 24 hours in case it goes down again. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I don't know how long this is going to be. I'm suspecting about 2 hours. I appreciate you stopping by, watching, and I appreciate your nice comments. I appreciate your support, clicking the like button, sharing the video, telling your friends about me and all that. I can't express how much I appreciate that and how much I enjoy making these videos. This particular one was extra long a bit. This one is a little bit exhausting. I don't usually make videos this long, just from one. Usually I make from like one sitting. I usually make videos about half-hour long each, tops. And but it's okay. I don't mind doing this because it's a special video, and I really wanted to make this particular video for you guys. If I didn't answer any of your questions, feel free to leave a comment. I'll get to you as soon as I can. Thank you so much. Take care, and you have a wonderful day. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. Today we have a combination of videos so that way you don't have to go through and look for these topics. This way you can just sit down and watch the whole thing at once because it's very useful, especially for help desk. The first part of the video is about practical help desk troubleshooting. It's a very good one because in this example you're not allowed to use RDP whatsoever. The second part, it talks about Windows updates and how they are important to understand if you're in help desk or even desktop support.
support. And the last part of it, if you're new to help desk or want to get into IT, this last video shows you how to create a resume. This resume is based off my own resume and based off its own success. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Please take a moment to like. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and let's get into it. All right, here we go, guys. I've created a couple of tickets that we can work on. And the first one right here, it says, my program is not working. Now, keep in mind, again, we don't have access to remote desktop. We don't have any tools like VMware or VNC or anything remote that we can use, or any third-party remote software that we can use in order to help this user with their issue. So their issue is here, my program is not working, and in the description it says here, every time I click on a program icon, nothing happens. Please help me. Thanks, Larry B. So here's the thing. First thing we got to do is actually ask Larry what his PC name is. Once he comes back with that information, we can start to work with that. So you may have to call him, talk to him and say, hey, Larry, what is your PC name, so that way we can try to help you out. But of course, be more professional. Like you would call him and say, hey, this is, for example, this is Irvin. I'm with end user support and I have your ticket about my program is not working. I can help you, but can you please tell me what your PC name is? So what we are going to do with that PC name is try to remotely access it. However, first thing first, we gotta assign this ticket to ourselves. So I'm going to assign it to myself. Although this is not a ticketing video, I want to make sure that that's happening. So I'm going to actually reply here and also tell him, hello, this is Irvin with EUS end user support. Can you please tell me what your PC name is? So of course I wanted to give you as detailed as possible how you'd work this, so this is why I kind of put this note in, which in reality it should send him an email or a notification of some sort so he can respond to you with that information, or again you can just talk to him, call him, get in contact with him to get this information, so that way you can take a look and see what's going on. Again, we don't have RDP, so there is no GUI that we can look at here, and we're just going to use PC name as that. So let's go to the PC, the user's PC, so we can find that out real quick. So here we are. This is the user's computer. So while they're on it, you can just instruct them how to get their PC name if they don't know how to. So we can say, Larry, can you please go to your search bar? And the reason I'm going about it in this way is because users are very familiar with the search bar because they always look at it. And you can just tell them, click inside the search bar and just type in system or PC or whatever you feel comfortable with, because there are multiple locations where you can find the PC name. So here's just the system that comes up, and then you can tell them, hey, where does it say system name? And here it is. It says cobuman 1. So once he gives you that information, we're going to go back to our computer. So now we know that the PC name is, I'm adding an internal note, PC name is cobuman 1. Now we're going to try to access it. Now, of course, while we talk to Larry here, we want to make sure that we know which program is not working. So we're going to access that, access his computer using just over that network, using a file explorer over the network. The way you do that is open a file explorer and just type in backspace or backslash, type in cobuman 1. And then another backslash, and then we're going to access his C share drive, which should be enabled by default for your business. It may not be, but it really should be in a business type of environment. It should let you in. You may get a pop-up asking you to log in, and that's fine too. Just use your credentials, and if you have access, that's great. So once we're inside of C, right now we're connected to his PC over there. You can see that it's on the network connection right here, and then the name of his computer is cobuman 1, and we're inside of his C drive. We're looking at his C drive just using a file explorer. So he's using a program, right? He's using a program, and we know it's not working, and then we're going to ask him, which program is it, right? And then of course, since we don't have remote desktop, we can't initiate the repair. Normally, you can just repair the program, and a lot of times that would fix it, uninstall it, reinstall it, and whatnot. But if you don't have that option, or user doesn't, have the admin privileges to do it either, and again, you don't have remote desktop of any type of software, we're going to try to fix that by going to his local profile, because in this case, if we go back here, it says nothing happens when he runs the program. So what do you suspect? I suspect some kind of configuration issue, or just corrupted data or cache inside of his local profile where the configuration resides. So we're going to go inside of users folder, and we're going to look for his local profile. We're going to ask him, what is your local profile name? And then he's going to tell you what his local profile name, which is going to be the same thing as his login. So we're going to pretend that his login is BUCO. We're going to go inside of that, and typically configuration data for any type of program that's run under your local profile is going to be in app data folder. So we're going to click on app data, and then a lot of times it's either going to be in local or roaming. So let's go into local folder and see what happens. So let's say he has problems with Adobe. We can simply just to kind of clear the cache, we can simply rename this folder into Adobe Old, for example, and as long as his program is not open, it's going to let us rename it like that. And this is okay because once he launches Adobe, it's going to create a new version of the same folder. And just to kind of show you what's inside, we're going to go inside of this, and you can see that if you kind of browse through, you can see that it's either empty, and a lot of times I picked this randomly, but there will be some configuration data like config files and this and that. But since it's at the local profile level, it's not necessarily something that's part of the program as in program that it needs to function. It's something that's created for the local profile as the part of the configuration for that profile. And the same thing happens with anything else. For example, there's Google here. If you go inside a Google here folder, and if you go, you can see that it's a Chrome, and if you go inside of that, you can see there's user data. Again, this is what I talked about. And if you, for example, go to default, you can see that there is a cache data inside of it. And of course, you can find things like I don't know, their favorites and stuff like that, which is, by the way, missing on this one, but that's okay. So let's stay on track here. Since we messed with Adobe, I'm going to tell him, go ahead and try to open Adobe again. So let's go back to the user's computer. All right, so we're back at the user's computer. We don't need this window anymore. Actually, I'm just going to, let's close it. We're going to close it, and then we're going to, so at this point, I'm telling him, okay, go ahead and open Adobe. So he's going to type in Adobe, and then we're going to click Adobe Reader. We can see that Adobe Reader works fine. And let's kind of go back to our computer so we can see again what's going on from our point of view. We are now back at our point of view as a technician, and we can see that the new folder was created for Adobe, like I stated. So that created new, and you can see that here that the date is 6/10/2020 at 1 p.m. and if you look at the time here, it's 1:01 p.m. So that means it created just like I said it would. And what that does, it basically resets that program, and a lot of times it actually resolves the issue. All right, now just in case you actually had to go in and change registry settings, that's something you can also do without having to have a remote desktop, as long as you have the proper credentials to do so. So on your computer, on your own computer that you're using, your work computer, you're going to open up a registry editor, and you have to run it as administrator. So remember how computer name for this gentleman was cobuman1 here. And let's pretend that we have to go into registry and add some kind of a function, some kind of key to make it work. We can do that remotely as well. So we're going to take cobuman1, which is the name of his computer, and we're going to connect to it over the network registry. So we're going to connect to his registry on his computer over the network. We're going to click network. We're going to put in cobuman1. We're going to check name to see if we can actually find it on the network. and it usually takes a little bit. It depends, on the setup, but you can see that it found it and it's located on this work group. But a lot of times it would just be a domain name which says new server 0. That's actually the name of my work group for my local computers at home. But it'll be kind of the same deal when it comes to domain. It will be domain name first, followed by the computer name. So that means it found it. When it's underlined like that, it means it found it. We can click OK, and we are now directly connected into his registry. So let's go ahead and kind of navigate, see if we can find that Adobe. We're going to expand HKey local machine. It's a local machine on his computer. We are now connected to it. We're going to expand HKey local machine. And guess next thing we're going to do? We're going to use some logic here, guys, and we're going to just go to software. We're going to expand software because we know Adobe is software. Now, there are a couple of different places that it might be, depending on whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit software, but you can see right away that Adobe shows up here. So if you expand that, you can see that this is actually for Premiere Pro and After Effects. So that's not what we're actually worked on. We actually worked on Adobe DC, or Adobe Reader DC. So if we scroll down and expand WoW 6432 node, which indicates that it's a 32-bit software, we can now look for Adobe here and expand that, and we can now see that there is Adobe Reader there, right there. And then if we expand that, there's DC, and inside of that we can, whatever we need to make changes to, we can now go inside of its remote registry settings and make any changes that we want. Once we make these changes, we can immediately ask the user to try to see if the issue was resolved. Okay, now let's look at another example here, and another example of a ticket. Of course, finish up noting your ticket. I'm going to add internal note here first. I'm going to say issue resolved by configuration. And then depending on the environment that you work in, you may have to specify what you exactly did, in which case we did I don't know, reset config folder data. We're going to save it, and then we're going to mark it resolved, completed, and that's that. That ticket, that ticket should be now gone out of our system, and we're going to now concentrate on this second ticket. All right, let's click on this ticket. This ticket is called I am missing internet shortcuts folder. And then if you look in the descriptions, we can see that it says internet folder is missing from my desktop. So in this case, there is a folder, or there was a folder on their desktop that, it was deleted or just simply gone. Who knows? Maybe it was moved somewhere. That happens sometimes too. User would just accidentally, for example, they would if you look at over here, they would drag it somewhere and it would go God knows where, So typically you would say, hey, can you check your recycle bin? Go inside of your recycle bin and check if it's in there, this and that. And yeah, definitely do all of that stuff. But if it's not there and it's just one of those things that you may have a copy of, let's say you can't find it, but you can find a copy of, you can ask them, hey, does anybody else have a copy of it? Maybe I can copy it over, because it's just internet shortcuts. We can certainly do that. Again, we're going to have to get some information from them before we can proceed further. But we're going to role play, and then first thing, of course, we're going to do assign a ticket to ourselves, and then we're going to reply to customer, hello, this is Irvin with US, or you can say tech support, doesn't matter. Let's do tech support with tech support, or you can say help desk, whatever your situation might be. Can you please provide your PC name so that I can restore your folder? Thank you. Thanks you. Thanks, Irvin. Okay. So now user has been asked, or you can call them, you can talk to them. Again, we're going to go back to the user, and we're going to get that PC name, and in this case we're going to pretend that the same PC name is cobuman, so we're going to keep doing that. the PC, let's do this. Users PC name is cobuman1. All right. So kind of same thing, and I'll show you something else just in case this doesn't work. We can go back into his desktop, and then we can just copy paste whatever it is that they need. So let's pretend that actually let's go ahead and just create a quick folder called Internet Shortcuts, and now we're just going to copy pasta onto his desktop. Okay, now let's go to his computer. Now we're at his computer, and we can say, hey, can you please check to see if the Internet Shortcuts is back? And sure enough, there it is. But what if for some reason just using a PC name doesn't work? There might be an issue with DNS. So just type in cobuman1, and go inside of that shared drive, or shared network connection, I should say. What if that doesn't work? Then we're going to have to get an IP address and see how that goes. So you can ask them too, hey, what is your IP address? And if they're like, I don't know, you can just ask them, okay, well, can you go command line this and that? But that's too complicated. So let's go back and ask them to give us the IP address without any confusion. But let's see what else we can do. Before we do that, let's see what else we can do without actually confusing things and confusing the user, because we don't want to do that. We just want to find that out on our own. All right, let's go back to our own computer. All right, so let's say this wasn't successful, and this didn't work, and for some reason we can't access it using cobuman1 like so. Let's say that doesn't work. Let's say we're not able, we get an error, or it just doesn't, it just says not found. Then we're going to find their IP address and see if that works. So of course, the first thing we can do is open our command line and do a quick ping. We're going to do a quick pingage. We're going to type in ping cobuman1. And here's our result. And guess what it is? It's an IP version 6. It's an IP version 6. If we do this, it's not going to work. Nothing's going to happen, because this systems are not set up to, what I call backdooring into a computer. Some people may disagree, but this is what I call backdooring into a computer. You can just type in, and usually instead of just a PC name, you just type in the IP address, and same deal. Let's see if we can get that C share. Yeah, it's not going to work. So now we need to actually find what the IP version, or translated, or I guess translated in a way, but what we're actually looking for is an equivalent IP version 4 of this IP version 6 IP address. So this is IP version 6 that we're looking at here, but we want to know what the standard is, what the standard IP version 4 is. So let's go back to the user's computer. You can say, hello sir, can you please tell me what your IP address is? And you can just tell them, can you please go to the search bar and then type in, I don't know, there are a couple of ways of getting to it. I'm just going to tell them to type in network. And then first thing that comes up is network status. And I'm just going to tell them, why don't you go ahead and click on change connection properties. And then if we scroll down, it gives you a bunch of different information. Here's our IP version 6. Remember, this is our IP version 6 that we tried earlier. And it didn't work, but luckily we do have equivalent IP version 4, which is right here, and that is 192.168.1.102. All right, let's go back to our computer. All right, now let's try that. So we're going to //192, and you can see that I accessed it before. So 192.168.1.102, and then $. Enter, and there it is. Same thing that we can do with whatchamacallit. Same thing we can do with the registry. We can connect using the IP address. But let's go ahead and take care of this user real quick. We're going to go and copy the Internet Shortcuts folder back into their desktop. And now that we are back at user's computer, now we can see that Internet Shortcut has appeared. Now let's go ahead and do the registry edit thing. Reg edit. And then we're going to use that connect network registry. Let me just minimize this stuff real quick here with this so it's out of the way. 192.168.1.102. Okay. And again, it takes just a little bit to kind of figure out what's going on. And now it's actually asking me for login ID. So I'm going to use, typically you can use your domain login, but since I'm not on a domain, I'm just going to use a local admin ID and password. And there it is. We're back at the same thing, except now we're accessing it using an IP address. So there you have it, guys. There are many, many different ways to deal with this. These are just the typical ones that I go for when it comes to resolving issues like this real quick whenever I'm working tickets. Whenever, I work as a business system analyst, but I do work on tickets, especially nowadays, now that we're working from home. So they need more assistance. So this is what I do mostly nowadays, simply because different times, guys. So now I'm just going to finish my ticket here. Made a copy of internet folder to desktop. Whatever you want to put in there, as long as it's detailed enough so that if somebody looks at it, like your boss knows what you did. And I'm going to resolve this and mark it complete. Alright guys, if you got 1 second, please click the like button. It really means a lot to me. That way I know you guys like my stuff and I'll keep making more videos because of that. Thank you so much, and let's get into it. Alright guys, let's get into the meat and potatoes of this video. Windows updates. What do we need to know about Windows updates? Let's have a look on Windows updates, how they look like on your computer. I'm sure you already know this, but this is how you get to them. If you click on the start button and then click settings, and then if you click update and security, and that's just one way of getting to Windows updates. So this is what you see nowadays. This has changed a lot from Windows 7, and it kind of looks like this now, where it gives you a little bit more options. Right now I have paused Windows updates, and for the right reasons, because I wanted to show you how it looks like when it starts updating in case you're not aware. Most of you, I'm sure, have seen this happen on your computer, but a lot of times it just happens in the background and it just kind of does its thing. So here's an example of security intelligence update here for Microsoft Defender Antivirus. So what that was actually was an update for your built-in Windows antivirus software, and we saw what they called a KB, which is a knowledge base article about that. Here's another one here, and this one is a update for Windows 10 version 1909 for x64 based system, and here's the KB number for it. So KB, we're going to copy this KB, the whole thing. So it's KB 4497165, and then we're going to look it up on the internet to see exactly what this is. But we can tell kind of here what it might be, kind of in just general. So it's kind of vague. Right now, all it tells us it's update from Windows 10 version 1909, and down here you can see that it's a fairly large or an important update that it requires a restart. So there's a pop-up here that says restart, and of course we have a big old restart button here. So let's kind of dig into this. Version 1909. Why does it say version 1909? Well, let's see what our Windows version is. So if you go to search button and just type in VER, I'm sorry. So if you hit enter, it gives you the Windows version. So here it is. It's our version 1909, Microsoft version 1909. And again, it's pretty vague, and it just tells us that it is update for that specific OS build. So it's Windows version 1909. All right, so if you do me a favor and pause the video here and kind of check which version you have on your computer, and I'm really curious to which version you guys are using, you'd be surprised. I bet some of you have a version like 1809 or even something else. Let me know in the comments. I'm really curious about that. All right, so we have copied our KB. Now we're going to open up, let me see here, You know what? Let's just open Edge. See if it works. I've actually seen Edge work sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it just crashes out of the blue, but that's okay. We're going to just open it up, and we're going to go to Google Edge and search for our knowledge article, is what I call them. Don't know exactly what they would call it. Hey, there's no connectivity, which is really, really surprising because I know I do have connectivity. Huh, cannot connect securely to this page. Oh, there it is. That was really bizarre, guys. I'm not sure. It could be my internet that is causing this issue. Although I did get a new modem just literally last week. Maybe it's my router. Maybe I need to change some router setting. So here's our KB here, and it's 4497165. Let's see if it refers to that. 4497165. We have double checked that, and here is a knowledge article from Microsoft. Here it is. It's a Intel microcode updates, and now we can kind of dig into this and kind of see what this is about. Again, this is good to know for somebody who is working desktop support before you push these type of updates to all the computers in the environment or a business environment. So let's look at what kind of what this is about from top to bottom. So you can see that it's an article and that there is the title of it, and it says here applies to Windows Server version 1903, all editions Windows 10 version 1903, all editions Windows Server and Windows version 1909, and then all editions, and then there's more. So basically it's an update for all versions of Windows that are 1903 through 1909. Okay, and in the summary it says, basically it's a description of it, and it's an upgrade. It's an update to Intel microcode for the following products of CPUs. Basically, is what they're talking about. So here are different types of CPUs. These are all different types of Intel CPUs, and that's what the updates is for. So we got Demerton, Sandy Bridge E, Valley View, Whiskey Lake U. And then there's these other ones. We got Haswell desktops, a lot of server type of stuff. So in the nutshell, this article tells us a lot more information than what we see here in just a basic kind of title of Windows updates. And as desktop support, you want to look and read this whole thing, the whole thing, before you actually decide to push this update. And of course you want to test it in a business type of environment. Basically you want to test it on a computer that you have, like in a lab that you're testing before you push these. It's probably okay. These are all just just a microcode update for CPUs, and they've been tested by Microsoft before they decided to update. But this is the same type of thing you have to do as somebody who does desktop support as well. So that's one important thing. This example just happened to be this microcode update, and it's a good example because you don't want to you don't want to brick all your systems by installing a new microcode on your computer. But let's kind of look at an update history so we can look at another example of a Windows update. All right, so I'm going to close this. We're going to restart a little bit later, but I first want to show you this other. Hey guys, I'm sorry to interrupt the video here, but I just want to pause it real quick and just kind of clarify that where I'm going right now is a place where Windows updates can be removed. The reason I'm going to this tab or this area is because it's easier to kind of talk about installed updates that are already on there. However, if you want to see the full history of updates on this computer, you can just kind of pay attention to this arrow that is pointing to that. So we wouldn't necessarily go anywhere else from this tab if you just want to see the updates that are on there. Some updates are not removable, but the page I'm going to are the ones that you can remove them. Type of Windows update. So to see those, we actually have to go to apps and features. So I'm going to right click our little start button here. We're going to click apps and features, and it's not going to be here. We're going to have to go to our other old school type of add remove software or program that you probably are familiar from Windows 7 and older operating system. So right here, we're going to actually click on Programs and Features. This is going to take us to a place that gives us a lot more details of what it's installed, and I personally like it better because it's kind of a smaller font, it's more compact, and you can see a lot more. So this is a typical place where you would see all the things that are installed on your computer, whether it's just some programs, some distributable packages, you know, everything that you've pretty much installed manually and things that have installed automatically. But that's not exactly what we are looking for here. We were looking for actual updates. And that is actually located right here, right above Turn on Windows Features On and Off. There's a button called View Installed Updates. So we're going to select that and check it out. Now I'm going to kind of move this around a little bit here so I can show you something very interesting. I'm going to squeeze this here. Oh, okay, that's good enough. So I wanted to show you, remember the KB that we looked at first? It was KB 4497165. Well, here it is. It's actually here on the bottom, and on the right side here, if you notice, there is no installed on date. So there is the installed on column, and there's no install on date because we still haven't rebooted here. We're still waiting for it to actually fully install. And once that's done, we're going to have the actual installed on date here. And the reason I'm telling you this is because this is the order that it's sorted out by default. So once you open this, the bottom one is always going to be the most current Windows update. So we're going to start looking from the top, and that's the first thing that was installed, and it was on June 18, 2018. And the first thing that got installed was KB2565063, which is just basically a Microsoft Visual C++ 2010 redistributable. So what that is, it's just a package that is required to run a certain program. Some programs require this, and this is what that is. It's kind of self-explanatory. We can look it up just to confirm. So it's 2565063. Let's go back to our Google. I'm going to type in 256.063. Is that what it was? That's right. 256.5063. 256.5063. And here it is, the first update for Microsoft Windows. And it's very vague. We don't know what this is. So this is our good opportunity to figure out what that is. So it's KB 4556799. All right, let's see. 455. See, my short-term memory. It's really early in the morning, so I can't exactly. Sometimes 6799. 6799. I had my coffee, but my short memory is not that great. So let's see here again. March 12th. That's when it was created, and it's 4556799. We're going to click on that. I'm going to move it up here and see what that is. All right. So here it is. It's kind of the same thing. We can see here what it applies to again, and you can certainly read that as well, and you can see the actual release date on it. My computer got it. Let's see here, 8 days later. Did I say March? I'm sorry, it was actually May that it installed on. Now, this one is actually also vague, which is kind of very disappointing. I wish we could get more information on this. But if we scroll down, and we can see that there are highlights for this knowledge base article, and all it is, it just tells us that it's updates to improve security when using Internet Explorer and Microsoft Edge, updates to improve security when using input devices, and updates to verify user password. So these are just regular updates to the basically kind of security settings that are kind of used in Windows operating system. And you can see how it goes on. Improve security when using Microsoft Xbox, Windows, improve security when Windows perform basic operations. So these are just regular things that they keep updating to kind of make sure that everything stays secure on your computer. And that's what this update is about. It's very vague. It's not a critical update or anything like that. It's just something that they keep doing and doing to kind of improve things on the operating system. So here's a security update that I wanted to show you, and it's KB4552152. Let me see if I can remember that. 21552. Nope. I need more coffee, guys. 455 2122. Okay, there it is. All right, so we're going to click on this one. There it is, 4552152. And again, we can go through this and verify what it is. And this update makes a calling permits to service stack, which is the components that installs Windows updates. So this is an update to Windows Update. Okay, all right, sure. And it's labeled a security update. All right, I mean, I'm not sure about these labelings that they're using at this point, but the point is of this whole video is that you want to look up as much information and find out as much information about any Windows updates before you push them to mass computers, and definitely want to test them out. There's not much we can do when it comes to kind of digging really deep into this and looking at the code and this and that. And when it comes down to it, it's up to Microsoft to share this information. And it, again, this is kind of disappointing, but it is very, very vague, very vague. When you do desktop support, you will have control of which updates are installed at which times, and this and that, which is a great thing. Otherwise, I'm not sure how else you could deal with this. When it comes to these type of updates, Microsoft is 100% in control, and when it comes to what they are actually working on and what they're fixing, and you as somebody who does desktop support would just have to make sure that they're safe, and you would have to do some testing before you actually deploy them, and that can take sometimes up to a month or even more, depending what the update is. But you definitely want to figure out as much as possible what it's about and do extensive testing when it comes to some of this stuff. And yes, I know most of these things you can just literally just install and test it. If it's a minor update or it's just update this and that, you still don't want to like install it and say, hey, it works fine on this computer. No, you want to kind of hang in there for at least a week, I want to say, with some computers being used, actively used, to see if everything is okay, just to make sure that that is cool. All right, guys, so here's our resume template. There will be a link in the description for this if you're interested. This is based off a resume that I've used before and got jobs. So this is something from 2013. Since I've had good luck with it, I'm going to use this as a template and kind of modify it. I have removed a bunch of stuff, a bunch of personal information that I didn't want to share, obviously, but the gist of it is here. It was a one page, and the one pager, in my opinion, is the best because employer doesn't necessarily want to read through all of that stuff. So we're going to modify it from top down. I'm going to read the things that are in the boxes here and for each category here that I have, and then we're going to delete it and kind of provide or insert your own. I'm going to teach you how to do it, and we're going to use the template that is available to us right now. So the first thing you want to see and you want to type is your name. So I'm just going to type in Irvin D. You want to spell out your whole name there. I'm just putting D because I want to stay private as much as I can. And then you can change the font. You can see that the font here is actually 22. You can play around with this a little bit. I wouldn't go less than 18, or what is it that I changed it to? 18. And because you want the employer to kind of see your resume right away. All right. The next thing it says here, it's address. I actually typed in address there, just the word address, but you want to type in your own address. So if you're following along with this template, just type in your address. I'm just going to pretend like this is my address, Lakeview Drive, which is not my address, by the way. And I'm just going to type in St. Louis, Missouri, 63, I don't know, 555, whatever. So type in your address, and then here it says cell phone. Most people have cell phones, or if you have a home phone, you can replace this with home. But otherwise, you just type in your phone number. So I'm just going to type in my cell phone number. And you do the same thing. And then here for the email address, whatever that is, you just type it in as well. Very simple. The reason you want this is, let's say you go for an interview and then a week or two passes by, which is normal because the employer goes through so many applicants. But then once they're done interviewing all the people, they may say, hey, I kind of like that Irving guy. So they go through and they go through all of these resumes, and you want them to see your name first. You want them to find them as quickly as possible. You want them to be, you want this to be the first thing they see, and of course your cell phone and your email address. Okay, that's the whole point of having it like this. Admittedly, this style of resume is a little bit old. As you can see, it's from 2013, but I'm using this because this is what I used to get this job back in the day. I don't see why you would want to change the style anyway from this. But the reason, and another reason for me to actually use this, is because the way the information is laid out on a single page, and it works. You want it to be, something that potential employer can just read and get right away and get hooked into it, because you really want to hook them into that. Okay, so I'm going to read what's in my profile summary as an example. Again, make sure you don't necessarily use everything that I have on here. Please do not just use this as your own experience. Please just modify your own, and because you want to be honest on a resume. Okay, so that being out of the way, let's go ahead and read what I had in here back in 2013. So it says here, in search of challenging career in IT field, I will further expand my professional experience. So that's kind of an intro there for that, and then I proceed to say professional experience that I have acquired as a business system analyst, system administrator, desktop support, and working telecom field monitoring activity for 8 years. You see what I kind of did there? I tell them this is my professional experience. I'm telling them right away I work as a business system analyst, system administrator, desktop support, and working in telecom field monitoring activity for 8 years. Now, the reason this is kind of wordy here is because what this is actually me working as a fraud analyst, and that entailed me monitoring network traffic over the phone lines and trunk lines for the company that I worked for. So I had to word it in a such way where it's relevant to the job that I'm applying for. So keep in mind, every time you make a resume, you want to tailor it specifically to that job. So you want to mention things here that are related to that, so that way you can sell yourself to the employer. You want to tell them, hey, I have specific experience to that. And we'll get to that as well here in a moment. Moving on, it says here, my dedication to employers shown by my ability to quickly adapt and execute tasks at hand. So that's fine. You're basically telling them, I am really good at adapting. I can learn new things, and then I can execute those things really good, or really fast. And then you can change that to your liking as well. So here, if you want, once you're playing around with my template, you're going to have this in here. So just, if you want to, just change it to something that, so it sounds different. It can be the same thing, but just word it differently. Make sure it's not word for word, because it's plagiarism. But I'm not gonna hold you onto that though. I don't, just make sure it's not the same thing. Just, you can word it in your own way. This is why I'm leaving it like this. And the next thing it says, I have gone through numerous and challenging tasks that required fast learning, creativity as part of frequent transitioning, testing of new equipment, software, and network systems. So you further are talking about yourself and trying to tell them, hey, I am really good at doing all of these things. Of course, you can go through here and change it to whatever you actually did, and that, because you can't just reword it like this one here. You have to literally tailor this one to your actual experience. So don't reword this one, and just put your own experience there, and we can modify that there. And the last thing you want, and which is kind of what it's like an open end here, and it says I have a specific. And then what you actually want to do here is say, I have specific experience working on this system or working this job. And then you specify something super related and exactly related to this job. Basically, you're telling them, hey, I'm the guy for this job. I'm the guy for this job. All right. Now that kind of covers that. You guys can fill in your own thing there, modify it, whatever your experience may be. However, I do want to touch on this first part of it here, where it says, in search of a challenging career in IT field that will further expand my professional experience. It kind of sounds fake, to be honest, so I'm going to delete that. And then what I'm going to do actually here is move this part of it to the front. I'm going to cut this and I'm going to move this part of it because I feel like times have changed, and you know, depending on time of the year when you're looking for a job, if there are more applicants, then competition is going to be more fierce. So if the first thing is that you put on your resume, I have specific experience working this job or this system or whatever you want, that's the first thing, in my opinion, that you should have on there, because that's the first thing they read. Okay, so, and then you can modify again this here where it says professional experience that I have acquired. You can word this any way you want. Just make sure you provide what is it that you worked for. So let's go ahead and delete this part of this, and I just say, I don't know, help desk. Did you work desktop support? I don't know, call center rep. You know, because you could be applying for help desk. You can put down, I worked as a call center rep. That's relevant. You know, it's not necessarily IT, but it's definitely relevant. You're really good at customer service. Matter of fact, you can just put down customer service rep or whatever is it that you worked. And then if you are somebody who's coming out of if you're somebody who's coming out of school, you can say, instead of let me just kind of backtrack here a little bit. If you're just coming out of school, you can say, I have specific, let's see here, working experience for this job acquired from school training. You know, you can specify that. So if you're coming out of school, you want to specify something like this. So to tell them, hey, yes, I'm just out of school. I literally just got my degree. I got my certificate. But you can word it in a sense where it just says, I know how to do this stuff. So that's what you want to tell them there. Okay. Now, let's see. Where did we get to? Okay, we were filling out this customer service rep. So yeah, again, fill this up with any additional experience that you may have. And then we have this, my dedication to employers shown by my ability to quickly adapt to execute tasks at hand. Again, reword this. Feel free to just reword this to your own liking. I have gone through numerous challenges that requires fast learning and creativity as part of frequent transitioning testing of new equipment, software, and network systems. So this is specific to me, but you can modify this to this, for example, that required, let's do this, fast deployment of new OS builds. So I'm just throwing examples in here. I have gone through numerous challenges that require a fast deployment of OS builds, and this could be true in school too. You know, maybe you've gone through this type of training in school as well. Or you can put down, I have gone through numerous challenges that required fast thinking and problem solving. You know, so again, you can modify it to your own. I'm just kind of throwing you ideas out there, and feel free to, just edit this template to your own liking. All right, let's move on to technical skills. All right, so technical skills. What you want to put down is simply technical skills, basically things that you worked on that you can think of. There are so many things, and you can go about it different ways, but what I like to do here, and I think this is still pretty good, you can list operating systems. And I kind of filled it in a little bit here to save time in the video, but what I added after I modified my resume, I added Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 7, and you can go as far back as you want. And that kind of lists the things that you've touched on at least at some point, and then you can just basically list all the operating systems that you're familiar with. This is kind of self-explanatory, but be honest. You can see here that I put down Windows Server 2018, 2003, 2008, and 2012 as working knowledge. So back in the day, and 2013, literally here, I didn't really have that much experience with Windows Server, or I wasn't that knowledgeable, which has changed over time. Then of course you can modify this, like so. So 2016, 2019. I think that's the current one. And then I'm going to delete this working knowledge because I'm actually pretty proficient in these servers now. So Linux web server configuration. So I'm just going to Linux. You know what? I'm just going to type in lamp server configuration. That's basically for, web server installation, Linux based. And yeah, again, just modify, make sure you're honest about this because they will ask you about it. And if you don't know how to answer any of these things that you're listing, then you're basically screwed. Excuse my lack of better words. If once they figure out that you're basically BSing here, then you wasted everybody's time, and you're not gonna get that job. And then next thing I have is software, and then you can list all kinds of different softwares that you've worked on, everything that you can think of. Just list it in there. Don't get into detail. Literally just list the names like I did here. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There are so many different things. If I were to actually start adding this, there would be quite a bit more. So I just kind of left it at that of the things that I could remember. But yeah, I mean, if you look at some of my videos, you can see that I've worked on many different things. Oh yeah, I forgot to put AWS and Google. See, now I'm just showing off. I'm sorry, guys. Google Cloud. What's the Azure? Anyways, you guys get the idea, and just kind of fill it out to the best of your knowledge. Make sure if it's very little, just make sure that you probably forgot some things. You'd be surprised, but keep thinking of things that are relevant to that job. Do you think at that job people are working on, are they like, what kind of environment is it? Is it office environment? Then you might want to, list office. So this is outdated, Office 2000. Anyways, make sure that's updated. This is really outdated. Anyways, I'm not going to start listing different offices because that you just got to make sure you update all of that. And then I've got some networking here if it's related to see, I would actually rename this probably here, or maybe just leave it there. I'm trying to think why I named it just networking, because there are some of these things that are very specific here. Anyways, if you want to leave it as networking here, I believe that's completely fine. The first part of this resume is something that's going to hook them up. Once they start reading all your experience here, they're just going to be like, oh yeah, he knows a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? So list all the things that are related to that. And you can change this to something else. If the job is, I don't know, let's change this to help desk, because I know a lot of people that watch my video are help desk guys. You can start listening all the things that you used, listing things that you've used when working on help desk. And you can start listing like ticketing systems and different tools that you've used in here and this and that. So let's, for example, type in just like Jira ticketing system, right? Or I already have Active Directory, user accounts, GPO, remote desktop, all kinds of stuff. See, if you're, let's see here, let's do this here. This is kind of what a help desk might look like. You want to have Active Directory user accounts on there as a first thing, because you do that a lot on desktop support or desktop support, but more so a help desk type of thing. And then list all the things that you would kind of do as a help desk guy, So start listing all those things, and that should be enough. So the next thing we have here is a professional experience. So simply put, this is your experience as the experience that you have, whatever that might be. In my example, you can see here that I have from January 2030 to current is what I have filled out here, and it says on-site end user support, troubleshooting, general and proprietary applications. And I've modified this so that way it's related to literally like a desktop support or a help desk type of a job, but more so towards a desktop support. And then I have 24/7 on-call support for major system outages. This is what my current job is at the moment. And then PC imaging encryption, software, Active Directory, VoIP, system troubleshooting, project manager, product impact analysis. But in reality, right now I'm kind of mostly just doing help desk type of stuff because we're working from home and we're no longer on site. So you would basically modify this to whatever your current experience is, and then of course you'd want to put your title in there, and I'm going to type in business systems analyst, and I'm going to tab this over so it looks neater. I'm going to remove this part of it, and you can make slight changes here and there to look so it looks a little bit neater. And then of course, if possible, you can list second job. So let's kind of pretend that I have help desk, which I do. I don't know why I said pretend. Help desk experience. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's do this, because I think some of you, and forgive me if I am jumping to conclusion, but I think some of you may have call center experience. So let's pretend that it's that. And then you describe what you did in your call center job. So, I'm going to change that. Take inbound calls from customers. Enter resolve customer issues related to, and then you specify that, and then basically describe everything that you've done, So I'm just using this as an example. And if you are if you want to put in things that if you let's say you don't have enough stuff to put in here, you can literally list down things that you've got an award for. You can say call center rep of the month award, stuff like that. If you need things to fill in, just think of all the things that may have happened, some good things that have happened during that job. Anything to just kind of make yourself look good and that describes the job you have done. And I'm not too stressed out about this previous job here because the most recent job might be the most relevant job. This is kind of the main thing that they would read. This is just kind of a secondary type of thing. If this is your if this is your main thing, if this is your the only job that you have, then you might want to spend more time on it and describe what it is that you've done in there. Make sure that comes across really well, because and if you have to, make it so that it's relevant to the job that you're applying for. Again, I can't stress this enough. Don't lie on any of this stuff. Please don't lie. Okay, moving on. And it's simple, very simple. The last part of it is just education. Just kind of list down here. Oh, I need to change this here real quick. Down here, list real quick what kind of education you have. Let's say you have A+ certification. Let's see, I don't know. Did I spell certification right? No, I didn't. You can say associate degree in, I don't know, let's say in business. Or you can say, it doesn't matter that you've got a degree in business. You can still get these type of jobs if you want to switch over to doing help desk and work on computers. Whatever degree that you have, make sure you list it. But you can, say whatever that is. Associate degree in, let's say, I don't know, networking or whatever that might be. and then you have to provide location. So let's say St. Louis, Missouri, and then name of the college, for example, I don't know, MSU, or whatever the name of the college is, institution, or whatever it is, just list it there. This is very simple, last type of thing. So guys, this is the template I've used to get many interviews and my current job as well as business system analyst. So I hope this helps you. I know it's really hard to create a resume, but as long as you tailor it to the job that you're applying for, and I don't mean, again, don't lie, but make sure you tell them that you have that specific experience. So once you go through and look for jobs, look for the ones that you can do. Don't apply for jobs that you can't do. That's just not, it's not going to work, and it's not right either. It's not honest. So yeah, feel free to take all of this stuff, reword things that are going to help you, and in some ways, but please don't, like, for example, use the exact same things that I've typed in here. So just make sure you use your own. This is why I'm not going to leave it as just a empty template with things that says operating system and then there's nothing in here. I'm going to leave it as it is, so that way you guys can change it to your own way. All right, again, please use your own stuff on here, and I wish you best of luck, guys. Make sure you do a lot of research before you apply for any of the jobs. If you need interview training, God knows I have videos on that. I have top 20 desktop support interview questions and answers. I have top help desk interview questions and answers. I have top system administrator interview questions and answers. Top network administrator interview questions and answers. I have all of this stuff on my channel. So if you want to go to my channel, youtube.com/cobuman, and click on the search box. It's kind of underneath the image there, like the front image, and with the logo and stuff like. There's a search box in there, and just type in desktop support. Matter of fact, if you go to youtube.com and just type in desktop support interview questions and answers, my video is going to show up. Or help desk interview questions and answers, my videos are going to show up. Just click on the video that says cobuman. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I wish you best of luck, and take care. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, it's all about help desk. We're going to learn how to use an example ticketing system, and I'm going to also show you 4 different examples of a phone call that you might get as a help desk employee. These phone calls will show you how to handle the calls and also how to troubleshoot the call. It's a very good video for those trying to get into help desk as a starting point in their IT career. Guys, please take a 1 second to click the like button. This way I'm not going to play ad at this point at all, but you clicking the like button really makes a difference for my video. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Alright, let's get into it. This video is designed for new people to help desk tier 1 or tier 2. What we will learn in this video is how to create a ticket and how to work a ticket in a ticketing system. Keep in mind there are many different ticketing systems out there available, and a lot of them are proprietary, meaning the company that you work for will have their own ticketing system, but lately or most recently they've all been web-based, just like this third-party ticketing system that I'm about to show you. And when it comes to navigation, working the tickets and this and that, it should be very much the same as you would do when you work for somebody else. So this is going to be very educational for people who are about to start working on a help desk or just tech support where they use a ticketing system. So let's get back to the first thing we need to do. We're going to create a ticket in this ticketing system, but we have to familiarize ourselves. Keep in mind, you are new at the company and you've never experienced this before. Chances are you don't know what to do, you don't know what to look for. Well, this is typically what it looks like. You have a system that's open like this, typically web-based, and then on the left hand side you got few different tabs that you can select. First one is the main queue. What you're looking at here, and when I click on all open, and what shows in the middle is all tickets that are open currently. These are tickets that come through. And then next one is assigned to me, and if we click on, you can see that you haven't been assigned any tickets whatsoever. And then if we click on unassigned issues, you can also see there. However, if you go back to the all open, that means they're all there. That means that they haven't been worked yet, even if it's been assigned. So, and then of course we have incidents down here, and this is going to be based off a type of ticket. And then we got service requests, changes, and problems. So these are all different categories for these tickets that are there. Now, not to confuse you or to lose you, let's go ahead and create a ticket, because this will show you what the ticketing system is about. So let's say this reporter here, which is cobuman1, he's the user that reported all three of these issues. These are all issues that he has. So let's see how he did that. So he went to a system, and he's got a probably similar system that we see here, and then he clicked on create a ticket or submit a new ticket. And the first thing that they're going to do is select an issue type, which is right here. Don't ignore this part where it says project. This is just because I'm an admin to this, so ignore this. What they're going to look at first is issue type. This is what's going to ask you. And they're going to either have a drop down here, or they're going to be able to type in the type of issue that they have. So they can just type in report an incident, and if they select that, for example, that's what's going to be selected. So whatever it is that they have, chances are there's either an article on how to fix it themselves if it's like some kind of a minor software issue, but they in general they will have a way to search for their problem, and once they do, they will come across their problem, they would select it. So for example, if they would just type in get help, it's going to show up, and then they can select that. At the same time, if they type in, like for example, name of the website or a program, it's going to find that as well, and then they can select that, and that way it's going to be routed to the support team for that specific application, website, system, or software. See, that it's very self-explanatory. So, and the next thing, once they figure out what the problem is, I select the correct issue type here, they can type in the title of it. And it's kind of confusing here where it says summary, but it's actually just a title. So let's go ahead and pretend that this is a test ticket, and we're just going to type in test, so that way we have so we can track it, so we can see how it shows up in the system. And then we're going to type in test again, because we're just learning how to create a ticket right here, and it's going to be very simple. If we scroll down, there will be other things you can put in there. For example, a user can attach a screenshot, and if they click here, they can just add it, browse it, this and that. Typical, they would upload a screenshot of the error if they have, and then they can select the component, and then if they're savvy enough, they'll be able to figure out, okay, well, what is the issue about, and they would select that. So let's say they, some kind of actor director issue, they can just select that. And then assignment here, you can see that it's automatic. We can leave that. This is one of those admin issues, and this is not what a user would see. And then you can also create a ticket on behalf of somebody else. So I'm going to create a ticket on behalf of cobuman1, which is the same person that reported the previous issues. That way, if a user is not able to create a ticket for themselves, you can do it on their behalf as well. Another reason to create a ticket is to also keep track of internal things that you do, and you need a record of it. So doing tickets just as an internal part of what you do is a good way to just have a record of some kind of change that you have done on a computer, PC, or whatever. And then next thing we have is priority. Well, actually, we do have approvers, but this is related to whether somebody needs to be approved, for example, to have an access to a specific server, whether they're approved to have email or instant messenger, or even if they're approved to get new software, or if they're approved to get new hardware, right? So, and then we have priority here, and priority is kind of self-explanatory. If a big website is down, chances are they're going to select the highest priority, or if it's affecting a lot of people, they can just select highest priority. But if it's nothing big, they can just select lowest priority or whatever, And then of course urgency is also kind of similar to that, which would, I don't know why they have it twice, but you know, if it's a website down, it's going to be, of course, critical, and then it's going to impact a lot of people. Impact very important. If it's a lot of people, it's critical and it's the highest priority. It's going to be expensive, widespread. If it's just one user requesting something, it's going to be minor. So, and then pending reason. This is if you're working on a ticket and then you need a pending reason why it needs to be approved, this and that. Like for example, somebody's requesting something, that they would deal with that. Product categorization and this and that. This is usually automatically populated by the system itself. Users wouldn't typically deal with any of this. They would just put in a basics, you know, ticket, and then you would have to figure this out if it needs to be, you know, if it needs to be dealt with or categorized. There is a category here, optional categorization. We can just select connectivity in case we are working with, you know, a big system downage. And then of course there are labels, and you can create your own labels, you know. Okay, and then we're going to click create ticket. Now we can see on the right side that there's a notification that came up that's typical in a ticketing system. If you're working the system, if you have it open, you would get a notification that the ticket came through. So if we refresh this, if I click on all open, it's going to refresh it. It may take a second here, but it's going to populate with the new ticket we just submitted. It depends on how fast the cloud is or the storage where the ticketing system is at. It may take a moment to come up. Let me hit the refresh button here. And there it is. There's our test email, and at the same time you and your group, including the user as well, will get an email notification that a ticket came through, and that would look something like this. Here's our 3 other tickets that are already in the system. The other one just came through, as you saw, so you can see that there is a new ticket that came. So you get a desktop notification, then you get email notification. All right, now we learned how to create a ticket. That's very simple. Now let's go ahead and work a ticket. Here's a really good one we can pick. So once you're in the main queue, is what they call here, you can just pick any of the tickets and assign it to yourself if you're allowed to do so. Typically that's what happens. You can pick up tickets, work them, or sometimes the manager assigns a ticket to you. But this time we have the permission to assign tickets to ourselves, so we're going ahead and do that. We're going to select this middle one, and then we're going to assign it to ourselves. This is going to be slightly different, you know, depending on the type of software you use. But typically what you want to look for is something like this, where it says assignee. I want to click on that, and then I'm going to assign it to me. I'm going to click on that, and sometimes there's a save button or this and that. This particular system doesn't, and it's just going to assign it automatically. So let's go ahead and go back to our queue, which is click on all open here, and we can see now that it's assigned to me. And I'm going to go back to it, and then we're going to now work it. So how would you do this? There are a few ways of working a ticket. This is going to depend on preferred contact method that the user has. If we look at this ticket, it's not very detailed, right? And if we click on here, view request in portal, you know, a lot of times it would open it up and there will be more information here, but it kind of looks the same as the other one. So we're just going to go back here. The thing is though, a lot of systems would specify what type of preferred contact method they would have. For example, I prefer to be contacted with email, or there would be their email address there or something like that. I prefer to be contacted with IM, or do I prefer to be contacted by the phone? So user would typically specify that, and you know, there would be more stuff, detailed information about them. This system unfortunately doesn't have that information. The only thing we have is ability to reply to customer directly here. So this is what we're going to do. It says here, the issue is I have 2 monitors, both have the same picture. So that means that it's a configuration issue, and we can help them deal with that. If they are outside of your company, let's say you're doing tech support, you know, for somebody else in a different state, you're not on site, you're not there to help them, you can simply say, if you've never worked with this person before, you can say, hello, my name is Irvin. with tech support at STL Missouri. So you want to tell them, hey, my name is Irvin, I'm with tech support or whatever your name may be, and I am at this location, so that way they know that you are that person. It's an introduction, it's a simple introduction, and then you can say, I have your ticket about a monitor. Right? And it's simple. You tell them who you are, where you at, and that you have their ticket about a monitor. This is what you typically do if you're contacting them first time through email or through, like, for example, instant messenger, or even if you call them. This is something you have to let them know who you are and why you're calling them, why you're contacting them. Since this is a message through the system, through the ticketing system, you don't necessarily have to introduce yourself, because they know that the system that they submitted a ticket through, somebody's reaching out to them because of that, right? And then, if you can help them, I mean, this is a remote type of thing. If you can take control of their PC and resolve this issue for them, that would be ideal. But if you don't, well, I mean, what can you do? Well, you can just at least suggest, have you tried, what is it, expanding your desktop onto second monitor? That's usually the problem when it comes to this, right? And this is one of those things that you can ask the customer. If you can take control of their computer, that would be ideal. However, if you happen to be on site, that would be even better. So you can say, may I stop by to take a look? When would be good for you? So that way you can go there directly and just resolve the issue. And then now we're going to just click save. This should send an email to the customer, and that should reach out to the customer in some way, whether it's they having to have the system up and they get a notification, or they would get an email from the system saying, hey, this tech guy, cobuman, is trying to reach out to you. This guy named Irvin actually is trying to reach out to you, or both. Usually it will be both. So they would get a communication from you. So the next thing you would do is add an internal note. Means that's a note for you and the people that work for you, or not the work for you or with you. If they want to know what's going on with that ticket, they can look up your ticket and see that you have reached out to user and awaiting feedback. Right? So you can be more detailed about this. This is just the basic navigation and notage of a ticket. So what we have done here is reached out to the customer. We have created an internal note so that everybody can see that what you've worked on and what kind of work you've done when it comes to this ticket. So let's say your manager is like, hey, what's going on with this ticket? They can look it up and see what you've done, And if it's something you can resolve on site, you can say configured dual monitor. And then click save. And now, since you've resolved the issue, we have configured the dual monitor. At this point, it's resolved. Now we can close the ticket, right? We can go ahead and close it. And in this case, we have to go over here on the right-hand side where it says waiting for support. If we click on that, it gives you a bunch of different options for the status of the ticket. You can see that whether you escalated a ticket, waiting for support, canceled, or completed. We're going to set it to completed. Sometimes it would say resolved or this and that. And now the ticket is completed and closed. And by the way, notice this little eyeball here. That's a watch option. That means how many people are actually viewing and watching this ticket. We can see that both of these guys are watching this ticket. So that means how many people are viewing it and working on it, which is kind of useful actually. So that way you can be like, hey, ping them or, send them a message. Hey, are you working on this too? This and that. And all right, let's move on to another ticket that we can look at. And then if we click on all open tickets here, it's going to bring us back to the queue. And we can see now that the other ticket is gone. It's simply gone. It's closed, and you'll no longer see it in the queue. But we do have other tickets we can work on. So let's do one more, which is a bit different. And this is a website down ticket. So this is kind of important. Our website is down. We can't access our main website. And then we can see that the urgency is critical. So of course, we're going to have to prioritize these critical tickets. Now, let me see. Does this system actually say in the queue anywhere that it's a critical? It doesn't. So the only indicator you have here is on the left hand side. It's kind of these icons. And, you know, this is kind of unfortunate that I couldn't show you that you know, there might be some other indicator that it's a critical issue. All you got to do is, the only thing you can do is go by whatever the summary is or whatever the title of the ticket is. So you kind of have to use your own judgment. In our case, I wouldn't have worked the first ticket first at all. I would have worked this one first. So you got to prioritize that. It's very important. But once we click on it now, we can see that it's critical. So of course we're going to contact them again. But before we do that, since this is a critical, we may want to do something else real quick. And this is going to depend on your business, whether you're the only one working there or whether you actually want other people involved. So there are options for that as well. And if you look on the right hand side here, we can add participants. If we click here and add participants, if your manager, for example, is Joe Schmo, Schmo, did I spell that? Joe Schmo. Let's do that. Joe Schmo, we're going to add him, and then he can watch. Or even if we have Bob, it's a boy, you know, as a co-worker, and he's working with you as well, we can add them as participants so they can follow what's going on, right? So that's pretty cool here as well. And then we can have, let's go ahead and work this ticket real quick. I'm going to reply. And again, there are no other way to contact them. So I have to contact them through the system. Otherwise, I would have called them, messaged them, and this and that. And then what I would do here in this case, and this is just an example so we can work the ticket, but there are many things that you might want to ask when it's a big issue like this. The first thing usually I would say is how many, I would say people are impacted. You don't want to say users. Usually that's something that IT would use within itself. You would want to say how many people are impacted. And then when was the last time it worked? Are you using the correct link? You know, stuff like that would help you resolve this a big of an issue, right? And then later on, you know, if you do realize that it really is a big issue like this, support team for this specific website that they may be talking about may need more information. For example, host names, IP addresses, this and that. So I'm going to start with this. Typically, you would want more, but you would have to know what the website is and this and that. And this is just going to be depending on the work environment that you're at. Here we are learning how to use the system, not necessarily resolve issues because we don't have enough information, right? So we're here learning how to use a ticketing system, and that's that. And then, of course, you add internal note right away and says contacted user with requesting more information. Now this is internal note, and this means that only you and the people that work the system can only see it. So you can say user this time because we are talking to IT people who might read this. This is for your own note, work note, internal note, and for the people that are IT. User cannot see this at all, so it's okay to say user. Okay, now that we're waiting on that, of course, is a priority. This is something you would actively work on, but we're just going to leave it like it is for now. Now, let's see. There are different issues. There are different options here for this ticket right now, and that's because the issue is literally selected as a problem. Now we have different things. Now this is going to, you know, depend on the type of work environment that you're working at, and then you can see that now we have an option just to close it, but that's only if it's resolved, and then there's cancel, and then there's under review. I'm not sure why it would be under review. That's kind of a weird option to have in a ticketing system, but I guess it could be related to some kind of an access request for something, but the fact that it's just reported as a problem is kind of confusing. Anyways, now we know how to create tickets, how to work tickets, and how to assign them, which by the way we haven't done here, so we haven't assigned it to ourselves. Maybe that's why the option there was a bit different. Well, maybe not. Anyways, again, there are many different ticketing systems, many third-party systems, and you just have to kind of adjust to them accordingly. So let's go back and see what else is open. We can see that this one here is assigned to me, that I'm working on it. Let's see on the next tab, assigned to me, it says 0 now, but now it shows up as 1 because it took a little bit to refresh. And then we got other tabs that you can get into, but these are the basics. These are the basics of working a ticketing system that you must know before going to work for a help desk of any sort. And of course, you can look at your own statistics here, and that option is not here, but I think if I click here, let me see if I can find it real quick for you guys. Queues, back to projects. Usually managers can only see reports, but then maybe we can view some reports here. Reports, workload, and yeah, so if you're a manager or sometimes even as just a tier 1 help desk, you may be able to see your own progress, and here it is. You can see that I have one issue that I've resolved. Any more detailed? So yeah, that just allows you to look up other people's tickets. Satisfactions. These are all statistics that managers only look at. Of course, you want to, SLA is also, those metrics of how fast you resolve issues, this and that. But what I taught you so far are the basics you need to work the system as an IT help desk tier 1. So let's go ahead and look at what happened during this phone call, and then we're going to stop it in real time, and then I'm going to show you what happens on the back end. So meaning that what is going on with the person working a help desk while they're talking to the user.
Thank you for calling tech support. My name is Irvin. What can I assist you with today?
Hi, I for some reason I can't log in to Outlook. Outlook keeps asking me for a password. I don't know why. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Sure. Does it give you an issue whenever you try to log in anything else, or is this just this specific system?
Let me try. I think it's just Outlook, but I'm not sure. I don't even know why Outlook keeps asking me for the password, but I think it's just Outlook. Let me try something else. Oh yeah. Yeah, this this other system is also giving me problems. It keeps asking for the password. I don't know why. I did have a little trouble, like I may have mistyped the password this morning.
Okay, well, no problem. Let me look up your account. What is your login ID for this?
My login ID is Irvin underscore CAN.
Okay. All right, I got it pulled up here.
All right, let's pause that for a minute. Now we know the name of this user, so let's go ahead and look it up in Active Directory to see what's going on with his account. But before we do that, please take 1 second to click the like button. I really appreciate that. That way I don't have to play any ads for you here, and that way you are supporting my channel. It only takes 1 second. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and open up Active Directory. And within Active Directory on the left-hand side, you can see a folder that's called Users. If you select that, if you select users, you can see that a bunch of different users and groups show up in there. So you can scroll down and look for that login or the person's name. However, the easiest way to look somebody up is if you right-click the users folder and select Find. In here, you can type in the name of the user, and he said Irvin underscore CAN. So let's go ahead and click Find Now. And here it is. We found the user. We can simply select it, double click it, and it should pull up user's account. So let's see what's going on with that. He said he can't log in, so the next thing we're going to look up is the password. So we're going to click on the account. If we suspect that user is logged, in the account tab here, we can simply click on the check mark like this where it says unlock account, select apply or OK, and this will unlock the user's account. Now we can get back to them and let them know to try again.
It wouldn't take my password. I recently changed it. I think I changed it like a couple of days ago. So I may have mistyped it a couple of times. Is that why
Oh yeah,
maybe
that makes sense.
this is
So
happening?
if you mistype password once, you don't want to keep trying. It usually locks out after you try more than 3 times. But it's not a problem. I can unlock you. Would you like me to reset the password as well, or do you just want to give it a shot without me resetting it?
If you can unlock me, that would be great. I'd like to see if I can, because I don't feel like changing the password again. You know how it is. It's like you try to like come up with a new password, and then it's like you're just sitting there trying to figure out, well, which one do I want to use this time? Like, you know. So yeah, if you can just unlock me, that would be great.
Okay, no problem. I have it unlocked right now. I want to give it a shot and see if it works.
All right, hold on. Let me try this here. Okay, I think I'm good now. Outlook came up now, and it's okay. It looks yeah okay. My new emails are coming through, so
Okay, great.
that's good. I thank you so much. I appreciate
All
that.
right, no problem, no problem. I'm glad to help. I'm glad that worked out for you. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
No, that is all. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem. My pleasure. Thank you for calling tech support. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, there you go, my friends. This is how you fully handle a help desk call in which you would unlock user accounts. Of course, there are other things you can look at. If you go to the account, you can make some changes to it when it related to password. If you want to change their password, you can change it here. If you select user must change password at the next logon, is something what I would highly recommend in a business environment. So this is a part of security. You want the user to have their own password. So I highly suggest that you check user must change their password at the next login, because after you change it, you give them a temporary password, they should be able to set their own. In order to change the password, we have to go back to the users folder and then find the user and then right click it and then select reset password. However, this is kind of counterpoint to what I said earlier that, you know, if this is populated with thousands and thousands of users, it may not be easy to find. However, if you do right click on the users folder, select find, and do the thing I told you earlier is to type in Irvin CAN so we can find this user. Here, since we found it already, we're going to have to dig through the Active Directory. A lot of people actually don't show this on their videos when they show how to reset the password. Is that now, since you already found it, you don't have to dig and kind of like, you know, your eyes are starting to dry out because you're trying to find this user. You can just find it here and then right click and reset password. And we're going to change the password to something temporarily. And then again, make sure this is checked. User must change the password at the next login. And then if their account is locked as well, you can check that as well. And then just click OK. And now it says the password for Irvin has been changed. Today's video, we take a look at a call handling for help desk tier 1, in which case user has a slow computer. I will show you the call handling and I will show you what I did to resolve the issue as well. Friends, if you have a 1 second, please click the like button. I really appreciate it. This way I'm not going to bother you with any ads at this point. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. So let's get to it. I'm going to play the call, and at certain times I will pause the call itself and show you what I'm doing on the backhand in order to help this user. This was going to be a fun video, guys. Let's get into it right away.
Thank you for calling Help Desk Tier 1 support. My name is Irvin. How can I help you today?
Hi, my computer is running really slow. Is there something you can help me with this? For some reason, it's just so slow today that I can't do anything. no matter what I do, everything is really slow.
Sure thing. What's going on? When did you start having this issue?
It started happening this morning. It was fine yesterday, and then today, for some reason, it's just very sluggish. I can't do anything. I really need this to be fixed so I can do my job.
All right, no problem. I can have a look to see what's going on. Can you give me your PC name?
My PC name, uh,
Yeah, it should be under your PC information, or even there might be a sticker on your computer or something like that. It'll be either combinations of numbers or letters. If you can give me that, please, I'd appreciate it.
sure, I think I see it here. It says TM C3565830.
All right, thank you very much for that. Sir, do you mind if I take control over your computer just for a moment? I want to see what is going on and see if we can figure out what's causing this issue for you.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, let's pause the phone call just for a second here. So the user is talking about a slow computer. So it's a slow computer situation. So what is the major reason for a slow computer? In a business environment, most of the time when a computer is slow, it's because of an update. So let's get a look at the updates that we can look up here. And we're going to just type in updates and check for Windows updates. And sure enough, guys, we have some pending restarts for an update for a Windows 10 update. So what typically happens is that Windows tries to update, or the computer itself tries to update overnight, but for some reason it's not able to do so when the computer is not being used, meaning that it tries to do this in after hours when the computer is not being used. But chances are, if the computer was turned off, shut down, asleep, or any of those reasons, it probably couldn't install these updates. So now we got to get back to the user and let them know that this is what was the cause of this and explain to them what we can do to resolve this issue. Of course, if your company has a specific tool that pushes updates to your computer, you would also check that to see if anything failed, because it's not just Windows updates that could be causing this, but updates for other software, and chances are there is a different way to control that within the company that you work for. It would be company specific, so you would have to check that as well. Other reasons for a slow computer is highly unlikely in a business environment. For example, like not enough RAM, this and that. That's not usually what happens in a business. That's something that home computers may have issues with. For a business type of computer, they're going to be up to spec, and the main reason for it to be in slow is updates. Of course, there's another reason, being a virus, but getting a virus in a business environment is so unlikely, it's unbelievable. So, updates, main thing. Let's get back to the customer and tell him about that.
All right, sir. So what I found is that your computer was trying to get updates, but it's not able to. So at this time, we need to reboot your computer so you can finish Windows updates. This typically happens whenever your computer is either asleep and it can't get a chance to get its updates overnight. Usually, computers get updates overnight when people are not working during after hours where it's not a peak business hours or anything like that. So but sometimes when the computer is asleep or turned off, or if it's shut down, it may not be able to get its updates. So what we got to do is just kind of wait for it to finish its updates, and I have a feeling once we reboot it should be done. It'll probably be much faster. But yeah, that's what usually happens, and that should resolve your issue. So go ahead and reboot, and if that doesn't work, then we can help you further. See if that works.
All right, I'll give it a shot. All right, I'll go ahead and reboot now and then see what happens.
All right, great. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that.
Okay, looks like I can log in now.
All right, great. Go ahead and log in and we'll see how it goes. Now keep in mind, we just rebooted the computer, so it may be a little bit slow in the beginning, but it should be fine afterwards. Usually when we're rebooting the computer, it kind of clears the memory. So in that case, it may take a little bit just to log in, but afterwards it should be fine.
Okay. All right, I'm logged in.
Great. All right, let's see. See if it's running any better for you here.
All right, I'm checking. All right, so far so good. Tell you what, it's definitely faster than it was this morning. I don't. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be fine now. So let me see if I can pull up my email and a couple other systems that I use just to make sure before I let you go.
Sure thing, no problem, sir. Take your time here.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm good now. Thank you so much. It's I appreciate your help on this.
Hey, no problem, sir. Again, sometimes this just happens whenever computers shut down. The best advice I can give you is that whenever you're at the end of the day, whenever you're done using the computer, just go ahead and like reboot it or sign off, because sometimes the computer wouldn't even update properly, even if you're signed into the computer for some reason. But the best thing to do is just to reboot the computer, and that should kind of be a proactive thing we can do here to kind of prevent this type of thing from happening.
All right, will do. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
All right, no problem. Have a good day. Thank you for calling tech support. Bye bye.
All right, guys, let's get into it. But first, real quick, please take 1 second to click that like button. This way I'm not going to play any ads at this point. This makes a huge difference for me. I really appreciate your help on this. Thank you so much. And now let's listen to the call. And then after that, during the call, we're going to pause in the middle of it and I'll show you how to fix this WebEx issue.
Thank you for calling tech support. My name is Irvin. How can I help you today?
Hey, this is Bob. I'm having trouble with my WebEx meeting. The audio doesn't work. I'm trying to use my headset, but I don't know what's going on. It's just that I've been told that uh, they can hear me, but I can't hear them, or something's going on with my headset. I'm trying to use it for this WebEx. Either like it doesn't matter if I create a meeting or join a meeting. There's always the same issue with the headset. I can't, and it's a new headset I just got from my boss. Trying to use it here, and it's just giving me trouble. Is this something you can help me out with?
I sure can. Let me get your PC name real quick. There should be a PC information on your computer for that. It could be a computer name or a workstation name. There might be even a sticker on your computer. Can you please give me that?
Sure. Here it is. It's 35C3TO578.
Thank you very much for that. Do you mind if I take control of your computer just for a moment? I wanted to have a look and see what's going on.
Sure thing. Go ahead. No problem.
Now, just real quick, I want to make sure the type of headset that you have, is it a USB one or is it the one that has two prongs or two connectors, if you will? So if it's just a standard one, it's going to have one that's red and the other one is black, and you plug it in usually in the front of the PC, or is just a USB one?
I have one of those that's just a USB one.
All right, no problem. I'm taking a look right now.
All right, let's pause the phone call here for a moment so we can troubleshoot, so I can show you how I would troubleshoot this. He mentions audio issues. So every time somebody mentions audio issues, I would definitely look at the audio settings inside the computer. And notice I specifically asked him if he has a USB type of headset or if it's just one of those standard ones with two plugs. And he said he has a USB one, so we're just going to use that knowledge as our starting point. All right, let's look at the system settings. We're going to right click on our speaker icon here. I'm going to select Open Sound Settings. These are Windows 10 sound settings. I'm not a big fan of this. It is pretty simple, and yes, you can do some troubleshooting in here, but I prefer to click on the sound control panel here, which is the old school way of pulling up and troubleshooting system sound settings for Windows operating systems. So I'm going to minimize this WebEx here just so I can get that out of the way and not distract you with it. So as in the first thing we see here is that we have Realtek high definition audio. This is one of those audio systems that will be on pretty much every computer that has Windows operating system. I guarantee you that if you open up sound settings on your computer right now, you will have a Realtek high definition audio. And we know that this is default sound for that PC, meaning that everything that's built into the computer is going to use this, and everything that is plugged into it, as in specifically microphone or a headset through the regular 3.5 millimeter connector, it's going to use Realtek. So we can ignore that part of it right now because we're not going to use it. We have to concentrate on a USB headset, and he specifically you said the USB. The only other thing that shows up here is this Plantronics C610, which is a USB headset. And you can see there's a little, there's a green check mark here. That means that right now that Realtek is set as default. I'm going to go ahead and change this Plantronics to default. I'm going to select it. I'm going to click set as default. Now I know for sure that everything on the system is going to use this playback audio, as in speaker, as default. So we changed our speakers to Plantronics C610, which is the headset itself. There's nothing else there, so we know for sure that that is the headset that he is using. Now let's go ahead and click on recording here. This is going to be set up for our microphone, and here we go again. We can see that he has a microphone either built in or plugged in somehow, but if it's a laptop, chances are that it's just a built-in microphone, and it's again set to Realtek. We don't want that. We want to set it to our Plantronics, and we're going to set it as default. Now, you don't necessarily want to do this as set things up as a default, depending on preference of the customer, but a lot of times to make sure that the issue doesn't repeat itself, this is what I like to do, is set their main audio to default, whatever that might be. And I will of course double check that with the customer as well. So now I know that my microphone is set to the Plantronics, which is the headset, and also our speaker is set to Plantronics, which is the headset. I'm going to click OK. So now everything else that comes up should be using that as default. Now let's look at the WebEx. Now keep in mind, WebEx is kind of tricky when it comes to setting up audio. If I click on the little cog here and I click, just to click on it to see what are the settings, where are the settings here for the WebEx, and of course you can see that there is a preference. And once you open it up, you assume that the audio settings would be here, but they're not, unfortunately. You can see that there's account, my personal room, meeting, join, phone numbers, calendars, notifications, video system, but nothing talks about the audio. The audio is actually set up when you start a meeting or join a meeting. So let's go ahead and click start a meeting, and this is going to launch our little start a meeting pop-up. So with the start meeting enabled here, our pop-up comes up. We can see there are some things here that are flipping through, and we can see that this is the audio setting right here. We're going to look at that here in a moment, but let's look at this real quick. You see how it says here, use computer for audio? A lot of times if you have a desk phone, like one of those physical desk phones that are just sitting on your desk, chances are there might be some kind of integration there, and you want to make sure that it's not detected, because you can use a desk phone for WebEx meetings and whatnot, especially if it's a Cisco phone, usually over IP phone, which all the new phones are. But in our case, we want to make sure that use computer for audio is selected, and let's go ahead and select on our settings here that are kind of flipping through. We're going to click on that and see what we have. And here we have to make a minor change and change the microphone here to make sure that it reflects our Plantronics headset. So we're going to select Plantronics headset, or you can click use system settings. I prefer just to click it microphone Plantronics. So if you're going to set up WebEx only WebEx to use this headset, you would make sure that it's selected to the microphone and not use system settings. So in case you want to use system settings defaults for something else, basically what I'm saying is you can configure WebEx only to use the headset as well. Again, I'm going to double check this with the customer to see what his preferences are. All right, let's get back to the phone call.
All right, sir. So it looks like there's just a configuration issue with the audio. The headset is probably working just fine. I went ahead and made the changes in the system and the WebEx, make sure that this is all set to use the headset most of the time. Now, just keep in mind, if you're going to use your PC speakers, or if you have speakers connected to it, these settings may have to be changed back. But right now, I set your headset to default, so that way it's always going to use that for the time being. If you'd like, I can change it. I can just change WebEx to use it and nothing else. No, that's fine. I don't use the speakers at all. Headset is fine. I don't want people to hear me talking anyways, or hear what other people are saying on the meeting anyways. All right, no problem. I'll go ahead and leave it like that, so it's all set to default now, and it should work. Do you want to give it a shot and test it out? Sure. Let me get my coworker over here. I'm going to start a meeting real quick and test it with her. Hey, Susan, you mind testing this with me? All right. Thank you. Go ahead and join. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I can hear you fine too. Awesome. All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you for testing this with me. Hello? Yeah, it's working. It's working fine now. So, thanks for fixing that for me. It was so annoying every time I joined a meeting. It just didn't work.
No problem. I'm glad to help. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
No, that's it. You've been great help. Thank you so much.
You bet. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And there you have it, guys. Another successful help desk tier 1 phone call handled like an IT professional. This is an example of a help desk or a call center phone call in which you deal with an angry customer. So this is incredibly important to know because you got to have the skill in order to resolve their issues. Sometimes a customer is so angry that you got to deal with it in a special way so that way you can resolve his issue without it being escalated to your manager. So this is an incredibly important video, not just technically, and I'll show you what the problem is with the computer, but also in a way to deal with it, so it's a social video in a sense. All right, guys, let's have a look. But before we do that, please take 1 second to like my video. This really makes a huge difference, and that way I'm not going to play any ads for you. So what's going to happen, I'm going to show you the customer's phone call, an example phone call, and then I'm going to pause the video and show you how I fix it, and most of all on how I dealt with this angry customer. Again, thank you so much for your support, and let's enjoy.
Thank you for calling tech support. My name is Irvin. How can I help you today?
Oh my God. Look, I need you to fix my computer, all right? Look, everything is broken. I can't open anything.
All right, sir, no problem. I'm sure I can help you with this. What seems to be the issue?
Yeah,
What are
I'm
you?
trying to open up these Word documents, all my Excels, nothing is working. It's just the icons kind of changed. I don't know. When I click on it, nothing happens. It just doesn't want to. Look, I need this fixed right away because I got important things to do, all right?
All right, sure, sir,
ASAP.
no problem. I'm sure I can help you. I'm sure we'll fix this for you. Just give me a few moments here. I hate to do this to you, but can you please give me the PC name? That way I can help you as fast as possible. All right. That way I can possibly take over your computer and just do it for you. All right.
PC name? What is this PC name thing?
There should be an icon or on your desktop or something that says PC information, or maybe a sticker on the computer that with a PC name.
All right. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, I see it. I see a sticker here.
All right, great, sir. Can you please give me that? That way I can just help you real quick.
All right. It's 3570COTAFL.
All right, thank you, sir, very much for that. All right, I'm going to make sure that I look at your computer. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to request to take control of your computer, and all you got to do is just click accept if there's a pop-up or anything like that. Just make sure you click accept on that.
All right, I see it.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for accepting it. All right, I'm going to have a look now, and I'm going to fix it for you. All right, don't worry. Just hang tight, please.
All right.
Let's pause the phone call for just a moment to see what's going on here. And you can see that the customer here is trying to open these documents, and it just keeps asking for something to open it with. These are Excel and Word type of documents. You can see they are extension on them is ODT and ODS. These are basically open office type of documents. They can also be opened with regular Microsoft Office, but in this case we're just going to reinstall open office in this, and this is going to resolve the issue. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Of course, in a business type of environment you would have a different type of tool, but in my case I'm just going to install the executable that I've downloaded with open office, and this will fix it.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for holding. Look, I found the problem for you. I just need a few moments to fix it, but I guarantee you I will fix it for you. The thing is, though, the Microsoft Office, or the software basically used to open these programs for you, is removed for some reason. I'm going to have to reinstall it. Unfortunately, this may need a restart.
Oh my God.
Sir, I'm really sorry, but I guarantee you this will fix it. It may restart, it may not, but if it does, it shouldn't take too long, but I guarantee you we'll fix it, all right? So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to reinstall it,
and then it should work for you. Just give me a moment here.
All right, fine.
All right, sir, I'm initiating it right now. It's happening, and what I'm just kind of waiting for it to install. Just ask you real quick, do you need to save anything just in case the computer decides to reboot on you? Because a lot of times when you install these big programs, it likes to reboot for some reason. I don't want you to lose anything else, you know?
All right, let me check. Yeah, I don't. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine. You're fine.
All right, sir, thank you very much. And thank you again for being patient with me. I guarantee this will fix it for you. You just need a few moments and possible restart, but it should be good to go. And hopefully this computer is fast, so that way we can get back to them real quick. So I'm just going to keep clicking next. And so far it's going really quick. And again, business you work for may have different type of tool that deploys these type of applications. You might want to go in there and do a repair or whatnot if it is Microsoft Office. But in this case, it is Open Office. But either way, we're going to resolve the issue. All right, that was really quick, which is good. That means we can get back to the customer real quick. And you can see now that we can open these just documents. These are just fake documents that I created for the sake of video. And you can see now that it's working. All right, let's get back to the customer. It looks, well, it looks like it installed, and I don't see any reboot requirements, so I think you're good to go. You want to check it out before I...
Let me have a look real quick. All right. All right. Looks good. All right. Good. All right. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
All right, no problem, sir. I understand the frustration. It happens, but you're good to go now. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for calling tech support. You have a good day.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
There you go, my friends. That's how you handle an angry customer. I made this video as best as I can in order to show you guys how to do it, because it is kind of awkward to, I guess, pretend to be the tech support and pretend to be the customer as well in order to create this type of video. So I hope it came out good. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I also like to see when people just say hi. I really like that too. And if you want to check out my channel, I have a bunch of different videos on help desk, desktop support, system administration, network administration, and all kinds of other IT stuff that you can learn from. And I also have, if you're interested in this type of stuff, I also have more videos in this type of format where it shows you how to deal with certain issues and technical issues that you may come across as a help desk technician. And again, if you're doing just call center type of stuff, these videos are also helpful. All right, thank you so much for watching. Please share this video. If you have a second, click the like button. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you again, and you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Help Desk Startup Learning Guide. This is a collection of videos created for youtube.com/cobuman channel and combined to provide a single point in learning help desk. What you will learn here is based off personal experience and opinion of what you must know before starting IT help desk. Yes, this video is specifically designed to help you get a help desk job. Below is a list of each topic presented in its format as a basic start to help desk. Make sure you watch the entire video so that you become familiar with help desk knowledge and procedures. For the first video, we have an introduction. Can anyone get an IT help desk job without experience? For a second video, we have Top 20 Most Common Desktop PC Support Issues and Solutions. For the third video, we have Help Desk and Customer Service Call Handling Procedures.
Hello. Welcome to a tutorial video on how to get an IT job without any experience. This is a simple step-by-step guide that should provide the basic guidance needed to succeed. This preparation method can be applied to other jobs and not just IT. Keep in mind that this video is going to be very direct without any sugarcoating. Yes, it is a bit harder to get a job with no experience, but with time and patience, it will get you there. You just need to get your foot in the door. After you acquire some experience, it will be much easier to get even better positions in IT. Number 1, you need a good resume. For this part, I need you to pause the video, look up an example of IT resume in Google, and have it side by side so that you can follow along. After you have a resume up, play the video again. Keep in mind that you can adjust resume titles to what works best for you. On your resume, under Experience, list anything you have done related to IT. Let's say you know how to build computers. You would list that. Let's say you know how to set up a server. You would list that. Let's say you know how to build a website. You would list that. Let's say you have a good customer service experience working somewhere. You would list that. Just keep adding information by yourself that may be related in any way to the job you are applying for. You do not need more than 1 page for resume size, so it should be easy to fill out. Therefore, when it comes down to it, you do have some experience. Number 2, when applying for a job, always provide a cover letter to why you are interested in this job and why they should hire you. For this part, talk about how you have the knowledge for this specific job. Sure, you can mention that you have the ability to learn, but it's best to keep facts in reality. Some employers may be looking for someone to teach a new job, but most are looking for someone who can do the job already. Number 3, be prepared for interview questions for the job you're applying for. A good place to start is my own YouTube /cobuman channel that has a variety of different interview questions and answers for multiple IT jobs. Number 4, fear. There's nothing to be nervous about because recruiters know exactly what to expect by reading your resume. Think of it this way: even if you don't get the job, going through some interviews is a good learning experience. Go to the interviews for purpose of learning and getting better, which is something that will come on its own, but only with practice. With so many jobs out there, you are bound to get one for sure. You may not get the first one or second one, but that third interview, you will know exactly what to expect, and being scared will go away. Just be friendly, smile, and act professional. This could be the main reason for getting a job, especially when it comes down to multiple candidates for the same job. Employer will usually pick the friendly and polite person if given a choice between similar applicants. You need to trust in your knowledge. Experience will come on its own, but only when you try. Number 5, interview dress code is important. Formal suit is the safe way to go about it and shows that you are very serious about this job. However, you could wear business casual attire, which consists of dress pants, dress shoes, dress shirt, or polo style shirt. Lastly, please do me a favor and either share or like this video with anyone who may need help getting a good job. So many folks out there could use this type of guidance. Thank you all so much.
Congratulations, you've made it through the first part of the video. And before we start the second part, I just wanted to quickly mention that I have some cool design t-shirts available below the video if you're interested in supporting me and my content. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining me on this fun and educational video. What comes next are some of the most common desktop support issues that you can expect to encounter during your tech support adventures. All issues are randomly sorted from super easy to funny, so sit back, relax, and let's have some fun. Issue number 1. Mouse is not working or it has sticky keys. The cause for this could be dirt or spilled drinks. But the solution for this is to replace the mouse. Keep in mind, mouse you can't really clean up like you used to. You know, back in the day, you have those old mice that had a ball inside, and you can unscrew the bottom of it. You kind of pop it open. You pop the little ball out, and then you can clean the little rollers around it, and they can like fix the mouse. But if you had a sticky key on it, you can't really fix it, not at least, regular people like us, this is, and the mice are so cheap. So in this situation, you would just replace the mouse. Issue number 2, keyboard is not working properly or it has sticky keys. The cause of this could be dirt or spilled drinks. Solution is to replace the keyboard. So similar to replacing the mouse, keyboards, you can't, it's really hard to clean if you clean it if you spill something. Sure, there are, spill resistant keyboards out there, but you're not going to find something at a business place, something like that, because they tend to be more expensive, and, just the regular keyboards are cheap, so just replace it. Issue number 3, monitor is not working. Cause for this could be power button not pressed, loose power cable, loose video signal cable, or just a bad monitor. Solution to this is to press the power button, check the cables, or replace the monitor. Issue number 4, computer has no network connection. The cause for this could be network cable disconnected. It could be also a bad network cable, but that's very unlikely. That doesn't happen often. It is possible, but it does not happen often. The solution to this is to plug in the network cable or replace the network cable. Issue number 5, a specific website is not working. Cause for this could be that specific website may be down, or user has the wrong or mistyped link. It happens. The solution to this would be, if it's an internal website, contact support for that website. So if it's an internal website, chances are you will have, tech support for that website that has access to the server. But if it's an external, wait for it to come back. There's really not much you can do if google.com goes down. And then afterwards, have user try the correct website link. Issue number 6, files or data is missing. The cause for this could be user deleted this data, or user forgot to save data, and in some cases, user moved the data or files into another folder. So it'd be a sticky key. You know how occasionally you would try to click on something, and you would still be holding on to the file that you're trying to click on, and then you just accidentally drag it into another folder. The solution to this is to attempt to recover data if possible through Windows Restore or backup solution, or if it's the file's been moved, you would just simply look for the adjacent folders to see if the files are there. Issue number 7, user can no longer receive or send emails. So the cause for this could be
user's inbox has reached its limit size set by the Exchange server, or Windows password is not set. So what does that mean? If you have an email provided by your business, the email is going to be handled by the Exchange server. Typically, Exchange server has a limit for your inbox. So your main folder that you receive your email through has a limit of how big it can be. So for example, let's say it's 200 megabytes limit for that inbox. Then if you receive a bunch of emails that have, attachments, or you just have thousands of emails, chances are it will fill up fairly quickly, and it will go beyond that 200 megabytes, at which point you cannot receive any more, or even send any more emails. Okay, and the part about Windows password not set is basically the Outlook, Microsoft Outlook is asking for your new Windows password. So this happens a lot when someone has changed their password within Windows, but they haven't updated their Outlook. Okay. Solution to this is to delete or archive old emails, delete old calendar notices that have attachments. Keep in mind that calendars also count as part of the inbox. Okay, and lastly, update the password. Within the Outlook. Outlook is going to ask you what's the new password. You would type it in, or you can just simply close Outlook, open it back up, and it'll work. Issue number 8. The printer does not work. Cause for this could be printer is not installed, user trying to use another printer out of paper or ink. The solution to this is to install the printer, change default printer, and add paper or ink. Issue number 9. Computer is slow. Cause computer is installing delayed updates. This happens if user turns off the computer after their shift. Low RAM could be the cause, or bad hard drive. Solution: educate user to not turn off the computer at the end of the day, add more RAM, change hard drive, or just reinstall the operating system. Issue number is not working. Cause: sound options for recording or playback devices is not set properly. The solution to this would be configure recording and playback devices. In rare occasion, it's the headset itself that's broken, but most of the time, it's the recording and playback devices that are not set properly. Issue number 11. Blue screen of death. Mostly caused by bad hardware or drivers. From my personal experience, blue screen of death was either bad hardware or bad drivers. So the solution to this would be to replace the broken hardware. And this you could, determine by, doing the hardware diagnostic, and or reinstall the operating system, because sometimes, you wouldn't be able to find any, apparent hardware issues or even driver issues. So sometimes starting with a clean slate could resolve this issue, Issue number 12. User can't log into PC. User cannot log into PC. A very, very common one. I get this call every day. The cause is wrong password, user locked out of their account, or they have caps lock key on. So the solution to this would be reset the password, enable their account, and tell them to disable the caps lock. Very simple. Issue number 13. Computer restarts for no reason. The cause for this, most of the time, is computer installing delayed updates. Occasionally, the cause for this would be
a computer stuck in a loop, most likely trying to install some kind of update or software. That's a rare case, but in most cases, it's just trying to install an update and it restarts, sometimes couple of times, you know. The solution to this is to simply wait for computer to finish installing updates. Issue number 14. Wi-Fi is slow. Cause for this? Well, a lot of times Wi-Fi is just slow. You know, it's especially, you know, I mean, anytime you're dealing with, you know, something that has to provide a signal, wireless signal, then chances are that it might become slow or not have the same bandwidth as, you know, physically connected to the network. And of course, the solution to this is connect the PC physically to the network. Issue number 15. This trouble ticket would simply state computer is not working. Cause for this? Anything you can think of. Not enough information. The solution to this is reach out to user for more information. Issue number 16. The internet is down. Cause: network cable unplugged, proxy settings changed, specific website is down. With these type of trouble tickets, they may come through with just a simple statement where it says the internet is not down. You know, the user needs to be a little bit more specific, so you kind of have to ask them for more information. Solution to this is check network cable, check proxy settings, check the website or websites that user is connecting to, you know, to make sure that they have the correct links, because sometimes user may assume that the whole internet is down, which has never happened. Issue number 17. Change the password. Now I can't log in. The cause to this is user changed the password and now they don't know it. There's a, you know, you'd be surprised how often this happens. The solution to this is to reset the password. And I gotta say, this happened quite a few times where the same user would get reset multiple times in the day. So it's user error, basically. One of my favorites, issue number 18. Nothing is working. Cause: user is having a mental breakdown. The solution to this is to replace the PC or replace the user. Issue number 19. I need access to the Q drive. Cause for this: user either needs login access to the Q drive or needs it mapped to their PC. Solution to this is ask user, what is this Q drive? I mean, it could be any number of network paths. There are a lot of, you know, shared drives, network shared drives out there. You know, just saying that it's a Q drive doesn't tell us much. You can name the drives anything you want. Once the actual name of the network path is determined, ask user if they need their credential access or add it to their PC. So chances are the user could mean that they don't actually have credential access to it. So that means even if it's added to their computer, even if it's mapped to their computer, they won't be able to get in. They could mean that. We don't know. So we just have to find out. Issue number 20. Computer crashed. What could be the cause to this? Hardware or driver issues? You have to do the diagnostic of the hardware and the software to determine what caused the crash. you can go back to the log, system log files and see what caused it. Solution is ask user how and what they were doing when it crashed to help you narrow it down. And then, of course, like I said, perform system diagnostic if needed.
Welcome to Help Desk Call Handling Procedures. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. One of my viewers recently asked me if there is a call handling format for Help Desk. The answer is yes. There is a format to follow, but this varies from business to business. However, every help desk has a common path to follow that basically achieves the same goal, which is to resolve issues. There could be multiple steps to handling just the intro. In this example, I have broken down the procedure in 7 steps that should reflect the professionalism and call handling proficiency. Step number 1. Thank you for calling tech support. My name is Irvin. May I have your phone number, account number, or etc., so that I can pull up your information? And if you've noticed at the end, I have phone number, account number, or etc., because this will vary from business to business. Some businesses may train you to ask for the phone number first. Some may say ask for the account number first, or anything else. Number 2. In order to secure your account, can you please verify your date of birth, last 4 of social security number, or etc. If you don't have this information, that's okay. We can also secure your account by answering some questions. As you notice, the second part is usually to secure the account to make sure that we are speaking to the correct customer or the user. A lot of times you would ask for date of birth, last 4 of social security number, or even etc., for example, to verify their home address. If they don't have this information, some companies also use a format in which customer answers some questions that they've set up previously. For example, what is the name brand of the car that you owned, or what is the name of your pet? Number 3, listen to the customer's issue carefully and then ask questions based off previous experiences. This comes after you are familiar with company's products or services. Each business will train their associates to familiarize themselves with different issues and procedures. So let's say a customer calls in and says, this product I bought is no longer working, or there's something wrong with it. Of course, you will have the training from the business that you work for to handle this properly. You just have to make sure you pay attention and ask proper questions based off your experience, whether it be from training or simply from many calls that you've handled in the past. Number 4. I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that? In case you've missed something, a lot of customers talk really fast for anyone to follow. So this is something you will have to ask occasionally. In order to, help the customer properly, you need to understand what they are saying. So it is okay to ask the customer to repeat themselves. Just be polite about it. Number 5. Sometimes you have to place customer on hold, but this is usually done with no more than 2 minutes before you have to come back and say that you're still working on the issue. Again, this will vary from business to business. From my experience, 2 minutes is an average allowed time to place a customer on hold. However, a business that you work for may say 1 minute before you have to go back and say, hey, just to let you know, I'm still working on your issue. And the reason for this is because it reflects on good customer service. However, the underlying reason for this is production. The business you work for wants you to be very productive and resolve issues as efficiently as possible. Step number 6. Is there anything else that I can assist you with? Or have I resolved your issue? As closing, do not hang up on the customer
until the customer says either yes or no, confirming that their issue has been resolved. The last thing we want is to hang up on the customer and their issue has not been resolved. This reflects poorly on the company and the service that customer service provides. This is incredibly important. Thank you for calling tech support. You have a wonderful day. At this point, you're just ending a call with a nice gesture. However, some businesses will have you ask the customer to take a survey. This will vary from business to business, of course. This concludes our video. Keep in mind that some aspects of help desk are omitted because they are specific to the company you may work for. For example, a basic issue that is handled by IT help desk is resetting, changing user passwords, which is done by a company provided tool and not necessarily through Active Directory. However, I have videos on many of these topics, including desktop support, network administration, system administration, NOC support, and much more. If you think this information is useful and appreciate my effort, please share this video with your friends, and I appreciate all of your support. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me in today's session. Today's session is going to be help desk, tier 1, tier 2, and desktop support based. I have received feedback from the community when I asked for ideas for the next help desk video, simply because I am running out of ideas. So if you guys want me to talk about specific things, please let me know in Discord. There is a link in the description of this video. So again, if you want me to talk about something specific, please let me know in Discord. And the reason I'm doing it like this is because I simply ran out of things to talk about. I really appreciate people that did respond to me in my last inquiry asking for assistance when it comes to topic ideas. Please keep them help desk, tier 1, tier 2, or desktop support related. However, if you do have ideas about more advanced stuff, also let me know, as I can make separate videos for those. Thank you so much. So first ticket is based off my feedback that I got from Eddie. Eddie, thank you so much. You know who you are. Thank you so much for giving me an idea for this ticket. So let's have a look. And the first ticket here says I can't log in to my computer and the error is domain not available. So the reporter name is Mike Moser, and Mike here says, please help me. I only get an error domain not available when attempting to log in. So I'll log into his computer, right? I am able to log in using my phone app to contact help desk, so I don't think it's my password. So here's what's going on. This user, whenever they try to log into their computer, they simply just get this message. It says domain not available. And there are a couple of different reasons for this to happen. And the first one is the computer simply needs to be joined the domain that it belongs to, so that way it doesn't get this error. And the second reason for it is that computer is simply not connected to the network of any sort, physically. If it's a computer that is like work from home type of computer where it simply needs a network or internet connection, chances are this would not happen, although it may. I've seen that happen as well. But generally speaking, when it's work from home, this would not necessarily happen. But the second reason you would get this is when you're not physically connected to the network that the computer belongs to when it comes to the domain itself. Okay, now I digress. Let me tell you what domain is. There are a couple of different domains, right? There's a first domain that you can think of, right? Here's, for example, cosmicnova.com. That's one example of a domain. Cosmicnova.com is literally name of the domain. It's also known as the website, right? So that's that. However, it's different from a business environment. Business environment has its own domain, which all the computers on that network are joined to specifically, and that is found under computer properties. So this is just one way of getting to it. It doesn't matter which way you get to it as long as you get to it. But if you right click this PC, for example, or just go to system settings, you can just type in system settings or something like that, and it will get to this point. And the part where you want to look at is here where it says computer name, domain, and work group settings. This computer is on a local home network and it's joined this work group here where it says new server 0. In a business environment, it would literally say domain here instead of work group, and it would give you the name of the domain, which looks like this here. This computer here, so this computer here, if we look at the same settings, you can see that it literally says here domain instead of workgroup, and it gives you the name of the domain. You see how it says here techsupport.cobuman.com. It's kind of similar to what we saw as a website, for example, cosmicnova.com that I showed you, but it's different. This is just for the business. That's the name of the business, and that's what is going on with this ticket. Again, let me show you here comparison real quick. This is what my local computer looks like. You see it says work group instead of domain, but then this one here it says domain. So if the issue here is, I'm just going to minimize this here, if the issue here is that this user's computer needs to be added to the domain, this is how you would do it. You would go back to system and you would go to advanced system settings, and then under computer name here, the very first tab, you will get an option to change computer name. And then if you look down here where it says to rename this computer or change its domain or workgroup, click change. And then you would select literally change, select domain, and then type in, what was it, tech support.cobuman.com. Is that what we had here? I know we did. I just want to show you that it is in that techsupport.cobuman.com. Minimize this real quick, and then we're going to click OK, and after that you have to reboot the computer. See, it's not going to do it now because this is a local computer and the other one is just a virtual machine. But you would get a notification that says, do you want to join this computer to this domain? If you do something like that. It's been a while since I actually manually had to do this. It's super rare. But I digress. It would say you would have to reboot afterwards, and then it would be added, and it would say domain instead of workgroup, and it would be techsupport.cobuman.com. Now there are other reasons why this might happen. It could be just an error in the system itself, the operating system. But another reason also could be is that this computer is not physically connected to the network where the domain is located. So if it's like a business environment, let's say it's a large building, and the computer gets this error, it's either what I said before is that either it's not added to the domain, or it doesn't exist on the domain, or it's not physically connected. So you might want to check the cable. Just adding a quick note while editing this video. This can also happen whenever user receives a new computer and they don't log into it before taking it home, meaning that you have to be connected to the domain for your first login so you can create a domain-based login or local profile for that user. This is why this error happens. Otherwise, at home, they can just use their password and log in locally, even though it's not connected to the network or domain of any sort. These are the only things I can think of right now when it comes to this error, and that's is how I would deal with this specific issue. So if this user is at an office, I would physically go there and make sure that the computer is plugged in. If it's a guy that's literally within the same building. I know some people do tech support or desktop support or whatever in a building where there's like, I don't know, 100 users, 200, 500, doesn't matter. They can physically go to their computer and check all these settings, make sure they are added. I can't think of any other way to do this instead of having physical access, because you can't log in, so you can't really take control remotely if this is somebody who's working from home, for example. And this really shouldn't be happening when somebody's working from home. And the reason I'm mentioning working from home is because obviously a lot of people are going to working from home, especially in the current situation. But I've seen it happen a couple of times, and for each one of those times, user had to bring the computer back to the office or location where you can actually make these changes. The reason being is so you can physically connect it to the network, so that way you can re-add it in there using a local admin. So, by the way, in order to make those changes where that I showed you in there, when you go to advanced settings to add a computer, in this case you might have to do it using local administrator privileges, and depending on the business setup, business environment, you may be able to, because here's what happened. In order for you to do it remotely, to add the computer back to the domain, which still may not work properly because they're working from home, but let's say you are somehow doing it, you would have to get local admin login so that you can actually log into the computer to begin with, and then make the changes here, right? You would go in and make the changes. Otherwise, you have no other way of doing it, and you would have to literally have the user type in all the information, and you would literally have to guide them to do it. And whether your company allows this type of thing, realistically it's best to just have them bring it to the tech guy at their office and just have him deal with it. But hey, every company has different rules. Maybe you are allowed to do this, maybe you are allowed to share this information. Local admin password with with the user, I don't know. But this is how you would go about resolving this. Okay, so I'm just going to reply to him and say, well, first of all, I would talk to him. I would talk to him on the phone and make sure that this indeed is the error and that he can't log in any other way. And I'm just going to say, in this case, just to be safe, okay, can you please bring back the computer to the office so we can fix it. And you can provide details typically on a ticket when you're adding internal notes or any notes you want to be specific. In this case, I don't necessarily want to be specific if I'm just talking to them. But since I'm talking to them on the phone, I highly suggest that you do talk to them on the phone. If you can't, if it's not at the local office, make sure that they're already aware why you want them to bring it back. At least give them that. Doesn't matter whether I understand it or not. Just tell them this is what you have to do, and this is how we can fix it. And then I'm just going to say computer needs to be added to domain. And again, this is all with the assumption that I'm talking to the customer. I already talked to them and ensured them that this is going to get fixed and how I'm going to go about it. So I'm just putting down basic information instead of just, this is just a formality at this point. Okay, so we're going to wait for the customer to come back. By the way, I forgot to assign this ticket to myself. I've really got into it. It's been a while since I made some of these help desk ticket-based videos. So yeah, make sure you assign the ticket to yourself, and we're gonna get back to it and possibly route it to the local IT tech support people. Depending on how your computer or how your tech support is set up, you may have to route this ticket to them. But in this case, he's just gonna bring it to me, and I'm going to just resolve it. All right. Next ticket is thanks to feedback from this gentleman on Discord. Let me show you here. Well, first of all, let's read the ticket. It's the ticket that I created based off of his feedback and idea, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is I forgot to change my password and now I can't log in. And it's kind of specific here in description. It says, "Hi, I forgot to change my password last Friday, and over the weekend my password expired. I can't log in to change." So it's kind of specific to the way why he can't log in. It says, "I forgot to change my password last Friday, and over the weekend my password expired, and I can't log in to change it." Usually customers or users would get notifications on when the password is about to expire. And I've also seen where, user either forgets or just kind of ignores it, because sometimes you just get one notification. I've seen that too. It's only one notification, like 14 days before it expires or something like that. And that will be pretty much it, and then they forget about it. But the reason I made this specific ticket is in a scenario that this gentleman on Discord described to me. Again, I appreciate your help, and here it is what he says. Mr. RTM, thank you. And it says, if I catch a help desk call and user wanting to reset their password, if I catch a help desk call and a user wanting to reset their password, to easily guess passwords such as password or password 123, I advise them that their desired password is not very secure, to coach them and how to make the password more without driving them crazy or resort to writing it down somewhere. So he's giving me an example of how he's handling password resets whenever he works basically a help desk call. Or I'm assuming, from what I gathered, he works at a location where he probably takes turn, and he can correct me if I'm wrong here. He probably takes turn on basically on answering a help desk call that probably comes through their central line for the tech support guys at locally probably there. And then he says offsite users do not get system notifications of when their password will expire. You see, this is something I kind of touched on. I've seen it usually. Windows will just say your password, you get a pop-up notification, and it kind of goes away to the side, and a lot of people don't see it. But in this case, they don't get any notifications, which is something wrong with the system. To help with this, I let them know when the new password will expire, and we built expiration date into the new password. So he has to let them know. But see, I'm not sure if he means that he set the system to do this, but I don't think so, because from when I talked to him further down, it didn't seem to be the case. And then it says here, for example, if the new password would expire on 12/16, we might use something like this password without quotation marks. So he's giving me a really good example of a short but a secure password. This is a really good password. It has a combination of with the asterisk as a symbol and then combination of numbers. And then it says I tell them about one of the passwords checking sites, and on one of the sites the password check results are that would be take computer 23 years. Okay, so he's basically giving him an example of, hey, this is a secure password. It's really simple to remember, but if you want to test your password on how long it would take to crack, he's basically saying that to the user that the password is very secure. They don't necessarily have to worry about it. And it says our password lasts 90 days, which is normal before the account gets disabled. So the new password is strong enough, and it's not so complex that they would struggle with it. The password also checks all the requirements for the password complexity. So yeah, this is a really good password. What I find interesting about this is that he is giving them permanent passwords. Typically, in a business environment, what you want to do is give them a temporary password. This highly depends on the environment, on what business prefers. But when it comes to security, you realistically want to give them a temporary password in Active Directory. So if we go to Active Directory here again, and again, I'm sorry. Again, because I made a lot more videos about Active Directory, and so yeah, it's again, and it's just kind of finicky here. I had to send it Alt Control Delete so I can get to the login part of it. Anyway, so when you typically go in, and let's find Mike Moser here. Mike Moser. And somebody says my password is expired. You would just basically change their password and give them a temporary password, meaning that whatever I type in here for the new password, I confirm password, and then leave this checked, which is checked by default. It says user must change password and next log on. It's a temporary password, so whenever they log in, they will create their own Hopefully, in a perfect world, a secure password like this gentleman suggested. But since in his situation, in his business, the notifications for the password expiration have been expired, and probably for some other reasons too, probably because they can't log in. He has to give him a permanent. This is, I'm assuming these are remote. Well, it is, say, off-site users. These are all remote users, so they can't type in the new temporary password in at all, because their current computer will only take their old password. So chances are they can log into the computer, but they can't change their password at all. So the computer wouldn't even register because it's not connected to the VPN at all, and it's not connected to the domain. It doesn't have access to the business network. I'm sorry, one more note. Man, this goes to show that there are so many things that can go wrong that to think about when it comes to resolving these type of issues. But another reason person cannot log into VPN to change their password is because when your password expires, your account is locked. So your VPN will not allow you to log in at all. This is why he is giving them permanent passwords, which enables their account once more. So he doesn't realize that the password has been reset or changed at all. So he has to give him a permanent password, which is something I've done and still do occasionally because this is the only way. And then later on, I offered them an option to actually change their password again. But once they're connected to the VPN, then they can set it to whatever they want. So this is the setup that they have over there. And which is fine. This is how his business runs things, you know. However, technically speaking, it's a security risk for him also to know the password for all the users, you know. And again, I mean, this is technically speaking, you know what I mean? If the user is fine with that, you know, that's fine. This is a very secure password. And if the business gives 100% trust to the tech support guys there, that's perfectly fine too. Who am I to judge? But technically speaking, it's more secure to give them, for them to have their own password. I mean, you can argue this back and forth. I can see, I can argue for both sides either way, as you can tell. But you know, in this case, this is this is the situation for this gentleman. And then it says here, users. And then I asked him because I wanted to clarify. Does this user not get password notification with VPN? And then I realized that they were off-site, so chances are they wouldn't even get it. But because the notifications are not working to begin with for some reason, so even before it expired, they didn't get it. But of course, if they're not on VPN at all, it's not gonna. You know what I mean? It's what is there to send if there is no connection? What is there to send a notification if there is no connection? Just like you get notifications for YouTube or any other website, you have to have network connection. In that case, would be outside internet. So, and it says here, users used to get notifications of the login prompt, but that quit a few years ago, and our company went to a password page off of our internet site. So I'm not sure exactly what he's talking about here, but I suspect it's some kind of website where you can just use a single sign-on. There are some websites that are set up to be reached just over the internet, company website, and you can use your domain login, and like that you can access basically, you know, company resources without actually having some company's resources, not necessarily the network itself, but through the website, which is kind of a proxy in this sense here, a proxy way of getting to something on the on the company. There is usually a website that's set up that you can access just using your credentials. And a lot of times they're just SSO credentials, meaning single sign-on. The other issue we found was that the users got confused in the Windows login, and it was prompting for a change. So we pretty much advised them, if they get a notification, to go to the internet site for now. So yeah, it looks like they have some kind of a website set up for that to help them deal with these password issues, and to check, let them check when their password is going to expire. We are implementing a ping SSO system that should complete later this year. But the awareness training of a secure password doesn't drive you crazy like sticks with them. And crazy sticks with them. So yeah, so he basically goes around and trains, and he mentions this users that you can have a secure password without actually having it be too complicated. And it says, I actually teach this in a security awareness training in the new employee orientations. So he's a really good guy. He's going above and beyond when it comes to teaching passwords, security basically. I also plan on taking a laptop on a rolling cart throughout the hospital and spend a few hours just letting users come up and check their complexity of their current passwords. So he also plans to go around. This is really cool actually. I work right now. I'm working from home because of the whole situation, but I also work in a building. It's kind of a campus type of building with three buildings connect together, and that's pretty cool when you can actually, grab a cart, put your laptop on, and just go around and just help people. That's really cool and fun. And then he's going to do that. He's going to go around and have people check the complexity. And I have a feeling that what he's talking about here is that he has a password testing website that they can go in and type in their password, and it will test the complexity or security of their password, which is pretty cool. And then he said, very complex. I show them how to improve and still be easy to remember. Yeah, this is really cool. I really like his feedback and just different way on how he's dealing with things when it comes to tech support. It's very interesting and a bit different from the things that are done, the way things are done in my particular business environment, but nonetheless still valid in my opinion. And then he goes to talk about we have outside clinics that are not part of a hospital or have remote access to our patient records and have stress password security with everyone. And I stress password security with everyone. That's cool. I like that. And then their help desk is aware of this. Probably practices the same type of thing. And that was pretty much it. I kind of tried to get more understanding of what's going on, but then and then why the basically issue wasn't addressed to begin with, which in this case is the fact that they're not getting notifications for the password resets in his environment, but it's something that he can't help. A lot of times we are limited. Even if we want to help, we're limited in a company that that doesn't necessarily want you to mess with things that are above your pay grade or don't give you the tools to do it, So the way I would deal with this issue is same way. I would actually call them and talk to them, especially if they're a remote user, and set up this password just like he did it. I would give him a permanent password. I made actually a video about this, and which I dealt it with the same way. It was I think the video is called VPN password or something like that. I highly suggest for you to actually watch this if you're interested in this specifically, as I expand on that in that video as well, and how you would deal with that. But yeah, if the password has expired and they can't change it, I would do the same thing as this gentleman. I would give them a permanent password and offer them to basically reset their password again so that they can get a prompt to change it again. Give them a temporary password. But this is after they log into the computer with the permanent password that I've given him, just like that gentleman explained. And then, assuming that I'm talking to them on the phone, I'm just going to call this, I'm going to give it an internal note for my boss. I've reset user's password. And just call it that. I'm not gonna leave anything else there because it's redundant. That's all I've done. That's all there is to it. If management is completely aware in these type of situations that if somebody's on a VPN and they can't change their password, this is how you would do it. There's no other way unless there's some kind of weird system setup. And yeah, I mean that's all there is to it for this particular ticket. And of course I would close it If you want to know more about how to use ticketing systems, I have a lot more videos that I've already made on how to literally use specific ticketing system. In this case, Jira Service Desk, very popular. So yeah, this case you can just go in and just mark it as completed and so on. And yeah, I have lots of videos like this that are they work a lot of these different type of tickets and issues. If you have more recommendations, guys, please let me know. There are so many things I can think of. I can't always come up with new ideas, so I really could use your help on this. I will gladly talk about anything that you have that you have issues with. Matter of fact, the gentleman that gave me an idea for this last ticket, he also offered his help and whatever, and there are other people who are there for that as well. So if you have time and let's say you're working help desk and you come across something interesting, let me know, and I'll create a video on how to solve it or something like that. If it's more advanced, I'll create a separate video, this and that. All right, guys, that's it for that. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day. Happy Friday. Bye-bye. Hey guys, here we go again. My name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. We're continuing where we left off. Our previous video was about Outlook issue. Today it's going to be about a printer. I'm going to work the printer ticket. I'm going to show you how to install a printer for a user and how you can also communicate that with the user in a proper way so it's not confusing, because there are multiple things you actually have to get from the user in order to do this properly. It's a really good video for a help desk. That being said, it comes from my large video that I made that's about 2-hour long training specifically for help desk. If you want to check that out, it's right there. And that being said, please take 1 second to like the video. I know I say this every video, but thank you so much, guys. You're awesome. All right, let's get into it. By the way, if you're still with me, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. One more ticket, guys. It's this one here. It says, I need help installing a printer. Very common one, very good one. We're going to work on this one. I need help installing printer. Sorry guys, I'm changing a little bit here because I'm getting a little tired. But we're gonna, we're gonna fight through. We're almost done here. I'm trying to install a printer, but it's not working. We're going to reply to the customer. Say, hello, my name is Irvin with help desk. What kind of printer are you trying to add? Local printer or network printer? Now this can be confusing to the user, to the customer, because what I'm actually trying to figure out is actually, are they at home? Are they working from home? Are they trying to add a local printer? Or are they trying to add a network printer, which is actually in an office? But to them, network printer could also be a local printer. Sometimes they don't know, but that's okay. We're trying to find more information about it and see what's going on. But we can also say, can you please send me your PC name with, and you know what? Let's hold off on this part of it, because what they reply here next is going to be very crucial. So if they first reply and say, usually I like to be more proactive, but I don't want it to be too much for the user, because sometimes users can't, and this is not their fault necessarily. This is just how human mind works. They can't multitask. If I'm asking you too many things at once, it may be confusing. So I'm going to wait for them to reply to this, and they may say, well, it's my local printer at home, or it's printer at the office. Scenario number 1, local printer. Question number 2. Are you allowed to install a printer, local printer, for somebody that works from home? This is another security issue. This has to be approved and allowed by your company. You should know this, or if you don't, ask a coworker, ask your manager whether you are allowed to install local printer for them, and I'll show you how you can do that. If it's a network printer, then that should be no problem. Some people are not allowed to print either, depending who they are, but chances are they are allowed to print on a network printer because it's at the office. There's there are recycle bins there that are security recycle bins. Chances are that will recycle sensitive material and all that stuff. Companies don't really like to actually have printers around because of security issues. So we got to be careful about this. We got to find this out. If possible, I would call them and talk to them. If not, I would find a faster way of actually asking multiple questions, like over IM and not necessarily over email. I would not handle this over email because there are more things that we need to find out. But in this case, let's pretend that they want to add a network printer, and then we're going to say after we get their reply, say okay. In that case, can you please send me the IP address of the printer you're trying to add? Let's do this. I can add the printer for you. However, I need your PC name to take control remotely. So you got to word this the best way you can, because we're doing multiple things here and we're trying to get multiple pieces of information from them. And we're going to do this. So let's kind of go over it again. Okay, I can add the printer for you. However, I need your PC name to take control remotely. And can you please send me the IP address of the printer you're trying to add? So, of your PC remotely. So we need to know their PC name. And I didn't want to say, can you send me your PC name or IP address? Because I'm already asking for IP address for their printer. And I don't want there to be any confusion on the customer's part. I want them to give me PC name and the IP addresses of the printer. IP address of the printer trying to add. You see what I'm saying? Keep it as simple as possible, but trying to get as much information as you can as quickly as possible in a easy to understand manner. Once we get this information, we're going to go to their computer, and here we are at their computer again. We're again assuming that we're using the same computer name that we used throughout this whole lesson. And the way you would check to see what kind of printers they have installed, we're going to go to the search bar, and you can get to this through the control panel as well. But I'm going to say devices and printers. Here we go. Printers and scanners, devices and printers. We want to get to here, guys. This is where you can see device number, and I'll show you a different version of it, which was the typical one. But this is what I call Mickey Mouse version of Windows 10 that shows you more a large letter font type of thing, where it simply shows you if there are any printers installed already, and they would all be here. All right, and then if it's not here, which we don't see one, we can simply click add a new one. So now it's looking for, what it's doing is searching for printers and scanners locally and on the network. And if it doesn't find one, we can simply click here, the printer. Here I'm looking for the printer that I want isn't listed. Other way of going to this here is control panel, devices and printers here, and we can see right away that it looks totally different than what we were looking at before. This is actually showing us the whole thing that's on here. It's showing us the whole thing that's connected to the computer, devices and printers. So every device, whether it's a USB or whatnot, or monitor or you know, the headset that we talked about earlier. And of course, if there are any printers, they will be listed here. But of course, there's a button. Guess where we need to go? We're going to click on the add printer. And this is the same thing we looked at earlier, but this is just how it looks like. That's how it used to look like before Windows 10 Mickey Mouse looking stuff, you know. And they try to make everything look so pretty, and that just created multiple places for the same thing, which doesn't make sense to me. Why not just keep it the way it is, where it's just one place for one thing, you know? Anyways, that's a different video. Okay, so it's not going to find anything. What I'm going to do is click the printer that I want isn't listed. So same thing we did earlier. And then here you can add the printer multiple ways, where it's a Bluetooth, wireless, local printer, blah, blah, blah. Select anything that you want. But in this case, we're going to select a network printer, which is going to be added using TCP IP address or hostname or an IP address that we got from the customer. And here we're just going to type it in, for example, 168.2.1, whatever. It's whatever the static IP address is for that printer. It's going to have to be a static IP address because, you know, it's a printer. It doesn't, we got to have a static IP address so everybody can connect to the same printer all the time. And then we're going to leave it here where it says query the printer and automatically select the driver to use. What that does, it pings the printer and says, hey, I'm trying to add you, but do you have a driver? And then if it's like a more advanced or a newer printer, it's going to have that driver. It's going to automatically push it to the computer and it's going to install it. You know, same thing when you're adding a local printer, you may have to download the driver, install the driver, but then you would just simply search for the specific name of the printer. You know, once you click next, it may, if it doesn't find the driver, and it's going to bring you to nothing's going to happen here, so I can't really show you this at this time. But what happens, it's going to say, okay, I found this IP address. I know it's a printer there, but which one is it? And then you go through a list that's available there, and you select which model, like for example, Xerox, blah, 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 and you select and you tell it which printer there is, which type of printer that you're trying to connect. So if it doesn't query and download the driver automatically, you're going to have to ask the user, can you tell me the name and model of that printer? So that way you can get those drivers and install them properly. Once you do that, it's going to automatically set it as default, kind of like this. So if you see one like that, just make sure that it's set as default as the one that he or she wants, and then make sure it's set as default. See, you have that green circle with a check mark in the middle. Okay, and now we're going to add an external or internal note, I should say, added printer as requested. Irvin. And I'm going to close the ticket. Well, there you have it, guys. Thank you so much for watching this short premiere video. I know it's short. I wish I could make them longer. I will do that sometimes as well. But these short ones, I can at least take a break from my work, from my main job, so that way I can hang out with you guys. In case you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the comments below. I'm sorry if I missed your questions. I know it happens really quick sometimes. And if you do still have a question and need me to answer it, please leave it in the comments below. Alright guys, that's all for today. I'll see you next time, maybe even tomorrow. We'll see. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi, good to see you guys. Thanks for stopping by once more. Today's video is about most common audio issues you will encounter as someone who does help desk. This video is actually based off a video that I made about a year ago. It was somewhat popular, but it was about top most common audio issue that you will encounter. The reason it's really good for help desk or somebody who does tech support is because it actually goes over literally some of the most top common issues that you will come across when it comes to dealing with audio issues. So it's incredibly important to kind of be aware of all of these things because there are so many different audio things you can use, whether it's just using the front jacks, whether you have two different connectors, whether it's a USB connector, whether you're plugging it into a front or rear, whether it's broken or not, how to enable it, how to disable it, how to make sure everything is adjusted accordingly, like the microphone levels, audio levels. Sometimes it's just muted. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is. I don't know. Let's check it out because there's so many things, and that's why I've really wanted to emphasize this video. Let's check it out, guys. Please take a moment to like this video. It only takes 1 second. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it very much, and I love you very much for that. Thank you.
So let's say you come across this video, but you have a specific issue that you don't know how to fix or figure out. Chances are I have a solution for you. You just have to watch the whole video. Here's the thing. I am an IT professional, and I will go through many, many different things here that could be causing a problem with your audio. And there are things that you don't even think about as someone that doesn't work with computers as much as I do. And I'm not trying to glorify myself. All I'm trying to say is if you watch the whole video, chances are one of these things that I show you will fix your problem. So let's say you can't hear from your headset. Let's say people can't hear you on your microphone. Chances are I'll have a solution for you here. All right. So let's get into it right away. So the first thing we have here is typically what you see on the right-hand side is the little speaker icon that you select. Believe it or not, I've seen people's computers muted like that, and they say, I can't hear people. Well, it's muted. So obviously you would do that. Next thing we want to look at is the sound settings here. So if you right click the little icon here and then select open sound settings, this is where it would take you. The first thing you see here is the output device. You can see that it's right now selected to Realtek high definition audio. What that means is that this is the most common audio system that's installed on your computer, whether it's a laptop or a desktop. This is the default. This is whatever you plug into your computer. And I will show you a screenshot of that right now. Whatever's plugged into that, it's going to go through this. So in order for it to work, obviously this has to be selected like so. If you click on it, anything else that's connected as an audio device will show up. So let's say you have a USB headset, then it would show up just like so. So if I select this, now I'm using USB headset. As simple as that. That means whatever you want to use, you would pick that. So let's say you just have regular headphones with its 3.5 millimeter little jack. You plug that in, make sure you plug it into the correct one. And, depending what it is, if you just have regular headphones, no microphone, make sure you connect it to the proper port, which is 3.5 millimeter as well. And then you got to make sure that it's selected to this Realtek, because that's what you plugged in. You literally plugged it into the computer that you're using, right? So, but if you use your USB, headset, then you have to make sure that it's that selected, right? And of course, make sure the audio is adjusted accordingly. Okay. Now let me touch on Bluetooth real quick, which is right here on the right-hand side. If you select Bluetooth and you can see that your Bluetooth audio device is there, then chances are then that you have to move on to the other things that I will talk about here in a second. But if you don't see your Bluetooth device here, make sure you click Add, select Bluetooth, and make sure it's paired with your headphones or headset or speakers or whatever it is that you have connected. So that's the first thing if you have a Bluetooth device. Otherwise, whatever I'm going to talk about next is not going to apply to you at all unless you already paired your Bluetooth headset. All right, let's move on to the next thing. I'm just going to close this right quick so I can show you where the sound panel is. So if I go back here, right click and open sound settings, and the next thing we're going to look at is sound control panel, which is right underneath the Bluetooth and other devices. So I'm going to select that, and I'm going to close the window behind it real quick so that way I have a better of a contrast going on here. So the first thing we see is that we have two different devices here. Let's say you bought a new USB headset, you plugged it in, and then suddenly it's not working. Well, chances are this is what you're looking at here. This green circle with a white check mark inside of it means that this device is set as default. It means that this is selected right now to be used. Remember the first thing I told you and showed you in the drop down? This is the exact same thing, except this is a more advanced way of doing it, right? So if you want to use your USB audio device, which is this, make sure you select it and click Set Default, right? You select it Set as Default. If you can't see your USB audio device, chances are it may be disabled. So and I'll show you here, if I disable this, by default, show disable devices is not there. So if it's disabled, chances are you may not even see it. So if you right click anywhere in this right area and click show disable devices, you can see that it comes up right there. And all you got to do is just select enable. So guys, this is one of those things where I was telling you, chances are that I have a solution for you in this video. You just have to watch the whole thing because there's so many things that you can adjust that could be your problem, right? Anyways, so this is basically how you would make sure that you can hear you can hear inside of your headset. So your speakers, right? Your speakers have sound. And of course, you can double click any of these things and change the levels, but it's the same difference as if you were going into the, if you select a little, speaker icon here and adjust it like that. You just have to make sure that whatever it is that you're trying to do here, whatever it is that you're trying to use here is set by default. So let's move on to the next tab. And this is going to be for you guys that have an issue with people can't hear you on your microphone, or you have low microphone output, right? Meaning that people can't hear you as well. Here is what shows up as a microphone. Again, show disable devices is like this, right? See, this is our Realtek front panel and the rear panel as well. So if you have a computer, right, and it has these 3.5 millimeter jacks, and again, I'll show you a screenshot here so you can see it, so you can understand it. Super easy. These are right now unplugged, and this is what that red pointing down arrow means. It means that these are enabled, but there's nothing plugged inside of them, and you can see that it's separate from here. So here is the microphone, and if you had something connected to it, it would just disappear. It would not have that red arrow, and it would be full contrast like this. Right now, what we have is a microphone on the USB headset that is connected. So we have to make sure that that's selected as default, right? Since I have no other microphones connected right now, this one is going to be set as default. But if you have multiple ones, you have to make sure that you select the correct one and then select set as default, just like I showed you right on the previous tab for the playback or for the speakers, right? So if people can't hear you well through your microphone, we have to look at the properties of the microphone itself. So you can select properties down here, or we can just double click it and then it opens up our microphone properties panel. The first thing that we can select here as the next tab over is listen. If we select the listen and apply, what happens is we are testing to see if we can hear ourselves through the microphone. This is actually a really good way to see to hear how well other people can hear us through that microphone. So once you do this test, make sure you uncheck it and click apply. Otherwise, you're going to hear your own echo all the time. But this is a really good way to check to see the levels of your microphone. I would suggest actually you turn this on, and so you can go to the next step and troubleshoot the volume of the microphone easy. So the next thing we click over in this tab, what you would typically see is a microphone boost check mark. So this is on regular standard headsets. It would say literally microphone boost instead of AGC. AGC here means that it automatically adjusts the levels of the microphone it just does it automatically, so you don't have to worry about that. But if you need to enable microphone boost, this is where it'll be under custom. The next tab over is the levels. So if somebody can't hear you well, or your recording is not that good on the microphone, this is how you would adjust the volume for the microphone. As simple as that, make sure this is enabled. But sometimes you would have this 100%, but you still can't hear well. That's when you go back to custom, make sure this is enabled, or again, it would say microphone boost, right? The only problem with microphone boost is chances are that it may pick up noise, meaning like audio noise, background noise, static, and this and that. So I highly suggest that you test that beforehand, so that way you have really good clean audio going. And again, you can do that through the listen here, or you can record yourself, for example, using Audacity or something like that. Windows has a built-in sound recording little app that you can try as well. So what if your problem is that you don't see any of your devices connected whatsoever? There's nothing that comes up. Well, chances are you need to install the device driver for it. Where do we find that? Well, we have to go to the device manager to find that. So if you just go to search box here and just type in device manager, it will show up like so. Or alternatively, you can right click the Windows icon here and select device manager. In here, if you have your audio device connected, it would be under the first tab here. And if you click a little, if you expand it, you can see what shows up there. If it's disabled here or there's a little exclamation mark, chances are you may need to update or install the driver for your specific headset or speakers or sound card that you may have installed for your computer. This is pretty rare nowadays. This used to be more common with previous version of Windows, but if that's your issue, make sure that just kind of check here, and if there's an exclamation mark or it's disabled in here, make sure you get the proper driver from the manufacturer of your headset or your sound card. All right, guys, these are some of the most common audio issues that you may encounter. If you like this video, please share it with friends. So leave a like. If you have any comments, I will be more than glad to answer them. I enjoy helping people, so this is one of my things that I do. So,
well, there you have it. This is how you would troubleshoot all of these random issues that you may encounter as help desk or tech support. Help desk. I'm going to make this video label at help desk. So, if you're doing this to get better at help desk, then this is definitely the right video to do. Well, there you have it, guys. That's how you do it, and that's how you go through all of these random issues. If I missed something, please let me know. If you have any questions, leave in the comments below. Thank you so much for liking and sharing with your friends. I hope to see you next time. Bye-bye. The second ticket is about email not working. It's a very particular one because it does have an error that comes up. So pay attention to that error and then we're going to work through it together. Hi guys, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video is about help desk tickets. Most common help desk tickets that come through the system. It's based off my video that I made recently for training purposes. It's about 2 hours long if you want to check it out. It's an excellent video for people trying to get a feel of what help desk is about. Topics are going to be based off of that. So what I'm doing is taking parts of that from the videos and creating separate videos for each topic, because in that video there are 12 separate issues that are most common to help desk. I hope you guys like it. Please take a moment to click the like button. Every time you guys do that, I really appreciate it, and I know you guys do it too. Thank you so much. Next one is my email is not working, by Mr. Mike Moser again. Oh, okay. This is an interesting one. You will get this quite a bit, and if you guys want to guess, I'll pause briefly by talking about it, and you guys can get a chance to actually guess what the issue might be. This is the pop-up the user gets, but first, email's not working. I gotta assign it to myself so I can get credit for it, so that way I can get paid when my boss looks at the statistics of how many tickets I've done. So it is, my email is not working, and then it says Outlook is asking for my login and password. Why do you guys think that happens? If you're watching this in my premiere video, why do you think this happens? So they open up Outlook and the first thing they see is this. They see this pop up. This is what happens. And it looks to be, I'm trying to open it here in a bigger, there it is. And it looks to be asking for their login ID and password, right? And it talks about credentials here. So that's what we're going to kind of concentrate on, because chances are what happened is, and we're going to ask the customer this. Hello, my name is Irvin with PCA support. And by, chances are the Mike Moser here already knows us, knows who we are, so maybe we don't have to introduce ourselves in this case. But if you don't know him, keep doing it. It's part of the job. I have your, sorry guys, ticket about email not working. Did you by chance change your password recently? So guys, this is exactly what I'm suspecting here, is that either his password, Mike's password expired, and he changed it while he was already inside the Windows. Some companies provide you with a way to reset your password, especially if it's a single sign-on, meaning that company can have a single sign-on credentials set up for every system that they use, which can for which you can change the password on just a website. Like one of the websites will use that single sign-on. That single sign-on is going to be your domain login or your computer login. So when you go to a website that requires that single sign-on, also known as SSO, it's going to ask for your domain login. If your domain login's password expired that day, it's going to ask you to change that password. When you change your password on the website, your computer is not going to reflect that password necessarily right away. What do I mean by that? Your computer that you're logged in, you're still logged in with your old password. So what you have to do is actually do a Windows L and lock the computer and then type in your new password before you open up other programs. If you don't, you get this pop-up. This is what happens. And maybe he locked himself out of the computer. So we're going to concentrate on that, and with the reply, I suspect it's going to be 99% chance that this is the issue. What we're going to do is actually go in and reset their password just to kind of get it going for them in case they forgot the password, because maybe they forgot the password, typed it in 10 times, and then now they're locked out and their Outlook doesn't have their current password, you know. But this mostly happens when they change the password, they don't know their new password, or it hasn't, again, replicated on their local computer. The websites that use the password are fine, but the system itself hasn't received the new password. And that's the issue here, most likely. So we're going to go inside of Active Directory. And this is my virtual server here. And I'm just going to log in real quick here. I'm going to open up Active Directory, Windows Admin Tools, and Active Directory Users and Computers. The company you work for doing help desk may have a just like a website or a tool that basically what it allows you to do is the same thing as I'm doing right now. It may not give you direct access to Active Directory at all, which is normal, which is unfortunate, but it's normal. So you may have different means, but you are basically doing exactly what I'm doing, and that is changing their password and unlocking their account just in case. So what I like to do is, you see the users folder on the right hand. So instead of searching through here to see where Mike Moser is, and I know I can see him there, but this could be populated with thousands of users. We don't know. So what I'm going to do is right click the folder. I'm going to click find. And then in search here, I'm going to type in Mike Moser. We can also ask him for his login ID, what he uses to log into the computer. And here he is. We found him right away. We don't have to search through thousands of different names. We found him right away. We're going to right click him, and then we're going to click reset password. So we're going to change the password. We're going to give him a new password. What I like to do is give him a simple password, like what is today? Tuesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, Tuesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is going to be a temporary password. This is why it's so simple. I want to give a user a simple password to change because he's going to change it right away. And you can see here that there's a check mark already. It says user must change the password at next login. The user must log off and then log on again for a change to take effect. So they're going to change it. As soon as I tell them, okay, your new password is Tuesday 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with capital T, they're going to be forced to change it right away. And hopefully to something way more secure. But this is what I like to do. It's up to you. Some places don't allow this according to the group policy, but this is what I do typically. If my company requires me to do something else or disables my ability to change this, then I'm going to use that. but this is what I like to do as it is. And I'm going to do a check mark here where it says unlock the user's account. So in case he is locked out, it's going to unlock him. I'm going to click OK. It says the password has been changed for Mike Moser, and I'm going to tell Mike, hello Mike, I have changed your password. Go ahead and type it in again. Or what I would actually say, go ahead and lock your computer like this. Lock your computer, Mike, and then do Control-Alt-Delete. And then type in your new password. And then it's going to force him to change the password at that point. And that should be good enough and should fix that issue with the, whatchamacallit, with Outlook. He should no longer get this Outlook pop-up at all. Because now, Outlook, since it's part of Windows operating system, once you have it installed, it becomes part of Windows operating system. It will detect the new password. And even if it doesn't, even if it comes up again, he'll know what the new password is and he can just type it in and you can guide him through this. What I also like to do is tell him to go ahead and reboot the computer afterwards. That way it's going to ensure that everything in the background running, whether he has email open in the background or any other Microsoft products, including Office. If you keep in mind, Outlook is part of Office, so if you have anything else running, you may have to close all of it in order for it to take effect. So I tell him, just reboot the computer. It's going to flush everything, you know, and that's the simple way of dealing with this. And I'm going to add external note here and say resolved issue by password reset. I'm going to keep it simple like this, and this will resolve this issue. I guarantee it. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you. I am trying to make as many videos as I can when it comes to this type of topic. I also try to branch out to other things that are more advanced, tier 2, tier 3, system admin, network admin, and whatnot. I have a huge collection of videos that you can check out that I've already made. Chances are, if you think of a topic and you wanted to ask me about it, please do in the comments below. But you can also go to my channel. Just go to youtube.com/cobuman, and there is a search button right underneath the picture of the channel. There's a search button in there, so if you want to click on that and just type in the topic, chances are I have it. I also have a website called cosmicnovo.com. It has lots of written material you can check out, and especially if you're interested in help when it comes to getting that job. So interview questions and answers, I have a lot of that stuff. All right, thanks again. Please share, like, and leave a comment. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Welcome to another help desk training video. We have a couple of tickets we're going to work, but before we do that, please take 1 second out of your time to click the like button. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. The first one we're going to actually work is this one here where it says my printer is not working. Typically you want to work tickets that are in order. For example, this one says ISD 34 and this one says ISD 35. But the reason I'm going to work the ISD 35 first is because it's in relation to suggestion or something that somebody from my Discord actually asked, and I kind of made it into my own idea, I guess. All right, let's see who said this. So a couple of days ago, I asked for suggestions on my help desk training videos, basically ideas for tickets or issues that I can work on or talk about, because I really need more ideas, guys. I have over 420 videos or something like that, so chances are I've covered majority of topics. So I'm always open for those, and please don't forget to let me know if you have any ideas or anything that you want me to talk about, whether it's in the comments section below this video or on Discord. If you want to join my Discord, there is a link in the description. So the idea I got for the other one, for the printer ticket, is from Mr. Rookie Bob. So Bob said, is there a way to tell if device drivers are installed correctly short of a device manager? And he said, had an old machine that I've reinstalled and is network wouldn't connect via Ethernet, and device manager said the driver was up to date. Had to manually download from the site and install before it started working. So basically what's going on here, he's saying that everything looked fine in the device manager when it comes to the Ethernet adapter that he had installed. And let me show you how that looks like. So if I go to the device manager and look at the device manager, and in this case what was happening under the Ethernet, everything looked fine, but yet Ethernet did not work. By the way, thank you very much, Bob, for basically giving me that suggestion, which I kind of made into a printer issue. But I will talk about specifically what you mentioned. So he said network adapter looked fine. So in this case, for example, we have Intel R Ethernet connection adapter, and that's the physical one. The other ones here is for the VirtualBox and one for Hyper-V. So they're virtual adapters that are tunneled that tunnel to the Intel R Ethernet, which is the physical one. So what he's talking about, that it looked normal, everything looked normal. There are no issues in device manager. What usually happens is when you have an error, when driver didn't install properly or something doesn't install at all, in device manager, usually on the bottom here, there would be a list of things with exclamation marks on them. In his case, it looked fine, but it still didn't work. So if you look at it, properties, everything looked fine. It says device started working properly, this and that. But it didn't start working until he actually went to the website for the specific hardware that he has and installed that specific driver. And this can happen when Windows operating system installs generic drivers, and it used to be worse before, and you can see here he mentioned it's an older machine, so chances are it's an older operating system as well. It has gotten better with Windows 10 operating system because of that whole plug and play thing gotten better, although they started suggesting that I think in Windows XP times, maybe even earlier, maybe Windows 2000 or something like that. Basically what I had to tell him is there's no easy way to tell aside from assuming that the wrong driver is installed. So yeah, if it doesn't work and it looks normal in the device manager, then chances are you have to go and actually download or update that driver specifically for that specific piece of hardware, whether it's Ethernet adapter, a graphics card, sound card, or anything like that. And then I said, I've noticed Windows OS likes to install generic drivers that sometimes do not work even though looks normal in device manager. So that goes back to me saying or talking about generic drivers or basic drivers that they use. I guess